3 hours later, the surveillance feed flickered to life, revealing two ominous figures approaching Malik's stronghold. The twins, genetically enhanced assassins with a flawless track record. But what happened next was anything but expected. The camera blinked, and when the image sharpened, the twins lay twitching on the ground, their nervous systems overwhelmed by familiar neural disruptors. A shadow swept across the screen, tall, impeccably dressed. Jack Scrane stepped into view and locked eyes with the camera, sending chills down spines everywhere. Then, just like that, the feed cut to static. The Black Lotus Tea House Aegis District. Outside, rain poured in silver sheets over the Aegis District, transforming neon-lit streets into shimmering mirrors of crimson and electric blue. Inside the Black Lotus Tea House, a neutral ground for information brokers and fixers, the usual hum of clandestine deals had been replaced by a tense silence thick enough to cut with a knife. Every screen in the establishment played on loop. The twins, Kane Vex's legendary assassins, lay twitching like broken marionettes. And there was Jack Scrane again, staring straight into the camera before it all went dark. In a corner booth, a low-level enforcer from the Looper Syndicate nearly choked on his sake. "That's a broken bar, that's impossible," he stammered. The twins took out an entire Red Serpent cell alone last year. His contact, a wiry arms dealer sporting a cybernetic eye, leaned in closer. "Did you see what they were carrying? Those weren't just disruptors, those were some serious weapons." He paused before adding quietly, "Who is Malik working for?" At the high table in back sat Madame Lily, the most connected information dealer in the district, gently setting down her teacup as if it were made of glass. "Kane won't take this well," she mused thoughtfully. Her associate, a former corporate spy, snorted derisively. "Kane? The entire syndicate just got slapped in the face." "You think Crow or Celine are sleeping easy tonight?" Lily's smile turned razor thin as she replied coolly, "Nope. But I suspect they'll sleep even less once they realize Malik isn't their biggest problem." Her gaze flickered to Jack Scrane's frozen image on screen. Meanwhile, in a private room upstairs, Captain Rourke of the 4th Precinct wiped sweat from his brow while glued to the feed. "We need to pull back surveillance on Malik's operations," he muttered urgently to his lieutenant. "Sir?" "The commissioner said a broken bar." "The commissioner isn't the one who'll end up in a body bag if we keep poking this," Rourke snapped. He poured himself a double whiskey, hand shaking. "That's Jack's fucking Crane. Last time he showed up in this city, 2 crime families vanished overnight." The lieutenant paled. "So what do we do?" Rourke downed the drink in one gulp. "We stay the hell out of his way." The message arrived simultaneously on every syndicate leader's encrypted device at precisely 3:00 a.m. A single video file. When opened, it showed the twins, alive, but not unharmed, kneeling in a dimly lit room. Jax's voice, calm and measured, played over the footage. "A gift to remind you of the new rules." Then the screen went black. Damian Crowe was the first to break the silence in their secure group chat. "We have a problem," Celine responded 5 minutes later. "Number. Kane has a problem. The rest of us have a choice." By dawn, 3 things became clear. Kane Vex had gone completely dark. No calls, no messages. Rumor was he'd boarded a private jet to an undisclosed location. 3 mid-tier gangs, previously neutral in the conflict, had suddenly pledged allegiance to Malik. And most telling of a broken bar, the syndicate's weekly weapons shipment never arrived. The Crimson Lounge, Malik's territory. The club was eerily quiet, save for Malik's enforcers standing like silent sentinels along the plush velvet-lined walls. The air was thick with the scent of expensive liquor and polished leather, while dim lighting cast long shadows across Celine's porcelain features as she elegantly crossed her legs and took a sip of her gin martini. Malik lounged across from her, his newfound confidence radiating in the way he relaxed in his chair, fingers steepled in front of him. "Didn't expect to see you here, Celine. I thought you syndicate types preferred your ivory towers." Celine's smile was sharp as a knife. "I prefer not to be on the losing side of history, Malik. And right now you're making quite a bit of it." Setting her glass down, she locked her dark eyes onto his. "So let's skip the posturing." "Who's backing you?" Malik chuckled softly, swirling his whiskey with a casual flick of his wrist. "You think I'm just going to hand over that kind of?" Suddenly, the door swung open. Jax Crane stepped inside, his presence instantly sucking the warmth from the room like an icy wind. Celine felt her grip tighten around her glass. This wasn't good. "Ah," Jax murmured with a hint of amusement. "I was wondering when you'd show up." Recovering quickly, Celine tilted her head slightly. "Jax should have known it would be you. The Crow family always said you were the Federation's attack dog." He didn't bother sitting. He commanded attention simply by being there. "I don't work for the Crimson Blood anymore." His voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial tone. "My boss is a broken bar." "Impressed by you, Celine." She raised an eyebrow playfully. "Flattered. But I already have a backer." With deliberate slowness, Jax reached into his coat and slid a tablet across the table. The screen flickered to life, revealing a live feed. Roland Mercer, her supposed benefactor, strapped to a steel chair, bruised and battered in his once impeccable suit. His voice crackled through the speakers. "Selenia broken bar, whatever they're a broken bar, take it." And then, darkness. Celine didn't flinch. Instead, she felt her pulse quicken in her throat. Leaning forward slightly, Jax whispered just above a murmur, "You don't have a backer anymore. But you do have a choice." Taking a slow breath through her nose, Celine exuded grace, a woman who had spent years turning disadvantages into opportunities, as she reached for her martini again. "What are the terms?" she asked coolly. A sly smile crept across Jax's face. Jax flashed a sly grin as he clicked open a sleek silver briefcase, the sound echoing in the dimly lit room. Inside lay a treasure trove of secrets, a data chip labeled every corrupt official, every blackmail file, every hidden account in the Aegis district. A single keycard inscribed with unlimited access to the Obsidian network, home to the world's top intelligence operatives, a bank ledger boasting 10 billion unicreds. Discretionary funds at your fingertips. Celine's eyes widened as she absorbed the contents, her mind racing. She looked up, curiosity piqued. "And what does your boss want in return?" Jax leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "The same thing you've always craved, Celine." "Control." There was a tense pause before Celine snapped the briefcase shut decisively. "Tell your boss a broken bar I'm in." Jax nodded once, satisfaction flickering across his face. "He'll be pleased." As he turned to leave, Celine called after him, "One last question." Jax glanced back over his shoulder. "What is it?" "Who is he?" The last thing she saw was Jax's enigmatic smile before he disappeared through the door. "You'll meet him soon enough," he replied cryptically. Celine's penthouse, a Diamond Heights. The city sprawled beneath Celine's floor-to-ceiling windows like a glittering chessboard, each light a potential pawn in her new game. She stood silhouetted against the night, a glass of Valerian Noir swirling in her hand, the same vintage favored by Victor's enigmatic employer. A subtle power play? Absolutely. A quiet declaration of alignment? Without a doubt. On the onyx coffee table lay the briefcase Victor had given her, its contents meticulously examined. The data chip pulsed with incriminating secrets, the keycard gleamed with promise, and the bank ledger a broken bar. Well, money was always a useful tool. But one thing was crystal clear. Her first task was to sow discord and let the lions tear each other apart. With an air of confidence, Celine began with the easiest target. Her fingers danced across her holographic screen as she pulled up security footage from the data chip. Damien's men accidentally raiding a Black Hand opium den 2 weeks ago. Except that at that time, the Black Hand had been under Kane Vex's protection. A few edits here, a timestamp adjustment there, and a whispered rumor to just the right ears would set things in motion. By morning, underground channels would buzz with one irrefutable fact: Damien had deliberately struck at Kane's interests. And Kane? Well, he never let a slight go unanswered. The second move, Lucien Drake. Lucien fancied himself the puppet master of information, but Celine intended to remind him who truly pulled the strings. She selected a particularly damning file, Lucien's secret dealings with the XZF Syndicate, a direct violation of the Aegis Underworld's neutrality accords. But she didn't leak it to Damien or Kane. No, she sent it straight to Roland Mercer's remaining lieutenants. because nothing would infuriate Lucien more than watching his carefully constructed facade crumble from within. The third move, Kane Vex. Kane was unpredictable, the surgeon-turned-reaper who valued precision above all else. So what did Celine do? She gave him chaos. A fabricated dossier slipped into his network by one of her girls revealed evidence that Damien had hired replacements for the twins, and they were instructed to eliminate Kane first. Truth didn't matter. What mattered was how Kane would react, and he'd act as if it were true. With this plan in place, Celine wore a smile that was anything but innocent. It took just 3 days for the syndicate to implode spectacularly. Damien's warehouses went up in flames, too clean to be anything but professional arsonists at work. Lucien's media empire suddenly found itself drowning in scandals as his carefully cultivated sources dried up overnight. And Kane? He had vanished into the shadows, but not before leaving a chilling message. In Damien's penthouse, a single scalpel, ominously embedded in the headboard of Damien's bed. The implication was unmistakable: you're already dead. With the syndicate tearing itself apart at the seams, Malik's forces surged forward like an unstoppable tide, filling the power vacuum left behind. Territories fell without resistance. Soldiers defected by the hundreds. And with each passing hour, whispers grew louder. Malik wasn't just another player in this dangerous game anymore. He was claiming his throne as the new king. Jax arrived at Celine's penthouse unannounced. As always, you've impressed him, he remarked casually. Celine smirked back, I'd hope so. It's not every day you get to watch an empire crumble with just a few keystrokes. He placed a small box on the table. Inside lay a single black rose, its petals edged in shimmering gold, a striking symbol of both beauty and danger. A token, he murmured softly. The first of many. Then he was gone, leaving Celine alone with her thoughts, and the realization that an even more perilous game awaited her, because now she was ready to meet the man behind the curtain. Osborne family mansion. Arthur's study room. The study room was slightly dark. Arthur sat behind the huge desk with his head buried in a pile of books, wearing reading glasses as he seriously looked at the book in front of him with deep focus. Just then the giant screen plastered on the wall across from him lit up with a mesmerizing blue glow as Evelyn's blue visage appeared on screen. Its data slit like eyes focused on Arthur, who was seriously studying. Sir, Jack's mission is 90% complete. Evelyn's neutral-like voice echoes in the study room. Arthur's eyes seemed to freeze for a moment before he slowly raised his head and then glanced at the screen, which was showing various kinds of data, and then nodded. Good. What about you? The remaining 10%. Arthur let out a deep breath and leaned back on his plush chair and asked. The remaining 10% consist of a few gangs who still refuse to surrender, so Malik is currently focused cleaning them up, Evelyn replied. Arthur steepled his fingers and then nodded. And Sir Ethan have sent a message. The operation on Vanya is complete, Evelyn added. Arthur's eyes immediately lit up when he heard and nodded his head repeatedly, a smile appearing on his face. Good, good, good. Tell him 5 days later I will be coming to Vanya, Arthur said. Understood, sir, Evelyn replied. Flashback, 5 months ago. The military transport plane sliced through the stormy night, its engines roaring defiantly against the turbulent skies. Ethan sat by the window, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, lost in thought. Across from him, Gunnar remained silent, his scarred face illuminated by the dim cabin lights, sharp gray eyes fixed intently on a tactical map glowing between them. The 7 members of Aegis 7 were scattered throughout the cabin, each immersed in their own preparations, checking gear, reviewing mission parameters, or simply bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Suddenly, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. Approaching LZ. Prepare for landing. Ethan leaned forward eagerly as the thick clouds began to part. What he saw made his breath hitch in his throat. Before him sprawled a military base that resembled a slumbering beast, a colossal complex of reinforced concrete and steel fortified with cutting-edge defense systems. The perimeter walls towered 50 feet high, lined with auto turrets and motion sensors designed to evade satellite detection with their radar-absorbent surfaces. 6 expansive runways stretched out like open arms ready to embrace heavy bombers. Rows of next-generation fighter jets, stealth-coated with sleek angular wings, sat neatly under retractable hangars like sentinels awaiting orders. In the vehicle yards stood dozens of armored tanks gleaming under floodlights alongside personnel carriers and mobile artillery units ready for action. Anti-air batteries dotted the landscape like vigilant guardians, their barrels aimed skyward while drone patrols circled silently above in methodical patterns. Ethan exhaled sharply. Arthur hadn't been exaggerating. This was no ordinary military base, it was the heart of a war machine. With a jolt, the plane touched down. Its tires screeched against tarmac as it rolled to a stop. The cabin depressurized with a hiss as the ramp lowered and cold night air rushed in carrying scents of fuel and metal. Gunnar was first to rise. His combat boots thudded against steel as he strode toward the exit. Ethan followed closely behind him onto the runway, and immediately felt an overwhelming weight settle around him. To his left sat an imposing squadron of dual gunships at rest. To his right loomed heavily modified armored trucks reinforced with experimental alloys that hinted at advanced technology. Straight ahead stood a command bunker guarded by 2 soldiers clad in full tactical gear, their faces obscured by black visors that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. One soldier stepped forward and saluted Gunnar. "Commander, the war room is ready." Gunnar nodded curtly. "Move out." Inside was a maze of steel corridors illuminated by sterile white LEDs that cast harsh shadows along their path. Security checkpoints lined every corner manned by armed guards who scanned biometrics before granting passage. Ethan's mind raced as he walked alongside Gunnar, each step bringing more questions than answers. How long has the family head been building this? He pondered, curiosity spiraling. Little did he know, Arthur has bought this entire military base from the System Mall, and Ethan's thoughts turned to legality. How much of this is even above board? As they approached a massive blast door, intricately etched with the Osborne Phoenix sigil, a retinal scanner flickered to life. With a hydraulic hiss, the door slid open, revealing an impressive war room, a cavern of technology flooded with the glow of holographic displays. Real-time satellite feeds showcased the raging conflict across Vanya's war zones. Dozens of analysts murmured urgently, their voices a backdrop of intensity as they relayed critical data. At the head of the table stood an imposing figure, a man Ethan didn't recognize. Tall and broad-shouldered, he had a cybernetic eye that glowed faintly blue. "This is Colonel Vex. He runs this facility," Gunnar introduced, his voice steady. "Ethan, boss speaks highly of you," Vex replied with a curt nod. Ethan felt the weight of the situation settle as he focused on the hologram that projected a live feed of General Dravik's forces clashing violently with Colonel Veyra's troops in the northern oil fields. "This is real. We're really doing this," he muttered deep within his heart. Vex tapped a console, zooming in on Dravik's beleaguered position. "Current status: Dravik holds the oil fields but is losing ground. Veyra has better equipment and more men. Without intervention, Dravik collapses in 3 weeks." Gunnar crossed his arms, his brow furrowing. "What's our play?" Vex smirked with a glimmer of confidence. "We make sure he doesn't." A new overlay popped up, detailing supply routes, weapon caches, and enemy patrol patterns. Phase 1. Sabotage. Vex pointed at Veyra's supply lines. Aegis will hit his convoys, destroy his depots, and make it look like rebel attacks. Phase 2. Reinforcement. The display shifted to Dravik's camp. We funnel him weapons, just enough to keep him fighting, not enough to win outright. Phase 3. Control. The hologram morphed into a political map. When Dravik's desperate, we offer him a deal. He gets full Osborne backing. We get Vanya. Ethan finally broke the silence, his voice steady as he said, "And if he refuses?" Vex's cybernetic eye flickered, a glint of resolve in its mechanical depths. "Then we activate Protocol Cinder." A heavy pause filled the space. Gunnar's voice sliced through, cold as ice. "The syringe." Vex nodded, an air of certainty surrounding him. "Exactly." Ethan exhaled slowly, the weight of Arthur's meticulous plans pressing down on him. Later, on the observation deck overlooking the base, Ethan stood transfixed as a squadron of stealth helicopters powered up, their rotors slicing through the midnight air like whispers of impending chaos. Gunnar joined him, offering a steaming cup of coffee that radiated warmth into Ethan's fingers. "Nervous?" Gunnar asked, a hint of concern veiled in his gruff tone. Ethan took a moment before responding, "Just calculating risks." "Don't," Gunnar replied with a grunt. "Hesitation gets you killed in our line of work." Ethan smirked, his resolve hardening. "Noted." Beneath them, Aegis 7 operatives busily loaded crates of weapons onto a transport. The mission would commence at dawn, and Vanya would have no idea what was coming. 1 week later, northern oil fields. Inside the command tent, the air was thick with the scent of gun oil and stale sweat. A single electric lantern flickered like a dying heartbeat, casting elongated shadows across maps strewn haphazardly over the makeshift table. General Dravik, an imposing figure with a face chiseled from granite and eyes like flint, leaned over the tactical display, fingers tracing severed supply lines. From across the table, Ethan watched intently, his posture relaxed yet alert. Gunnar loomed behind him, a silent guardian in matte black armor, his scarred face betraying no emotion. "You've held the northern fields for 6 months, Ethan remarked, his tone calm but probing. "But Vera's pushing harder every day." "How long until your men break?" Dravik's jaw tightened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. This was a man unaccustomed to being challenged, especially not by some outsider who smelled of expensive cologne rather than gunpowder. "My men don't break," he growled, the words like gravel. Ethan's smirk returned. "They did a collard pass." A brief silence hung in the air. Dravik's hand twitched toward the pistol at his hip. The atmosphere thickened, charged with tension. "You've been watching," Dravik said slowly, almost begrudgingly. "Of course we have." Ethan's voice broke the tension as he pulled a sleek tablet from his coat. With a tap, vibrant holographic imagery burst to life, revealing a live satellite feed that showcased Vera's forces amassing ominously along the southern ridge. "He's bringing in heavy artillery. By dawn, those guns will be shelling your positions." Dravik's expression remained stoic, his eyes glued to the flickering feed. "And," he replied, his tone flat. Ethan leaned in, the urgency in his voice palpable. "You don't have the manpower to stop him." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "Not without help." Dravik huffed, clearly skeptical. "What kind of help?" The air crackled with tension as Ethan leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "the kind that wins wars." Suddenly, Gunnar stepped forward, depositing a heavy metal case on the table with a pronounced thud. It hissed as it opened, revealing sleek rows of micro-drones inside. "Sabotage units," he announced, his voice gravelly. "Programmed to disable Vera's artillery before it even thinks of firing." Dravik picked one up, his brow furrowing. "How do they work?" "Nanotech disruptors," Gunnar explained, his voice steady and confident. "They'll fry targeting systems and jam communications. Before Vera even realizes what's happening, his guns will be worthless." Ethan swiped the tablet again, revealing a new image. Armored trucks rolling cautiously through a treacherous mountain pass. "This is your next supply shipment. Or it would be, if Vera's scouts hadn't already marked it for ambush." Dravik's gaze sharpened. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because we're going to make sure it gets through," Ethan assured him, transitioning the image to a warehouse brimming with crates of weapons, medical supplies, and fresh uniforms, enough to equip 3 battalions. "Yours, if you want it." For a moment, silence hung heavily in the air. Dravik scrutinized Ethan, then Gunnar, then returned to the holograms as if seeking answers hidden within. "What's the price?" Ethan's smile was calculating, devoid of warmth. "Allegiance." "To whom?" "To the Osborne family." Dravik let out a laugh that echoed through the tent, a sound laced with disbelief. "You expect me to swear fealty to some corporate dynasty?" "No," Ethan said, his voice smooth like silk. "What I need from you is to swear fealty to those who will help you become king." Silence hung in the air like an unshaken snow globe. Dravik let out a startled laugh that quickly faded. He leaned back, the old wooden chair creaking under his weight. "Explain that to me." Ethan steepled his fingers, eyes gleaming with intensity. "Vanya has been entrenched in war for decades. Why? Because no one has proven strong enough to end it. He gestured toward the hologram beside him, its glowing light flickering with the promise of power. We can give you that strength. Gunnar then placed a second case on the table, popping it open to reveal a syringe filled with shimmering amber liquid. Stem cell booster, he explained, a hint of pride in his voice. 1 dose heals you. 2, you could take a bullet to the chest and walk it off. Dravik eyed the syringe with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. And if I say no? Ethan shrugged, nonchalantly. Vera starts shelling your positions at dawn. Your men perish. You lose the oil fields. And we simply find someone else to back. Another pregnant pause filled the space. Dravik drummed his fingers against the table, anticipation palpable. What's in it for you? Vanya's resources, Ethan replied confidently, his tone patient like a chess master. Oil, minerals, and a solid foothold on the Noctis continent. And, of course, a grateful ally in power. You want a puppet? Dravik snorted dismissively. Ethan's voice grew firm yet reassuring. We want a partner. One who understands loyalty. The general scrutinized him, assessing every nuance in Ethan's expression. And then, without warning, he stood, his shadow stretching like an omen across the lantern light. I'll think about it. Ethan remained unfazed. You have until midnight. Dravik paused at the tent flap, curiosity piqued. Or what? A razor-thin smile crept across Ethan's face. Or we let Vera win. With that, the general exited, boots echoing into the night. Once Dravik's footsteps faded, Gunnar spoke softly. He'll take the deal. Ethan exhaled, rolling his shoulders, tension easing just a bit. He'd better. Arthur doesn't like loose ends. Outside, the first shells began to fall, the thunder of conflict cracking through the night sky. Vanya, the northern oil fields, midnight. The command tent lay draped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the persistent ticking of an antique clock perched on a folding table, a resolute remnant from a bygone era, its brass casing dulled by the passage of time and the remnants of gunpowder. With each slow tick, the hands inched closer to midnight, each second stretching into an eternity. Ethan sat motionless in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin, his gaze fixated on the clock. Behind him, Gunnar loomed, leaning against the tent pole with arms crossed, his scarred face shrouded in the dim lantern light, betraying no emotion. Outside, the rest of Aegis 7 formed a silent perimeter, a vigil of shadows guarding the war camp. 5 minutes later, the tent flap rustled. General Dravik stepped in alone, his massive figure blocking the moonlight like a dark cloud. He wore a simple fatigue jacket instead of his usual battle armor, sleeves rolled up, revealing forearms etched with muscle and scars from past battles. His steel-gray eyes glinted with fatigue, veins of command marking his stoic presence. Still here, I see, he rumbled, his voice deep and gravelly. Ethan's lips held no trace of a smile. Midnight wasn't up for discussion. Dravik approached the map table, calloused fingers skimming over the southern front where Vera's forces had been advancing throughout the night. My scouts have detected movement in Sector 7B. Artillery emplacements, Gunnar chimed in from the shadows. 6 self-propelled howitzers took position 20 minutes ago. Ethan scrutinized the general's face, watching for any sign of worry. They'll start shelling at dawn. Your northern trenches won't stand a chance before your men can even grab their rifles. The clock's ticking grew louder. 3 minutes later, Dravik's jaw tightened as he weighed the options. If I accept your terms, a broken bar. When? Ethan softly interjected. A broken bar if I accept. What guarantee do I have that your Osborne won't discard me the moment Vera falls? Ethan reached into his coat and placed a small hollow projector on the table. It flickered to life, projecting Arthur's sharp, calculating face, those piercing blue eyes fixed intently on Dravik. General, Arthur's voice resonated like smooth whiskey. You want assurances? Here's mine. I don't deal in trivial betrayals. The one who rules Vanya for me must be ruthless, capable, and above all, loyal. Exhibit those qualities, and the only throne you'll be concerned about is the one I built for you. The projection shimmered and transformed into the formidable Osborne sigil, a silver phoenix enveloped in 9 stars, before fading away entirely. 1 minute later, Dravik let out a sharp exhale through his nose, a mix of nerves and determination. His hand drifted to the antique pistol holstered at his hip. He didn't mean to threaten, just to think. This wasn't just any weapon, it was a 20th century Tokarev, a family heirloom passed down through epochs of soldiers, each scratch and dent a testament to its history. He ran his thumb over the weathered grip, feeling the weight of legacy in his palm. Midnight struck. A single, resonant gong reverberated through the tent, marking the hour. Ethan didn't flinch. "So, what's your answer, General?" With deliberate slowness, Dravik unbuckled his pistol belt and placed it on the table between them, a powerful symbol, surrendering the arms of a warrior to the authority of his new lord. "I'll need those drones operational before dawn," he said in a gruff voice, the finality hanging in the air like a thundercloud. Ethan finally cracked a smile, his confidence radiating. He activated his earpiece, his voice steady. "Aegis 7, move out. Get the Cinder Protocol ready." Outside, the night erupted with palpable energy. Drones whirred to life, operatives murmured urgent commands, the first stirrings of a war poised to ignite. Gunnar stepped forward, handing Dravik a sleek metal case brimming with nanotech disruptors. "Welcome to the winning side." Dravik's grin was fierce and full of teeth. "Let's go make those traitors regret their choices." Present day, Black Valley Military Base, Vanya. As the pale dawn light spilled over the horizon, the military base stretched out like a sprawling beast, its runways glinting like polished steel beneath the awakening sun. The air buzzed with an electric tension, a mix of fuel fumes, ozone from active electronics, and that unmistakable metallic tang of blood still lingering on armor. Ethan stood at the edge of the primary landing strip, his tailored black tactical suit pristine despite the early hour. Next to him loomed Gunnar, a silent giant in full combat rig, his scarred face betraying nothing. Colonel Vex adjusted his officer's cap with mechanical precision, his cybernetic eye glowing faintly blue in the soft morning light. And then there was General Dravik. The newly minted warlord of Vanya stood tall in freshly pressed fatigues, his massive frame radiating barely contained energy. His steel-gray eyes flickered between the horizon and his men, jaw clenched tight as if preparing for battle. "You're certain he's coming today?" Dravik's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he twitched fingers near his sidearm, a habit born from years of conflict. Ethan glanced at his chrono. 5 minutes. Vex smirked knowingly. "Nervous, General?" Dravik shot him a glare that could melt titanium. "I don't get nervous, I get prepared." Gunnar grunted in agreement. Then they heard it, the scream of engines cutting through the morning stillness, not the throaty roar of conventional jets but a piercing whine that promised something extraordinary. And then it appeared. The Osborne Phantom X sliced through cloud cover like a predator on the hunt, its matte black hull absorbing dawn light instead of reflecting it. With no visible seams or traditional exhaust ports, just smooth curves and razor-sharp edges, it was designed to evade radar and leave enemies trembling in its wake. As it descended gracefully, its wings reconfigured silently for optimal landing posture. Dravik's breath caught. "That's not a standard craft." Ethan's lips curled into a knowing smile. "The family head doesn't do standard." With barely a whisper, the Phantom X touched down. Its landing gear deployed soundlessly as engines powered down and silence enveloped them momentarily. Then came the lowering ramp. Arthur stepped into view, dressed in an impeccably tailored black officer's coat adorned with silver phoenix embroidery. He exuded power, sharp, calculated, utterly in control. His ice blue eyes scanned their ranks before locking onto Dravik's gaze. A grin tugged at Arthur's lips as he called out across the tarmac, "General." "Heard you've been busy." Dravik stiffened before snapping into a salute so sharp it could cut glass. Family head. Ethan, Vex, and Gunnar mirrored the gesture in perfect unison. As Arthur descended the ramp, his boots echoed against the metal floor like a drumbeat of authority. "At ease," he commanded, halting before Dravik and studying him with the keen eye of a sculptor assessing raw marble. "You look better than I expected." "War suits you." Dravik's jaw tightened. "Vera's dead." "So I heard," Arthur replied, his grin widening mischievously. "And what about the others?" "Gone," Gunnar interjected confidently. "Cleaned house just like you ordered." Arthur clapped Dravik on the shoulder, a gesture both reassuring and commanding. Then let's dive into details. The command center buzzed with frenetic energy, holographic displays flickering with real-time data from across Varnia. Arthur took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by his trusted inner circle. Vex activated the primary holodisplay situation report. The projection zoomed in on a topographic map of Varnia, key locations glowing in Osborne blue. Phase 1 complete, Veyru eliminated, Vex reported confidently. His forces surrendered or scattered after we dismantled his command structure. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. Casualties? Minimal on our end, Gunnar replied matter-of-factly. Dravik's men bore most of the fighting, but thanks to nanotech boosters, fatalities stayed under 3%. Arthur turned to Dravik with an approving glance. Your people held? The general's chest swelled with pride as he declared, like iron. Good. Arthur leaned forward eagerly. And what about those other warlords? Vex swapped to another display screen that revealed grim news. General Kolod, deceased sniper ran through his command tent. Broken bar. Admiral Vorsk, drowned during an accidental submarine malfunction. He paused for effect as Arthur steepled his fingers together thoughtfully. And their factions? Arthur probed further. They folded within hours, Vex confirmed. And what about the people? Arthur asked next. Ethan chimed in smoothly. Propaganda is already rolling out. You're being portrayed as the liberator who backed Dravik's rise, the man who ended a decade of civil war. A beat of silence hung in the air before Arthur burst into laughter, a rich sound that filled the room with warmth and confidence. Perfect. Dravik shifted uneasily in his chair. It creaked under his massive frame. What now? Arthur's grin sharpened like a blade ready for battle. Now, General, a broken Bayou rule. He tapped on the table to bring up a new schematic. A sprawling industrial complex materialized before them. Osborne Holdings will complete construction on refineries, mines, and trade hubs, he announced, his voice steady and commanding. You'll have full autonomy over domestic affairs, but remember, defense and foreign interests are my domain. Dravik's eyes narrowed, a hint of skepticism flickering across his face. For how long? Arthur met his gaze unflinchingly. As long as you remember who put you on that throne. The tension in the room thickened like fog rolling in at dawn. Then, unexpectedly, Dravik smiled. Then let's get to work. In the war room, energy buzzed in the air like static electricity. The rich aroma of freshly brewed Solarian coffee mingled with the scent of ozone, creating an atmosphere charged with potential. Holographic displays flickered with tactical readouts from Varnia's newly secured territories, but Arthur's focus was elsewhere. Leaning back in his command chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, he fixed his ice-blue eyes on Ethan. The Noctis continent, Arthur began smoothly, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Tell me we didn't just win a war only to lose out on the market. Ethan straightened up. His tailored suit remained immaculate despite the late hour. With a tap on his wristcom, the central holodisplay transformed from battle maps into a sprawling ledger of transactions, each line item glowing softly like gold dust. We didn't just penetrate the Noctis arms market, Ethan said with a smirk that hinted at mischief. We own 10% of it. The hologram zoomed in dramatically to reveal their operations. Country, Varnia, primary client, purchases: 5,000 XM42 plasma rifles, Tier 3 infantry, 200 T-90 main battle tanks, retrofit with Osborne reactive armor, 50 Nightshade stealth drones, Mark IV. Total revenue: 4.2 billion unicreds. Payments secured via 20% upfront, remainder in Varna crude oil exports. 5-year contract. Arthur nodded approvingly. Dravik's putting those new toys to good use. Ethan's grin sharpened further. Oh, that's just scratching the surface. Country, Hudson, black market pipeline, purchases: 10,000 CR-77 combat rifles. Black Iron Mercenary Group, 25 Havoc-class mobile artillery, Hudson Revolutionary Front, and 500 Shadow Cloak infiltration kits, unknown buyer. Total revenue: 6.8 billion unicreds, untraceable cryptocurrency, brokered through shell corporations. No direct ties to Osborne Holdings. Gunnar, who had been quietly absorbing the information, finally broke the silence with a low whistle. Shadow cloaks? Those are prototypes. Ethan shrugged nonchalantly. The buyer paid triple the market rate. It felt wasteful to turn it down. Arthur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, who's this mystery client? Unconfirmed, Ethan replied, his tone cautious. But rumors point to the Eastern Consortium. A moment of silence hung in the air like tension before a storm. Then Arthur burst into laughter. Beautiful. We're selling our enemies the very tools they'll use to hang themselves. Country, Silveries, government contract, purchases: 1 Aurora-class destroyer, naval fleet upgrade, 300 Skybreaker anti-air systems, city defense grid, and 12,000 tactical HUD visors, elite forces. Total revenue, 15 billion unicrods, 50% upfront, balance in mineral rights. Contract includes a 10-year maintenance agreement. Silveries is now functionally dependent on Osborne Tech. Vex, who had been glued to the data streams, finally chimed in. The destroyer has a backdoor firmware patch. If Silveries steps out of linear broken bar, Arthur waved dismissively. Let's just hope they don't. Country, the Iron Pact, mercenary coalition. Purchases: 200 Wraith-class exosuits, special operations, 5,000 Inferno thermite grenades and 3 Obsidian tactical nukes, discreet delivery. Total revenue, 9.5 billion unicrods. Gold-backed. Highest markup at an astonishing 400%. The buyer didn't even haggle. Gunner's scarred face twisted into an approving grin. They're gearing up for something big. A coup in Maldros, Ethan confirmed confidently. We're already positioning ourselves to sell the losing side their own package. Arthur's smile could have sliced through steel. Ethan, remind me to give you a raise. Ethan swiped the hologram, expanding it into a macro view, a mesmerizing, rotating globe of the Noctis continent, with every transaction glowing in vibrant blue pulses. Total revenue last quarter, 35.5 billion unicrods. Projected for next quarter, a staggering 50 billion unicrods, he announced. Arthur whistled, his eyebrows shooting up. That's not just business, that's a war economy. It gets even better, Ethan replied, excitement bubbling over as he pulled up another dataset. We've secured exclusive contracts with 3 of the continent's largest mercenary factions. They're not merely buying our weapons, they're leasing our intel networks, logistics systems, and even armed tech. Vex leaned in closer, eyes wide with intrigue. That's not just profit, that's serious leverage. Exactly. Ethan's eyes sparkled with ambition. We're no longer just their supplier, we're their lifeline. Arthur stood up and began pacing around the hologlobe, deep in thought. What's our bottleneck? Production, Gunner grunted from the corner. Our Venusian factories are running at 90% capacity. If we take on more orders, we'll need to expand. Arthur nodded decisively. Let's make it happen. And Ethana broken bar. Yes, Ethan replied eagerly, ready for more directives. Start funneling that black market crypto into our Orlean real estate ventures. It's time to legitimize this money. Ethan flashed a toothy grin, already on it. As the meeting wrapped up, Arthur caught Ethan's arm with a serious expression. The consortium, he murmured lowly, urgency creeping into his voice. You're sure they're buying? Ethan's smirk faded slightly as he met Arthur's gaze with icy determination. Absolutely positive, and here's the kicker. We're selling them defective shadow cloaks. Arthur blinked in disbelief before bursting into laughter, a rich, dark sound that echoed through the war room like thunder rolling across the sky. Outside, dawn broke over the Noctis continent, ushering in a new day and signaling the rise of a new empire. The air in Vanya's capital buzzed with an electric energy, a vibrant pulse that flowed through the throngs of people crammed into Unity Square. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions, of eager faces looked up at the towering marble podium where one man stood, illuminated by the golden light of dawn. General Dravik, now President Dravik, was a sight to behold in his crisp military uniform, a striking cobalt blue adorned with shimmering gold braiding and medals that sparkled like fallen stars on his chest. His steel-gray eyes scanned the crowd, his square jaw set with determination as he prepared to address this momentous occasion. Behind him, The presidential palace loomed large, its pristine white stone facade freshly scrubbed clean of the scars left by war. The national flag, a dove rising from a field of crimson, fluttered proudly in the breeze. As Dravik stepped forward, an explosion of sound erupted from the crowd, a deafening roar of cheers and chants filled with raw hope after decades of conflict. He raised his hands high, and just like that, silence fell as if dropped by a guillotine. People of Vanya. His voice boomed through Unity Square, amplified by hidden speakers and echoing off buildings still marked by bullet holes. Today, we stand together, not as North or South, not as soldiers or civilians, but as one nation. Another wave of cheers surged through the crowd. Camera drones buzzed overhead like excited bees, capturing every angle and broadcasting this historic moment across the globe. Dravik's tone shifted to something more intimate despite the sheer size of the audience. For 30 years, we bled. For 30 years, we buried our sons and daughters. No more. A woman in the front row couldn't hold back her tears. My first act as your president. He paused dramatically to let anticipation build. Total disarmament of all warlord factions. Their weapons will be melted down and reforged into plowshares, into schools and hospitals. The crowd erupted once more. Strangers embraced each other in joy while others wept openly in relief. Dravik continued outlining his ambitious vision. Economic revival zones, tax-free industrial hubs funded by Osborne Group. The Phoenix Fund, reparations for war victims. Universal conscription not for war but for rebuilding. Each promise met with thunderous applause echoed across Unity Square. Meanwhile, high above it all in the presidential suite of the Grand Vanya Hotel sat Arthur Osborne on a plush velvet sofa with a glass of Solarian whiskey dangling from his fingers. The wall-sized hollow screen displayed Dravik in stunning 8K resolution. Every bead of sweat glistened on his brow. Ethan stood near the window watching reality unfold through polarized glass. "He's good," he remarked casually. Arthur smirked knowingly. "I know." On screen, Dravik reached his peak moment, his voice booming with passion. "And to those who dare question this peace, who murmur that war is in our blood," he pounded a fist against his chest. "I say, look around you. This is who we truly are." The crowd erupted into a unified roar of approval, a living testament to his words. Arthur took a slow sip of whiskey, savoring the moment. "So, how many of those disarmed warlords are really on our payroll now?" Ethan didn't even glance at his tablet. 70%, the other 30. "They're gone." A low chuckle escaped Arthur's lips. "And what about the Phoenix Fund?" "Just shell companies," Ethan replied matter-of-factly. "Every single credit flows right back to Osborne Holdings." Arthur's grin was sly and satisfied. Beautiful. Outside, fireworks exploded in the night sky. Gold and crimson bursts lighting up Vanya's new dawn like a promise of hope and renewal. The salt-laden wind howled through the skeletal remains of Port Vanya's collapsed gantry cranes, making the rusted metal groan like dying beasts. Arthur Osborne stood at the edge of Dock 17, his custom-made shoes crunching on decades of accumulated corrosion flakes as he studied the graveyard of sunken freighters visible just beneath the oil-slicked waves. "Goodness," Ethan muttered beside him, wrinkling his nose at the stench of rotting seaweed and diesel. "Smells like a refinery hooked up with a landfill." Arthur didn't flinch. "You should have smelled it last month before the bioremediation teams started." He kicked a chunk of concrete into the water, watching the splash ripple outward. This dock alone had 3 mass graves from the siege of 38. Suddenly, a distant blast from a ship's horn cut through the heavy air. Ethan shielded his eyes against the glare as 20 massive freighters emerged from the morning haze like steel islands. "Damn, you really brought in the whole fleet." "Needed Titan's heavy lift cranes for those quantum shielding components," Arthur said absently, watching as automated systems began deploying anchor lines thicker than most trees. "Those generators weigh 800 tons each. Normal ports need 6 months just to prep for." "Arthur!" The shout came from their left, where George was picking his way across the unstable dock in handmade blue tie loafers that probably cost more than what most Vanyans made in a year. His navy Bryony suit was already collecting rust stains. "What on earth, cousin?" George spat as he reached them, gesturing wildly at the derelict port. "You drag me out here to this?" this post-apocalyptic wasteland without even breathe, George, Arthur interrupted calmly. You're going to love this. George opened his mouth but froze as Osborne Titan's forward cargo bay began unfolding like a mechanical flower, revealing rows of massive construction drones. Are those new Mark 7 autonomous bile drivers? Arthur grinned widely. With plasma-assisted drilling modules you helped develop. For once, George's outrage wavered. He adjusted his glasses, sudden and intrigued despite himself. Those haven't even cleared EU safety testing yet. Good thing we're not in Orlean Federation. Arthur pulled up a holographic display from his wrist. Its blue light cast eerie shadows across their faces. Full specs. Tell me what you think. George leaned in closer. His engineer instincts kicked in over irritation. You're using graphene-infused smart concrete for foundations? That's a broken bar. The only way to stabilize this godforsaken seabed, Arthur finished confidently. The original port sank 6 inches every year before all this chaos began. Wait, George exclaimed, pinching the hologram to zoom in on the load-bearing schematics. These support columns are rated for 150,000 metric tons. That's serious overkill even for a broken bar. Tier 4 quantum shielding requires structural integrity, Arthur interjected smoothly. When those cutscene storms roll in, we need to be ready. Ethan cleared his throat loudly, a playful smirk on his face. For those of us who didn't graduate from Pitt with a doctorate in civil engineering, a broken bar, care to explain? Arthur sighed, rolling his eyes. The port won't collapse when we install the force field generators. George continued muttering under his breath, as he manipulated the hologram. This tidal compensation system. Is it based on the Venice model? Modified version, Arthur replied confidently. We're using AI predictive algorithms to... Whoa. George suddenly zoomed in on another section. These energy consumption numbers can't be right. You'd need 3 nuclear reactors just to broken bar. Already purchased, Arthur said with an air of nonchalance. 2 SMR-300 small modular reactors from New Scale. They're currently en route to Titan. George's jaw dropped in disbelief. You got the Zephyrines to sell you actual broken bar, but what about export restrictions? Arthur's smile was sharp but cold. Turns out the Senate Armed Services Committee chairman has a gambling problem, and a mistress, and a secret bank account in the Caymans. A long silence followed as George absorbed both the technical schematics and their implications, finally exhaling sharply. You're building the most advanced port in human history, a broken bar in Vanya? He asked incredulously. Arthur gestured toward the dilapidated docks and sunken ships around them, sunlight glinting off bullet-riddled warehouses. Think about it, George. The cuts and straits handle 30% of global shipping. They're at capacity and choke pointed by politics and pirates. He spread his arms wide like an artist unveiling a masterpiece. This will be our alternative. Deep water access, AI-managed logistics, quantum-shielded storage. We'll undercut every major route by 18 to 22% transit time. Ethan whistled appreciatively. That's not just a port, that's practically a license to print money. George remained transfixed by the holograms, fingers twitching as if he wanted to tweak every detail. The regulatory hurdles a linear broken bar already handled, Arthur assured him casually. President Dravik signed an exclusive 99-year concession this morning. Another pause hung heavy between them as they listened to construction drones firing up outside, their plasma cutters screaming as they began dismantling old dock infrastructure. Finally, George shook his head in disbelief. You realize this will take at least 500 billion unicrods to complete? Arthur didn't flinch. Actually, it's 470.3 billion unicrods. Phase 1 is already fully funded through our Noctis arms sales. The what sales? George asked, eyebrows raised. Ethan clapped George on the shoulder with a grin. Sir George, trust me, you really don't want to know. As the first prefabricated dock segments were hoisted into place by the Titan's cranes, Arthur checked his watch. We need your transportation models integrated by Thursday. The first container ships arrive in 11 days. George's head snapped up in surprise. You've already sold the capacity? Arthur flashed a toothy smile. Every last at 220% of standard rates. The piercing sound of metal being cut mingled with engineers' shouts and the deep rumble of heavy machinery springing to life. What was once a desolate area was now buzzing with activity. Ethan leaned closer to Arthur as George wandered off, already berating some poor engineer about load-bearing tolerances. "Are you sure you want him running this?" Arthur watched his cousin passionately debate rebar density with a construction foreman twice his size and shrugged. "Who better? He's an insufferable perfectionist." A massive crane swung a 500-ton concrete pylon overhead, its shadow momentarily eclipsing the sun. "Besides," Arthur continued, turning back to witness the rebirth of an empire, "only an Osborne could build something worthy of that name." The Noctis continent, a modern continent where nations clash not just with tanks and drones but also through cyber warfare. 10 times larger than Earth itself, Pantera is so vast that Noctis alone could accommodate several Earth-sized nations within its borders. Of its 12 sister continents, Noctis stands out as the most volatile, a battleground where 60% of its countries are embroiled in conflict. Some are mired in civil wars, their streets are strewn with propaganda banners and the remnants of bombed-out buildings. Others wage wars of expansion, armies clashing at disputed borders, and then there are those swift coups, often funded by foreign powers seeking influence. Varnia, the largest nation on Noctis, has been one such battleground for 30 long years. With over 5 billion people spread across dense urban sprawls and vast rural landscapes, Varnia was once fractured, its government weak and provinces ruled by warlords and separatists. But now, thanks to President Dravik, Arthur's Dravik, it appears stably broken by, or at least it seems that way. Varnia's geography is as diverse as its political landscape. The northern reaches, a breathtaking expanse of snow-capped mountains and sprawling tundras, brimming with rare minerals and oil. Then there are the central plains, where endless farmlands meet buzzing megacities. 80% of the population resides in towering arcologies amidst neon-lit streets that pulse with life. Finally, we have the southern archipelago, a stunning chain of 100 tropical islands near the equator, largely untouched by industrialization. Most of these islands remain uninhabited, their lush jungles dense and coastlines pristine. A handful boast small fishing villages where locals live simple lives, blissfully unaware of the power plays unfolding on the mainland. Zenith City, the heart of Varnia, the presidential office. Step inside Zenith City's presidential office, a sleek marvel of glass and steel that starkly contrasts with the bullet-riddled bunkers Dravik once commanded from. A floor-to-ceiling window offers a breathtaking panoramic view of Kolodrad's skyline, its skyscrapers sparkling under the midday sun. In this modern sanctuary, a holographic map of Varnia hums to life, showcasing topography, resource deposits, and population densities in dazzling detail. Arthur stands before it with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, studying the southern islands like a chess master contemplating his next move. Ethan lounges in a plush chair nearby, swirling a glass of fine Varnian bourbon. "You know," he quips with a relaxed grin, "most people just buy one private island, you're going for 100. Arthur smirks back. "I like options." Dravik leans against his desk, now clad in a tailored presidential suit instead of military fatigues, with arms crossed defiantly. "They're worthless. No infrastructure, no industry. Barely any people." Arthur taps on the hologram to zoom in on the archipelago's vibrant details. "Exactly. No politics, no protests, no prying eyes." Dravik's jaw tightens at Arthur's boldness. "You want to build something there?" "Several somethings," Arthur admits nonchalantly. Ethan chuckles again. He's being modest. He wants to build everything there. Dravik exhales sharply through clenched teeth. "You're turning my country into your personal playground." Arthur turns to face him directly. His expression remains calm yet resolute. "No, I'm transforming those islands into a secure base for operations while leaving the rest of Varnia for you to govern and profit from as you see fit." A flicker passes through Dravik's eyes. Frustration, resignation. "And if I say no?" Arthur doesn't flinch. His gaze is unwavering. "You won't." A tense silence hung in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Ethan, ever the peacemaker, took a thoughtful sip of his drink before breaking the stillness. Think about it this way, Dravik. Right now, those islands are bringing in absolutely nothing. But if the family head develops them, suddenly, they're worth billions. We're talking taxes, jobs, trade, all flowing back into Vanya. Dravik rubbed his temple, clearly skeptical. And what exactly do you plan to build that requires 100 islands? Arthur flashed a confident smile. A secure residence, private docks, research facilities. Ethan chimed in with a wink, maybe even a casino or two. For morale. Dravik scoffed dismissively. You really expect me to buy that? Arthur's demeanor shifted slightly, less negotiator and more commanding figure. What I expect, Dravik, is for you to remember who put you in that chair. You wanted to be president, I made it happen. Now I'm asking for something in return. Dravik's fingers twitched as if reaching for an invisible weapon. So you think you own me? Arthur tilted his head thoughtfully. I backed you up. There's a difference. Another pause enveloped them like fog rolling over the sea as the hologram flickered ominously, casting shifting blue light across their faces. Finally, Dravik let out a heavy sigh. Fine, the islands are yours, but under one condition. Arthur raised an eyebrow with curiosity dancing in his eyes. Name it. Dravik took a deep breath and stated firmly, Vanyan workers get priority on all construction projects. I won't stand by while my people starve just so you can import cheap labor. Arthur nodded appreciatively. That's reasonable. After another beat of silence filled the room like tension before a storm, Dravik grudgingly extended his hand. Arthur grasped it firmly. The deal was sealed. Ethan lifted his glass high with enthusiasm. To new beginnings. As Arthur glanced back at the hologram, his mind buzzed with possibilities and plans already taking shape. Somewhere among those untouched islands lay the future of the Osborne Empire waiting to rise, and no one, not rival corporations nor even the Orlean Federation, could stand in his way. The heavy doors of the presidential palace hissed shut behind them as Arthur and Ethan stepped into the crisp afternoon air. The sprawling courtyard stretched before them, a manicured expanse of imported marble and native Vanyan ironwood trees, their dark leaves rustling in the breeze. At the far end, a sleek, armored limousine waited, its blackened windows reflecting the palace's towering silhouette. Ethan adjusted his cufflinks, his sharp eyes scanning the perimeter. Out of habit. You catch the way Dravik hesitated when you mentioned the islands? Ethan adjusted his cufflinks, his keen eyes scanning the perimeter, a habit ingrained in him over years of vigilance. Did you catch Dravik's hesitation when you brought up the islands? Arthur continued walking, the polished soles of his Oxfords clicking against the stone pathway. He was testing the leash. Ethan smirked, a glint of mischief in his gaze. And here I thought we'd trained him better. As they approached the limo, a pair of Aegis operatives clad in civilian suits, yet unmistakably armed, flanked the doors. One offered a curt nod before opening the rear door. Arthur slid inside without a word, and Ethan followed suit, the door sealing shut behind them with a soft thud. Inside, they were enveloped by silence. The city's hum faded into a distant murmur. The plush leather seats and polished mahogany console stocked with vintage Solarian whiskey created an atmosphere of both comfort and control. The faint scent of ozone from built-in security systems hinted at layers of protection beneath their luxurious surroundings. Ethan poured 2 glasses, watching as the amber liquid caught the light before handing one to Arthur. He's getting comfortable. Too comfortable. Arthur accepted his drink and swirled it absently. Power does that to men. The limo glided away smoothly, passing through palace gates and into Zenith City bustling government district. Neon signs flickered to life as dusk settled, casting vibrant hues of blue and gold across the streets. Ethan leaned back, eyes fixed on the skyline racing past them like fleeting thoughts. Do you think he'll push back? Arthur took a measured sip from his glass. Not yet. But he will. Ethan exhaled sharply through his nose, shaking his head in disbelief. We handed him a country on a silver platter, no more warlords or civil wars, just a throne and a damn flag to wave. And now he acts like he built it himself. Arthur's expression remained inscrutable as ever. He's not stupid. He knows where real power lies. For now, Ethan retorted sharply. But men like Dravik, they don't stay grateful for long. They start thinking they earned it. As they turned onto a wide boulevard lined with skyscrapers, crowds thinned out in this high-security corporate sector. Arthur's attention was drawn to a holographic billboard flashing Osborne's sigil, a flashy advertisement for their latest quantum computing division. "He's useful," Arthur finally said after some contemplation. "For now." Ethan raised an eyebrow skeptically. "And when he's not?" With deliberate precision, Arthur traced his finger around the rim of his glass while contemplating their next move. "Then we find someone else." Ethan smirked, swirling his drink with a casual confidence. "You already have a replacement in mind, don't you?" Arthur paused, letting the question hang in the air like smoke before tapping a command into the limo's console. Suddenly, a holographic display flickered to life between them, illuminating the dark interior with a wealth of information: military records, psychological evaluations, financial trails. Colonel Veyres second-in-command, General Raskov. Ethan raised an eyebrow and whistled softly. "The Iron Bear?" "Seriously?" Arthur zoomed in on the profile, a grizzled veteran sporting a cybernetic arm and notorious for his brutal efficiency. "Loyal to Vera until the bitter end. Now he's rotting away in a black site prison thanks to Dravik's so-called cleansing campaign." Ethan's grin morphed into something predatory. "Let me guess, you had him extracted." Arthur's silence spoke volumes. Leaning forward, Ethan pressed on. "So we've got ourselves a spare." "That's good news." "But Dravik's still riding high on popularity. You can't just swap him out like an old circuit board." Arthur's smile was razor-thin as he replied, "No, but what if evidence surfaced linking him to war crimes? Or if his beloved economic miracle started grumbling beneath him?" Ethan chuckled at the audacity of it all. "You'd be willing to ruin the country just to take him down?" Arthur met his gaze steadily. "I'd rebuild it better." As they approached a private airfield where Arthur's sleek Phantom X awaited them, its engines humming softly against the evening breeze, the tension crackled in the air like static electricity. Ethan finished off his drink and raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Aren't you worried about blowback if others and will definitely catch wind of this if Vanya destabilizes again?" Stepping out of the limo, Arthur let the wind tug at his coat dramatically as he replied coolly, "Then we'll make sure they're too busy dealing with their own chaos to notice ours." Ethan followed closely behind, his mind racing through countless scenarios and possibilities. "You're cooking up something much bigger than this." Without turning back as he strode towards the jet, Arthur simply said, "Always." With a swift motion, the hatch sealed behind them and engines roared to life as the Phantom X soared into the darkening sky above Kolograd, a city whose lights shimmered below like scattered jewels across velvet fabric. And somewhere within the presidential palace, Dravik stood by his window gazing at that same horizon, perhaps pondering how long his grip on power would last. A broken bar. A week later, the conference room made temporary Osborne Tower, Zenith City. As Arthur stood at the head of the sleek obsidian table, he couldn't help but admire the breathtaking view outside. The glass walls of the conference room framed a vibrant panorama of Zenith City, a skyline ablaze with neon lights, its towering structures jutting into the night like jagged teeth. The city was alive and buzzing, caught in a whirlwind of rebuilding and recovery, blissfully unaware of the invisible strings being pulled from within. Dressed in a tailored black suit that absorbed the sterile light around him, Arthur drummed his fingers on the polished surface of the table, a slow, deliberate rhythm that echoed ominously through the tense air. Across from him sat President Dravik, his military posture starkly contrasting with his finely tailored presidential suit. His steel-gray eyes darted nervously between Ethan, who lounged casually in his seat, and Gunnar, standing sentinel by the door like a statue carved from war. Colonel Vex hovered nearby, his cybernetic eye flickering as he scrolled through holographic reports. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the kind you feel just before a storm breaks. Arthur finally broke the silence, his voice smooth yet edged with authority. "The war is over, Dravik. Now comes the hard part, rebuilding." Dravik's jaw tightened in response. "I'm aware." Arthur smirked knowingly. "Are you?" With a wave of his hand, he commanded attention. As the door hissed open, in marched 50 men and women whose presence demanded silence. Dressed impeccably, From sharp corporate blacks to academic robes and even military precision, they all radiated an aura of calculated brilliance. "Meet your new government," Arthur announced grandly, spreading his arms wide. Dravik shot up from his chair, fists clenched tightly at his sides. "What on earth is this?" Ethan chuckled lightly while swirling a glass of Varnian bourbon. "A gift. Talented people are hard to find these days. Let's be honest, your current cabinet is either dead or hiding away." With a tap on the table, Arthur conjured a holographic projection filled with hundreds of dossiers, each one detailing names, specialties, and loyalties. "These are some of the brightest minds in finance, infrastructure, military logistics, you name it. They'll fill your ministries immediately." Dravik's expression darkened as he glared at Arthur. "You're trying to fill my government with your puppets." Arthur's smile was cold and unyielding. "I prefer to think of them as allies." A chill swept through the room. Gunnar shifted slightly, his massive frame effectively blocking any chance for escape. Vex's cybernetic eye whirred softly as it analyzed Dravik's biometrics, heart rate spiking and rage simmering just beneath the surface. Dravik stepped forward, his voice a low growl that rumbled like distant thunder. "You don't get to decide who runs my country." Arthur's expression turned as cold as ice. "Your country?" He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a sharp whisper that sliced through the tension like a knife. "You have a throne because I allowed it. You wield power because I granted it. And if you forget that..." He didn't need to finish, the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Dravik's nostrils flared, but he stood his ground, refusing to back down. With an almost casual air, Arthur leaned back, shifting gears into business mode. "Now, let's talk funding." Suddenly, a holographic projection shimmered above the table, a staggering figure, 300 billion unicrods. Enough money to breathe life back into entire cities. Dravik couldn't help but catch his breath at the sight. "This," Arthur said with an air of authority, "is Varnia's lifeline: hospitals, schools, roads, and loyalty." Ethan tossed a cred chip onto the table with a clatter. "Every transaction will be monitored, every misallocation tracked. And if even one credit goes missing?" His tone was ominous. Gunnar cracked his knuckles menacingly beside him. Dravik's voice came out hoarse and strained. "You don't trust me?" Arthur let out a laugh, a cold, mirthless sound that echoed off the walls. "Trust is irrelevant here. Compliance is mandatory." Straightening his cuffs with deliberate precision, he added coolly, "You have 1 week to install these ministers. After that, I expect progress." Dravik's fists trembled at his sides as he challenged him defiantly. "And if I refuse?" Arthur didn't even glance back as he walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the cityscape below. His response was chillingly calm. "Then Varnia will need a new president. And besides," he shot over his shoulder with an edge of mockery in his tone, "I know you're not that stupid." The tension in the room was palpable, as thick as fog on a winter morning. Arthur turned from the panoramic window, his custom-made shoes clicking sharply against the obsidian floor, a sound that seemed to echo in the silence left behind by the 50 elite operatives who had just filed out with military precision. They moved like shadows, their expensive footwear making no noise on the sound-dampening flooring. Only when the doors sealed shut with a pressurized hiss did Arthur break the silence. "Now that we've settled personnel matters," he said, his voice smooth and rich like aged whiskey, "let's dive into how we'll actually rebuild this shattered nation of yours." With a swift motion, he tapped commands into the sleek table interface. The air above it shimmered, and 3 massive holographic blueprints materialized, each one representing an industrial complex so grand it would have been unimaginable in pre-war Varnia. The first schematic expanded to dominate the left side of the table, revealing a sprawling metallurgical marvel. Arthur zoomed in on towering smelting structures that reached nearly a kilometer into the sky. "Phase 1 of our economic revitalization," he explained, rotating the projection to unveil underground levels. "On the surface, this will be the largest green steel production facility on Noctis continent, carbon neutral and AI optimized, capable of producing 3 million metric tons annually." Dravik's cybernetic eye whirred as it focused intently on sub-level schematics. And below? Ethan chuckled lightly while swirling his bourbon. That's where things get really interesting. Arthur smirked and tapped another command. Suddenly, 12 subterranean floors appeared in vivid detail. Advanced alloy research and production will take place here. Will supply 78% of Noctis's arms market within 5 years. Just imagine, the graphene-reinforced plating alone will. This violates every arms treaty Vanya has signed. Dravik slammed his fist onto the table. Arthur didn't flinch. Exactly why it will be registered as agricultural equipment manufacturing. He raised an eyebrow at Dravik. Really? Must I explain basic obfuscation to you? Next came a breathtaking biotech campus nestled in what looked like a reclaimed wasteland, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Towering vertical farms stood alongside gleaming medical research facilities. Publicly, Arthur continued smoothly, this will serve as our humanitarian showpiece, genetically modified crops to end famine, cutting-edge medical research, and even the largest hospital complex south of Orleans border. Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he interfaced with this new schematic. Those level 4 biocontainment zones seem extensive for just humanitarian projects. Why? Because they are. Arthur zoomed in on a sealed underground facility, his voice steady and unwavering. While the surface churns out vaccines, our Black Orchid division is hard at work developing customized neurotoxins and combat stimulants right here. Just think about the possibilities with our stem cell research. You're turning my country into a weapons lab. Dravik roared, his face flushing crimson with anger. Ethan let out a dramatic sigh. We're transforming ruins into revenue streams, my friend. Try to keep up. The final schematic materialized on the screen, revealing a colossal coastal development that made Dravik's remaining organic eye widen in disbelief. Above ground, a bustling trade port came to life with cranes stretching skyward like metallic giants. Our crown jewel, Arthur declared, an unusual spark of enthusiasm lighting up his expression. It's deep enough to accommodate the largest container ships and equipped with automated logistics systems that will make it the most efficient port in the southern hemisphere. Gunnar, who had been silent until now, pointed towards the underwater extensions. And those? Arthur flashed a predatory smile. Submerged construction allows for certain a broken bar, shall we say, deniable assets. Think quantum-shielded dry docks for naval prototyping and submarine bends that don't officially exist. He tapped on a hidden layer of the schematic. Plus, a direct link to our underwater cable network for global surveillance. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the implications sank in. Dravik's hands trembled on the table as he struggled to process what he was hearing. You're not rebuilding Vanya, you're building our broken bar. Our broken bar. A fortress? Ethan suggested helpfully. A throne, Arthur corrected smoothly, from which we will control the entire Noctis economic sphere. Dravik shot up from his chair with such force that it screeched against the floor. I won't allow this. The people will never. The people? Arthur's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper that sent chills down spines. The people will cheer when their children have full bellies and their streets are safe again. They'll sing your praises when jobs return and pensions are paid. What do you think they'll care about if you are broken bar extracurricular facilities? Ethan leaned forward conspiratorially. And if anyone starts asking too many questions? He gestured toward Gunnar, who activated his wristcom. A holographic news feed flickered to life, displaying footage of Roskov's prison transport mysteriously exploding in flames. Accidents happen in rebuilding zones. Arthur stood tall, pacing around the table with a determined stride until he was just inches from Dravik's face. Sign the construction orders, he urged, his voice steady and commanding. Implement my ministers, and you'll be remembered as Vanya's savior. With a firm hand, he pressed down on Dravik's shoulder, heavy and unyielding, like the weight of a collapsing building. But refuse? Then you'll become just another failed revolutionary in a long line of forgotten dreams. Outside the tower, the first construction drones soared into the sky, their shadows sweeping over the city like the wings of a magnificent mechanical phoenix rising from the ashes of war. The moment the door sealed behind Dravik, Arthur didn't move. His eyes, glacial and calculating, flicked toward Gunnar and Vex. A silent command. Gunnar was already reaching into his coat, withdrawing a small, matte black device. He pressed a button, and a low hum filled the air as electromagnetic interference fields snapped into place. The holographic displays flickered momentarily before stabilizing, now completely isolated from any external networks. Vex's cybernetic eye cycled through security protocols, confirming what they already knew. All signals dead. No surveillance, no leaks. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as if shedding an invisible weight. Then, he turned to face them fully. It's time. Arthur exhaled deeply, rolling his shoulders as if shedding an invisible burden. He turned to face the group fully, his expression serious. It's time. Ethan raised an eyebrow, swirling his drink lazily. Time for what, exactly? Because if this is about that yacht you've been eyeing, I'm vetoing the gold trim. Tacky. Arthur didn't smile. Time for the Noctis continent. A heavy silence settled over the room. Gunnar crossed his arms, his scarred face unreadable. Vex's fingers stilled over his wristcom. Even Ethan's smirk faded slightly. Letting the weight of his words linger in the air, Arthur continued, Vanya was just the first piece. Now we take the rest. Ethan was quick to recover, leaning forward with elbows on the table and sharp eyes locked onto Arthur's. You're not satisfied with just one country? Arthur's lips curled into a slight smirk. Number. Vex frowned. The Noctis continent has over 130 sovereign states. Even if 60% are at war, that's 80 opportunities. Arthur interjected smoothly. 80 Vanyas waiting to happen. Gunnar's voice rumbled lowly. You want to replicate the Dravik playbook? Arthur nodded once in agreement. Exactly. Ethan let out a slow whistle of realization. So what? We just pick the next war zone, find some warlord with delusions of grandeur, and prop him up? Not just any warlord, Arthur corrected firmly. The right ones, the ones who can win but only with our help. He tapped the table, and a holographic display flickered to life, a map of Noctis filled with red markers blooming across the continent like open wounds, active war zones, rebellions, failing states. Arthur zoomed in on one marker, Khartsin. The image resolved into a desert nation where oil fields blazed under artillery fire. Currently in its 7th year of civil war, he explained calmly. The sitting government is weak and corrupt. They're running out of money while fractured rebel factions gain ground. Ethan's eyes gleamed with interest. And let me guess, you've already picked your horse. Arthur smirked again. Colonel Vasek, former special forces and popular with the troops, pragmatic enough to take a deal. Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he scanned through data rapidly. He's currently losing because he lacks resources, Arthur replied confidently. We fix that. Gunnar grunted thoughtfully. And when he wins, then Khartsin becomes another Vanya, Arthur stated simply. Our refineries, our ports are broken by our soldiers. Ethan chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. And what if he gets a broken bar? Ungrateful. Arthur's expression darkened, the weight of his words heavy in the air. Then we remind him what happened to the last man who forgot who put him in power. A tense silence enveloped the room as Arthur shifted his focus to the next marker on their digital map, Silveries. The hologram flickered and transformed into a coastal nation, its capital besieged by separatists. Their parliament is crumbling, Arthur continued, his voice steady and commanding. The military is divided. Perfect conditions for a coup. Vex frowned, concern etching his features. But Silveries has strong ties to the Orlean Federation. If we move openly, we don't, Arthur interjected sharply. We let their own people do it. We just a broken bar guide the knife. Ethan grinned widely, excitement bubbling within him. My favorite kind of diplomacy. Arthur pressed on, highlighting nation after nation. Moldros, oil-rich and currently under sanctions, ripe for regime change. The Iron Pact, mercenary coalition, Bible with the right contracts. Eastern Kolod, famine-stricken, easy to manipulate through aid. By the time he finished, the entire map pulsed ominously red, a continent waiting to be carved up like a feast at a banquet. Gunnar finally broke the silence, his voice gravelly yet resolute. This isn't just expansion, this is conquest. Arthur met Gunnar's gaze head-on. It's inevitability. Ethan stretched lazily, cracking his neck with a smirk. All right then. So we've got the vision, Now how do we make it happen? With a decisive tap on the table, Arthur summoned another set of files, black budgets, shell corporations, encrypted communication channels all materialized before them. Phase 1. Identify assets. Vex's fingers danced over the interface as he pulled up dossiers filled with crucial intel. We'll need boots on the ground, local contacts who can whisper in all the right ears. Already in motion, Arthur replied confidently. Aegis teams are embedded in 6 priority zones. More will follow suit. Ethan whistled appreciatively. I see you've been busy, boss. Ignoring Ethan's comment, Arthur pressed forward. Phase 2. Resource allocation. Gunnar grunted affirmatively. Weapons, vehicles, cash, and legitimacy, Arthur added firmly. Media control and propaganda. We shape the narrative before any shots are fired. Vex nodded vigorously. I can have our networks prepped within days. Arthur turned to Ethan, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Phase 3. Deniable operations. Ethan's grin transformed into something predatory. Ah, the fun part. Think false flags, assassinations, economic sabotage, Arthur enumerated, his tone steady and deliberate. We ensure our candidates are the only viable options left. Gunnar crossed his arms, skepticism etched on his face. And what happens when the other powers catch wind of this? The Orleans? The consortium? Arthur's smile was as cold as steel. By the time they figure it out, it'll be far too late. A thick silence enveloped them for a moment. Then Ethan leaned back in his chair, swirling his bourbon thoughtfully. Just to clarify, you're talking about taking over an entire continent? Arthur didn't flinch. Yes. Through proxy wars? Absolutely. And without anyone noticing, until it's done. Ethan chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. You really don't think small, do you, boss? Arthur finally allowed himself a smirk. Nope. Vex let out a sharp breath. The scaly broken bar. The risk a broken bar. The reward, Arthur interjected confidently. Unified control over Noctis resources, a stranglehold on global trade routes, an empire waiting to be built. Gunnar's voice dropped to a whisper. And if we fail? Arthur's gaze remained unwavering. We won't. The hologram flickered ominously as red markers spread across the map like bloodstains, each one representing another step towards their audacious goal. Outside, the sun hung over Zenith City with a hesitant glow, while somewhere in the distance, dark clouds gathered. A storm was brewing. The hologlobe of Noctis pulsed ominously between them, its war-torn nations drenched in Osborne crimson. Arthur stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dawn light slicing through the room, casting his silhouette into a sharp blade of shadow against the rising sun. Now that we've wrapped up our plans for the Noctis continent, he said, turning to face Ethan and the others with a confident smile, let's divide the work. Ethan swirled his drink, watching ice clink against glass. Do I get a shiny title? Lord of Gunrunning has a nice ring to it. Arthur chose to ignore him. With a flick of his fingers, the hologlobe zoomed in on the Iron Belt, the industrial war zone of Noctis. Ethan, you're still in charge of arms sales, Arthur stated firmly. Ethan's smirk sharpened. Ah, my favorite kind of diplomacy. I want 50% market saturation, Arthur declared with intensity. Every warlord, every rebel faction, every backwater militia should be dependent on our weapons. If they pull a trigger, it should be with an Osborne-made gun. Ethan leaned forward as amusement faded from his expression. That's not just business, that's monopoly. That's control, Arthur replied with a smirk. Phase 1. Flood the markets. Sell at cost if you have to. Phase 2. Once they're hooked, we raise prices. Phase 3. We own their wars. Ethan drummed his fingers against his glass thoughtfully. And when the Pantra Council cries foul? Arthur's smile turned razor sharp. Let them cry. By then, it'll be too late. He shifted his focus to Gunnar next. Gunnar, you will lead Aegis 7. The giant remained stoic but tightened his grip over crossed arms as if bracing for impact. I want you to expand operations, 5 new battalions by year's end. Full deniability, no uniforms, no flags, just results. Gunnar's voice was gravelly as he asked, budget? Arthur tapped the table. A figure materialized. 20 billion unicreds appeared before them like an enticing promise. Recruit from war zones, veterans, orphans. The desperate ones among us. Offer them purpose and loyalty. Gunner's eyes lit up with determination as he grinned slightly. You want an army? I want a scalpel, Arthur clarified sharply. Precision strike a broken bar regime change broken bar accidents. Aegis will shape nations, an invisible hand until it strikes. Finally, Arthur turned to Vex. Vex, you're taking the reins of Black Valley. The Colonel's cybernetic eye whirred to life, data streams flickering like a digital storm across its lens. I want you to triple production, Arthur commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. Get our R&D labs working around the clock. We need next-gen drones, AI targeting systems, and the Cinder protocol operational in 6 months. Vex stiffened. That's biological. Arthur didn't flinch. And a heavy silence enveloped the room. Even Ethan paused, his usual smirk replaced by an expression of concern. Vex exhaled slowly. It'll be done. Ethan swirled his drink thoughtfully, watching the hologlobe rotate like a miniature planet. So let me get this straight. I bribe, threaten, and seduce every arms dealer on the continent. Gunner builds a shadow army. Vex conjures nightmare weapons in his evil lair. He raised his glass with a wry smile. And you, family head? What's your role in this grand scheme? Arthur's gaze remained unwavering as a slow smirk crept onto his face. I win. Ethan chuckled softly, but there was no real joy in it. And what happens when one of these warlords gets too ambitious? When Aegis operatives start sniffing around? Or when Vex's lab rats grow a conscience? Arthur strolled to the window, gazing down at the sprawling city below him. Then we replace them. Gunner shifted uncomfortably in his seat. You're talking about playing God? Arthur turned sharply, eyes icy as glaciers. No, gods are merciful. An oppressive silence settled over them. Finally, Vex cleared his throat and spoke up. The USS won't ignore this forever. Their intelligence networks are already probing our borders. Arthur curled his lip dismissively. Let them probe. By the time they catch wind of what we're doing, they'll be begging for terms. Ethan snorted derisively. Or they'll just nuke us. They won't, Arthur replied with chilling certainty, because we'll own their banks, their media outlets, hell, even their politicians. He tapped on the hologlobe until it transformed into an intricate web of financial transactions swirling before them like some dark magic spell. Phase 4, economic strangulation. Every bullet we sell, every soldier we train, it all flows back to us. Gunner clenched his jaw tightly. And what about the people? Arthur's smile was unsettlingly calm as he replied, what about them? Ethan set his glass down slowly, savoring the moment before he spoke. You know, boss, he began, a hint of mischief in his eyes, there's a fine line between empire and tyranny. Arthur didn't even glance up from his thoughts. There's no line at all, he replied flatly. Vex's fingers danced over his wrist, urgency in his tone. I'll need access to the Venusian labs. Some of those Cinder variants require zero-G synthesis. Granted, Arthur said without hesitation. Gunner cracked his neck with a satisfying pop. I'll start recruitment in Kutsin. Plenty of hungry soldiers there. Good, Arthur nodded. Ethan stood up, straightening his suit as if preparing for battle. Well, I've got arms dealers to charm. Try not to burn down the continent without me. His grin was sharp and playful. Finally turning to face them, Arthur locked eyes with each member of the team in turn. One last thing, he said, his voice dropping to an ominous whisper that sent shivers down their spines. They paused, tension thickening the air. If any of you hesitate, if any of you falter, I'll know. His words hung like a guillotine's blade poised to drop, and I'll replace you. A chilling silence followed until Ethan broke it with a grin that was both sharp and dangerous. Wouldn't have it any other way. As they filed out one by one, Arthur returned to the window, watching the sunrise cast Noctis in hues of gold and crimson, a beautiful contrast to the dark intentions brewing beneath its surface. Somewhere below him, shipments of weapons were already being loaded for chaos ahead. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Aegis 7's first recruits were being drawn into an uncertain fate. And deep within Black Valley, vials containing the volatile Cinder protocol hissed ominously to life. 1 month later, Ravanian skies. The helicopter sliced through the storm clouds like a knife, its engines humming a deep, rhythmic tune that reverberated in the reinforced cabin. Arthur sat with his back to the cockpit, fingers steepled under his chin, eyes glued to the swirling gray clouds outside. Across from him, President Dravik fidgeted nervously in his seat, his usually composed demeanor fraying at the edges with barely concealed irritation. Next to Dravik were his trusted advisors, General Orlov, Defense Minister Koval, and Chief of Staff Vera Petrovna. All hand-picked by Arthur's recommendations, though they remained blissfully unaware of this fact. "Where the hell are we going, Osborne?" Dravik finally snapped over the roar of the rotor blades. Arthur didn't flinch. "Patience." Petrovna leaned forward diplomatically. "Mr. Osborne, with all due respect, you pulled us out of a Security Council meeting without an explanation." "The President's schedule is, flexible," Arthur interjected coolly, leaving no room for debate. Dravik's jaw tightened. "You don't get to decide my schedule." Arthur turned just enough to lock eyes with Dravik. "Don't I?" The silence that followed was heavier than the storm clouds outside. Olaf, a bear of a man with a cybernetic eye reminiscent of Vex's, cleared his throat. "If this is about delays in the Phoenix Initiative." "It's not about delays," Arthur cut him off sharply. "It's about results." The helicopter jolted as it hit turbulence. Koval gripped his armrests until his knuckles turned white. Ethan lounged casually in the co-pilot's seat and swiveled around with a grin. "Relax, folks. If Boss wanted you dead, you'd already be splattered on the pavement." Dravik's eye twitched at Ethan's nonchalance. "That's not comforting." "Wasn't meant to be," Ethan replied cheekily. Arthur checked his chrono. 10 minutes. And 10 minutes later a broken bar. The clouds parted like curtains drawn aside. Before them lay an astonishing sight. What had once been a crumbling relic of an old Vanyan military base was now transformed into something monstrous and awe-inspiring. A sprawling complex of blackened steel and reinforced plasteel stretched across the horizon. Its sheer scale defied belief. 6-tier defense walls bristled with auto turrets. Hangars loomed large enough to house entire battalions of mesh runways capable of launching full wings of stealth bombers simultaneously sprawled out before them, and at its heart stood a command spire that pierced the sky like a dagger aimed at heaven itself. Dravik's breath hitched in his throat as the scene unfolded before him. Petrovna gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Orlov's cybernetic eye flickered, zooming in and out as if struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight. Koval murmured something that sounded like a prayer, his voice barely audible over the tension in the air. Dravik turned to Arthur, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and confusion. "Holy shit! What is this?" Arthur's grin spread slowly across his face, deliberate and unsettling. "Progress." As the helicopter descended toward a landing pad emblazoned with the Osborne sigil, Dravik noticed a line of generals and commanders standing at attention below. Their uniforms were crisp, their salutes sharp, but none of them looked at Dravik. Every single one acknowledged Arthur first. The moment the vehicle touched down, the hatch hissed open, releasing a gust of wind mixed with the acrid scent of industrial lubricants. Arthur was the first to step out, his coat billowing around him like a living shadow. Dravik stumbled after him, legs unsteady, not from the flight but from sheer disbelief. This was the old 12th Division outpost, he muttered, staring at the colossal structure looming before them. It was abandoned. Derelict. "How?" "You said Vanya needed a modern military," Arthur replied casually as he strode forward without looking back. "So I built one." Olaf, ever vigilant as a soldier should be, began assessing the defenses surrounding them. "Those are Mark 7 pulse turrets, a broken bar. That's Zephyrian tech." "How did you a broken bar?" "Trade secrets," Ethan chimed in with an easy smile as he fell into step beside Arthur. A general approached with a face chiseled from stone and snapped off another salute. "Facility is operational at 92% capacity, sir. Final systems coming online within the week." Arthur nodded approvingly. "Good." Dravik's expression darkened as he interjected incredulously, "Sir?" "You address him as sir?" The general didn't even glance in his direction. Petrovna, ever the politician, sought to salvage what remained of their dignity. "This ice a broken bar. Impressive, Mr. Osborne." "Truly impressive." "But surely this took years to plan, the resources required, the manpower a broken bar. Arthur finally turned to face them. His eyes glinted dangerously in response to her question. A month. Silence hung heavy in the air. Dravik clenched his fists tightly at his sides. That's impossible. Arthur merely shrugged nonchalantly. And yet here we are. Koval wiped sweat from his brow and gestured weakly toward their surroundings. The cost still a near broken bar. That's irrelevant, Arthur interjected, his tone sharp and unwavering. What truly matters is that Vanya now possesses the most advanced military complex on the Noctis continent. And it's mine. Dravik's voice cut through the air like a knife. Yours? Arthur met his gaze with unyielding confidence. Did you honestly believe I would hand you the keys to an army? As I've said before, you manage the domestic affairs of our country while I handle military operations and international threats. The truth settled over Dravik like a heavy shroud. This wasn't a gift, it was a leash. Arthur guided them through the complex as if he were a king unveiling his grand castle. With each step, they encountered more staggering sights. The armory, rows upon rows of next-gen plasma rifles, sleek mesh suits, and enough ammunition to wage a decade-long war. The drone command center, a bustling hive of technicians monitoring autonomous kill swarms capable of reducing a city to ashes in mere minutes. The barracks, hundreds of thousands of soldiers training in perfect synchrony. None of them Vanyan conscripts but loyalists purchased from the system mall. Dravik's complexion paled with every shocking revelation. Finally, at the heart of the command spire, Arthur paused before an enormous holographic display of Noctis, its borders glowing in Osborne green. This is just the beginning, he murmured softly. Dravik stared at the map and then back at Arthur. You're not rebuilding Vanya. Arthur smiled knowingly. I'm building an empire. Outside, the first squadron of Osborne Phantom X fighters roared into the sky, their engines igniting clouds with fiery trails. And in that moment, Dravik understood far too late. He had never been president, he was merely a placeholder. The command spire loomed over the military complex like a colossal monument born from the chaos of battle, a sleek, obsidian needle reaching skyward, its surface shimmering with the faint pulse of energy shielding. At its base, a battalion of soldiers stood at attention, their matte black armor absorbing sunlight as if it were nothing but a shadow. Stepping forward was the commander of this formidable fortress, General Marcus Vaul. He was an imposing figure, his face weathered like ancient stone and his cybernetic left arm humming with barely contained power. Welcome to Iron Haven, gentlemen, he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant, vibrating in your chest. I am General Marcus Vaul, commanding officer of this facility. Dravik's eyes darted between Vaul and Arthur. You built all these a broken bar in just a month? He asked incredulously. Vaul didn't respond. Instead, he pivoted sharply and marched toward the spire's entrance. Follow me. With a hiss that echoed through the air, the doors to the spire slid open to reveal an armored airlock lined with biometric scanners. A cold female AI voice filled the chamber. Identity confirmed. General Vaul, security clearance, Omega Black. Proceed. As they stepped inside, it felt as though the very walls were alive, shifting panels of reinforced alloy and embedded pulse turrets tracking their every move while a soft blue glow illuminated their path forward. Ethan whistled softly. Cozy. The interior of the spire unfolded like a cathedral dedicated to warfare. Level 1. The Sentinel Core was a vast circular chamber dominated by a central hologram displaying real-time conflict zones across Noctis, each one pulsing ominously in crimson red. Dozens of analysts in sleek black uniforms worked diligently at floating consoles, their fingers dancing over holographic keyboards as they processed data at lightning speed. Quantum-encrypted com arrays lined the walls, each capable of intercepting and decrypting military transmissions from all corners of Noctis. Vaul didn't break stride as he introduced them to this nerve center. This is our surveillance nexus. Every satellite, drone, and intelligence asset feeds into this room. There isn't a bullet fired on Noctis that we don't track. Level 2, the Warforge revealed itself next. A massive armory buzzing with energy where rows upon rows of next-generation plasma rifles hummed in charging stations. Mesh suits and exoskeleton prototypes stood silently in their cradles adorned with crimson Osborne sigils featuring a fierce Hydra symbol. Engineers clad in hazard suits calibrated what appeared to be portable railgun artillery. "This is our RD division," Vol declared proudly. "Every weapon here is at least 5 years ahead of anything anyone else has." Dravik's hand twitched toward one of those sleek rifles. But before he could reach it, Vol's cybernetic arm shot out like a steel barrier. "Touch nothing," he warned, his voice firm and unyielding. "Level 3 is the neural nexus, a vast chamber alive with floating AI cores that pulse with an electric blue light, almost like they're breathing. Hundreds of operators are immersed in their pods, eyes glowing faintly as they command drone swarms across distant battlefields." "This is our drone command center," Vol explained proudly. "Each operator can control up to 50 autonomous units, precision strikes with zero collateral damage. Unless we choose otherwise." Petrovna, the defense minister, looked pale as she took in the scene. "This ice a broken bar beyond anything Vanya has ever had." Vol smirked disdainfully. "Vanya didn't build this, Osborne did." As they ascended to the spire's peak, the doors slid open to reveal the central command chamber, a massive circular room where nations' fates would be determined. The sheer scale of it left Dravik momentarily speechless. Above them loomed a domed holographic projection of Pantera pulsating in blue and silver color, slowly rotating like a cosmic jewel. The walls were lined with tactical displays showcasing live feeds from war zones, troop movements and resource allocations flickered in real time. At the heart of it all stood a command dais featuring a holographic table that laid out the entire military hierarchy of their base. With purpose, Vol stepped onto the dais and activated the main display. The holographic display burst to life, exploding outward in a dazzling fractal bloom of crimson data streams. General Vol's cybernetic arm seamlessly interfaced with the war table, casting sharp shadows across his scarred face, a living map of past battles and betrayals. "Forget everything you think you know about conventional militaries," he growled, his voice rumbling like grinding tank treads. "What you're about to see will rewrite the very rules of warfare." As if on cue, the display morphed into a sprawling armored column that stretched endlessly into the digital horizon. "There are 5 full armored divisions," Vol announced as sleek, angular tanks materialized, their Osborne sigils glowing ominously along their barrels. "Not those outdated T-90s from the old regime. These are T-90X Revenants, with graphene-reinforced chassis, AI targeting systems, and our proprietary liquid armor that self-heals under fire." Dravik's defense minister Koval instinctively reached out toward the hologram before catching himself. "That's impossible. Liquid armor requires nanotech. We don't." "You didn't," Vol interrupted sharply. "But we do." The display shifted to reveal battalions of mechanized infantry disembarking from hovering transports. 12 mechanized brigades equipped with our cutting-edge Wraith IFVs. "Active camouflage? Check." "Jump jets for vertical assaults?" "Absolutely." "And enough firepower to turn a city block into rubble in just 6 seconds flat." Vol's mechanical fingers tapped a command, zooming in on a soldier's helmet display. Neural-linked HUDs provide each soldier real-time battlefield awareness. They see what the drones see and know what the AI knows. A new cluster of figures appeared, black armored operatives gliding through an urban landscape like whispers in the night. "And these," Vol's voice lowered conspiratorially, "are your new gods of war, 3 special operations regiments of Nightshade Black Hand operatives." "Augmented reflexes?" "Check." "Subdermal armor?" "You bet." "And this?" The hologram froze on an operative's wrist-mounted device. "The Heartstop nanite delivery system. One-shot stops all electrical impulses in the target's nervous system. No mess, no noise, just lights out." "Total ground personnel, 150,000. Projected combat efficiency, 97.8% above standard Vanyan forces." The display dissolved into a swarm of angular aircraft soaring across a digital sky. 7 bomber squadrons featuring our Phantom X stealth variants, Vol declared as one lead aircraft executed an impossible 90-degree turn. Radar cross-section smaller than a songbird and capable of carrying 24 Sunfire plasma bombs per bird, enough to turn mountains into molten slag in one pass. Petrovna's tablet clattered to the floor, a sharp sound that echoed through the tense air of the command center. Interceptor wings streaked past in perfect formation, a breathtaking display of military might. "Imagine this," Vol began, his voice steady and commanding. 20 interceptor wings armed with our cutting-edge Reaper fighters, capable of Mach 5 speeds, equipped with quantum targeting systems that ensure precision like never before. As he spoke, a missile detached from its launch rail in slow motion, capturing everyone's attention. "Shrieker hypersonic munitions," he continued, a hint of pride in his tone. "These beauties don't just hit their targets, they anticipate them." The holographic display shifted dramatically to reveal a swarm of smaller drones gliding through the air like a school of predatory fish on the hunt. "And here we have our murmuration drone swarms, 500 autonomous units per combat cloud. Each drone learns from its peers, take one down, and the rest adapt instantly. Try to burn them out of the sky. They'll recalibrate their tactics before the ashes even settle." Total air assets: 1,200 combat-ready aircraft. Projected air dominance: 100% within Noctis airspace. Suddenly, the hologram plunged beneath crashing digital waves to unveil sleek, menacing shapes lurking below. "The Luthenvales think their oceans shield them," Vol sneered with disdain. "They couldn't be more mistaken." 3 massive destroyers emerged into view, their hulls shimmering with strange prismatic scales. Obsidian-class destroyers equipped with adaptive camouflage skin, he explained as if unveiling a magician's trick. "One moment they appear as harmless fishing trawlers, the next." The scales shimmered again as the ships transformed into formidable warships bristling with weaponry. "They can infiltrate enemy harbors undetected until it's too late." From beneath these colossal vessels, smaller but equally sinister shapes detached, 5 Leviathan submersible carriers, each housing 40 Barracuda rapid insertion gunships, capable and rated for orbital insertion. Vol continued confidently. "We can deploy an entire battalion of Nightshade operatives anywhere on land within 90 minutes. Total naval assets: 8 capital ships, 200 gunships. Strategic deployment range continental." The lights dimmed further as another display materialized, a glowing DNA helix pulsating in toxic green hues. "This is where things get really intense," Vol said quietly while exchanging glances with Colonel Vex before continuing. "The Cinder Protocol requires Level 5 clearance." He paused dramatically before revealing more details: 27 tailored bioweapons ranging from neural disruptors to broken bar. The helix transformed into a swirling cloud of microscopic machines, captivating everyone in the room. "Behold the Grey Plague, self-replicating nanites designed to dissolve carbon-based life while leaving infrastructure untouched." Dravik staggered back, shock evident on his face. Before anyone could process this revelation, the display shifted dramatically to showcase colossal artillery emplacements. "These are quantum artillery batteries," Vol continued, his voice steady and commanding. "They fire stabilized singularities that tear apart anything in their path. No bunker is deep enough, no armor is thick enough to withstand their might." The presentation zoomed in on a soldier's skull, revealing intricate glowing neural connections pulsing with energy. "And here lies our crown jewel, the neural uplink system. Every soldier, every vehicle, every weapon interconnected through quantum entangled communications. Imagine it, instant coordination and perfect synchronization, a force that operates as one mind." Vol's human eye twitched involuntarily at the implication. "My mind." As the holograms faded and lights flickered back to life, a figure emerged from the shadows: Arthur. He stepped forward, his reflection warped in Vol's cybernetic arm, and spoke with an unsettling calmness. "Still think you're fighting a war, Dravik?" "This isn't just warfare, it's evolution and conquest." Outside the spire, another test of quantum artillery boomed like thunder, shaking the entire complex. A few minutes later, the command center buzzed with an electric tension, the soft hum of technology underscoring the gravity of the moment. Holographic displays flickered to life, casting an eerie blue glow that danced across the faces of those assembled. At the heart of it all stood General Vol, his cybernetic fingers deftly navigating the interface as real-time intelligence streamed in. Arthur occupied the head of the table, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, ice blue eyes locked onto the shifting holograms. Beside him sat Dravik, tense and rigid, while Ethan lounged back in his chair, casually twirling a dagger between his fingers. Vex and Gunnar stood at attention behind them, their expressions inscrutable. "Commander Vol," Arthur commanded, breaking the charged silence. "Who's currently threatening us?" Volat nodded sharply and activated the primary display. The hologram zoomed in on a desert nation shrouded in smoke, oil fields ablaze under relentless artillery fire. "The first is Khartsin," Vol growled. "As you all know, this country lies to our north along the Vanya border." He paused for effect. 7 years into their civil war, a mysterious faction has emerged, a powerful conglomerate funneling arms to southern rebels through black markets. Their latest shipment? Just 3 days ago, 200 CR-77 rifles and 50 Havoc artillery pieces. A broken bar, but most concerning, a broken bar. He tapped a command, revealing a convoy transporting sleek Nightshade Mark IV stealth drones. "Those are our drones, the same ones we sold to Silveries last year." "Someone's diverting our shipments." Ethan leaned back with a smirk and quipped at Arthur, "Looks like you're not the only one playing God here." Arthur rolled his eyes but remained focused. "We need to stop them from supplying arms to those rebels." "With pleasure," Ethan replied slyly. He understood what Arthur meant. This market belonged solely to him on Noctis. Vol continued with grim determination. "The Khartsin government is on its last legs. If they collapse, those rebels will push north toward our borders. They've already labeled Vanya as the corrupt jewel that needs cleansing." Dravik clenched his fists in anger. "They wouldn't dare." "They would," Vol countered flatly. "That's why we've prepared." The display shifted to showcase Ironhaven's western defenses, a formidable network of automated turrets and drone patrols forming a newly constructed kill zone along the Khartsin-Vanya border. "We've deployed 3 Nightshade battalions under the guise of border security. If Khartsin falls apart, we'll move in under pretense of stabilizing things. By then, that mysterious conglomerate won't even see it coming before we seize their oil fields." A satisfied grin curled Arthur's lips as he nodded approvingly. Arthur's lips curled into a sly smile. "Good." As he spoke, the hologram shimmered and transformed into a breathtaking coastal nation, its capital a sprawling metropolis adorned with gleaming glass towers. "Luthenvale," Vol announced, his tone laced with gravity, "one of the most formidable naval powers on the continent. On the surface, they're our allies. But beneath that facade, they've been harboring Orlean Federation intelligence operatives for months." The image zoomed in on an opulent diplomatic gala, where a silver-haired woman in an elegant gown exchanged pleasantries with Luthenvale's Prime Minister. "Meet Director Emily White," Vol continued. "Head of Orlean Foreign Intelligence." She's been whispering sweet nothings into Prime Minister Haruxia, convincing him that Vanya's resurgence poses a significant threat. At the mention of the Orlean Federation, Arthur's expression darkened momentarily before he forced a smile and shook his head dismissively. Ethan leaned forward eagerly. "Halruck's a pragmatist. He wouldn't turn against us unless he thought he could come out on top." "Exactly," Vol agreed, nodding gravely. "That's why they've been ramping up their naval forces, 6 new destroyers in just the past year. All equipped with quantum sonar capable of detecting our submersibles." Gunnar grunted thoughtfully. "They're gearing up for a blockade." Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he processed the information. "Their Achilles heel is their infrastructure. 90% of their power grid relies on 3 coastal fusion plants, which is precisely why," Vol interjected while tapping another command, "we've embedded Aegis operatives within their civil engineering core. If they decide to make a move against us, their lights go out first." Arthur steepled his fingers together contemplatively. "And what about Halric?" Vol smirked knowingly. "He has a mistress, and a gambling debt to boot." "Ethan's people are already tightening the noose around him." Ethan chuckled softly. "Politics is so much simpler when everyone has something to hide." Arthur glanced at both Vol and Gunnar and said firmly, "If possible, expedite taking Halrak under our control, but if he refuses or starts causing trouble, eliminate him immediately along with those Orlean Federation operatives. I don't like taking anything chances. Understood, sir. Gunnar and Vol replied in unison. Good. Arthur nodded approvingly before turning back to Vol. Continue. With that prompt, Vol waved his cybernetic arm across the holographic screens once more. The display shifted to reveal rugged mountains where armored convoys snaked through perilous passes. The Iron Pact, Vol began, his voice steady and commanding. It's the largest mercenary coalition on Noctis. Officially neutral, but let's be real, unofficially, they've been hired by Luthenvale and Silaria as security consultants in 3 border states. As he spoke, a hologram flickered to life, zooming in on a grizzled warlord with a striking crimson cybernetic eye. Meet Jorin the Red, Vol continued, his tone laced with caution. He's their current warlord and he's been stockpiling our weapons, purchased through shell companies, and training his men in urban pacification tactics. Dravik's expression darkened. So we armed them? Arthur interjected smoothly. We profit from them. He paused for effect, then added confidently, and we control them. Volat nodded in agreement. Every weapon we sold them has a kill switch. Every round of ammunition is equipped with a biometric trigger. The moment they turn against us, their guns become nothing more than paperweights. Gunnar crossed his arms skeptically. And what about Jorin? Vol's response was chilling. He has a replacement waiting in the wings. His second-in-command is far more a broken bar cooperative. Dravik took a deep breath and turned to Arthur, speaking slowly as if weighing each word carefully. You are really careful. Arthur met Dravik's gaze with an intense look of understanding and replied firmly, I don't like taking chances. After all, I only have one life. The hologram shifted again, morphing into a detailed map of the Heartland. Gleaming cities sprawled across the landscape alongside vast military complexes and an intricate network of defense platforms. Vol's disdain was palpable as he gestured toward the map. And then there's them, he sneered. Neo-Arcavia. The war room was thick with tension, as General Vol's cybernetic fingers glided over the holographic interface, casting a glow on the faces of those gathered. Suddenly, the detailed map of Noctis faded away, revealing an awe-inspiring aerial view of Neo-Arcavia's capital, a vibrant metropolis adorned with shimmering glass spires. Monorails twisted between buildings like silver veins, giving life to this urban wonder. Welcome to Neo-Arcavia, Vol's gravelly voice sliced through the silence. On paper, it's a pacifist utopia with zero territorial ambitions. He clenched his mechanical hand into a fist, eyes narrowing. But in reality, it poses the greatest threat to Vanya's future. Dravik leaned closer, his cybernetic eye whirring as it zoomed in on the display. They've managed to stay neutral in every conflict for decades, even during our civil war. Arthur steepled his fingers beneath his chin thoughtfully. Neutrality is just a facade in geopolitics. It's all about calculated patience. With a flick of his wrist, the hologram morphed into a pulsating web of financial connections, alive with activity. Vol tapped on a crimson node that illuminated ominously. The Neo-Arcavian financial conglomerate controls 10% of all war loans across Noctis, he revealed. Last year alone, they funded both sides of the Kutsin conflict to the tune of 40 billion unicrods. Lines branched out from that node like spider webs connecting weapons manufacturers, shipping companies, and reconstruction firms. Every bullet fired and every hospital rebuilt. They cash in on it all. Ethan let out an impressed whistle while twirling a dagger between his fingers. So they're just war profiteers with good PR? Worse, Vol growled as classified documents stamped with Neo-Arcavian seals appeared on screen. Their so-called humanitarian aid ships have been smuggling arms to rebel groups in 3 neighboring nations. Just last week we intercepted one carrying Mark III plasma rifles, identical to those stolen from our Silveris shipment. A chill swept through the room. Gunner's scarred face darkened with realization. They're arming our enemies. Not just arming them, Vol corrected sharply. The display shifted to security footage showing soldiers in unmarked uniforms training rebels in urban combat tactics. Their cultural exchange programs are nothing more than military training camps disguised as community outreach initiatives. We estimate they've deployed at least 12,000 proxy fighters across 6 conflict zones. The hologram zoomed in on Neo-Arcavia's border regions where massive industrial complexes buzzed with activity like bees round their hive. Their manufacturing capabilities are unparalleled, Vol continued grimly. They could supply enough arms for a mid-sized war within 2 weeks. Dravik's fists clenched tightly, his frustration palpable. Why haven't we seen their armies yet? Arthur replied quietly, a hint of urgency in his voice. Because they don't need them. Why waste soldiers when you can have others fight for you? Volat nodded thoughtfully, pulling up casualty reports from recent conflicts. Every time a rebel group makes headway, Neo-Arcavian construction firms swoop in to rebuild Como, and with those contracts come decades of control over vital infrastructure. Petrovna, Dravik's economic advisor, turned pale as the implications sank in. So they're conquering nations through debt and reconstruction? That's insidious. Suddenly, a new image flickered to life on the screen. Blueprints for something ominously titled Project White Lily. Vol lowered his voice to a whisper, as if sharing a dark secret. This is their masterpiece, a network of so-called cultural centers being erected in every major city across the continent. The schematics revealed underground levels that dwarfed the surface structures. Each one is essentially a forward operating base disguised as an art gallery or university. Ethan's dagger froze mid-spin as he processed the revelation. They're planting flags in every capital without firing a single shot. How clever. The tension thickened like fog in the room as Vol displayed intercepted communications. Their foreign minister calls it the Velvet Annexation. In just 10 to 15 years, they plan to control every government on Noctis through economic leverage and cultural infiltration. Arthur finally stood tall, his shadow looming over the war table like an impending storm. Then we'll have to accelerate their timeline. As discussions intensified late into the night, plans were sketched out in blood-red holograms, a chilling reminder of what was at stake. The holographic display of Neo-Arcavia's financial empire flickered, casting ghostly blue light across the war room. The air hummed with tension, thick enough to choke on. Dravik's eyes twitched as he turned to Arthur, his voice uncharacteristically strained. So how do we stop them? The question hung in the air like a blade suspended mid-fall. Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, he nodded to Vol. The general's cybernetic arm whirred as he activated a new set of holograms, 3 distinct strategies, each pulsing with lethal potential. A web of glowing financial nodes erupted across the display, banks, shell corporations, and trade routes bleeding crimson data streams. Neo-Arcavia's power comes from its economy, Vol rumbled, so we strangle it. Step 1, the debt trap. They own almost 1/10 of the continent's debt. Good. Vol's grin was all teeth. Then we buy the rest. The display showed Osborne shell companies already positioned to purchase Cartson and Silveri's outstanding loans. Then we call them due, all at once. Step 2, currency warfare. A cascade of numbers flashed, exchange rates destabilizing in real time. Flood their markets with counterfeit unicrods, Vol said. Not enough to be obvious, just enough to trigger inflation fears. Step 3, the bank run, a shocking revelation. Neo-Arcavian Credit Union faces liquidity crisis. Just one rumor, one disappointing quarter, and their entire financial system crumbles like a house of cards, Ethan remarked, leaning in with keen interest. I can have counterfeit currency circulating within just 1 to 2 months, he added with a confident smirk. Dravik's brow furrowed with concern. But what if they trace it back to us? Arthur, focused on his screen, replied nonchalantly, they'll be too preoccupied burning their own banks to care. And then there's Plan B, the puppet strings, Vol interjected as he summoned another holographic display. The image shifted to reveal a dossier featuring a silver-haired statesman with piercing grey eyes. Meet Chancellor Aldrich McGregor, Vol announced dramatically. Neo-Arcavia's so-called moderate face, though he's hiding 3 secret families and battling a gambling addiction. Step 1. The Honey Trap. Surveillance footage revealed Aldrich entering a lavish hotel alongside someone who wasn't his wife. Ethan's team has compiled 12 hours of compromising footage, enough to turn him into our most vocal supporter. Step 2. The Silent Coup. A list of Neo-Arcavian parliament members appeared on screen, half marked in red. We can gain control over 30% of their legislature through blackmail and bribes, and with Aldrich's endorsement, we could push that number up to 51%. Step 3. The policy shift. Simulated legislation flashed across the screen: military spending cuts, open borders with Vanya, disbandment of intelligence corps. In just 6 months, Neo-Arcavia will be unrecognizable. Petrovna, always the diplomat, looked visibly distressed. This isn't strategy, it's politics, Arthur interjected coolly. The display morphed into the real-time satellite feed showcasing Neo-Arcavia's serene border regions, picturesque farmland and unguarded highways. Vol lowered his voice conspiratorially. Or we remind them why peace is a luxury paid for by the strong. Phase 1, the false flag. A simulated rebel broadcast blared ominously. Neo-Arcavian death squads massacre border village. We'll give them a war they didn't start, a broken bow but will soon wish they had finished. Phase 2, the Blitz. The hologram flickered to life, zooming in on 5 crucial infrastructure points that could change everything. The Arcadia fusion reactor, powering a staggering 60% of the nation. The White River Dam, providing fresh water to an astonishing 40 million people. 3 cultural centers, disguised military bases hiding in plain sight. Nightshade teams will strike all at once, no occupation, just total annihilation. Phase 3, the aftermath. Projected casualty estimates: over 200,000 lives lost, and the economy left in shambles. They'll spend a generation rebuilding. We'll control the reconstruction contracts. A heavy silence filled the room. Then Dravik exhaled sharply, breaking the tension. That's a broken bar. War, Arthur replied matter-of-factly. It's the language they pretend not to understand. As he spoke, 3 holograms pulsed side by side, golden webs of finance, silver threads of politics, and the crimson stain of outright war. Each thread told a story, each color held power. Arthur finally turned to Dravik and said with resolve, "Pick one." The 3 holographic plans loomed in the air like ghostly apparitions: golden strands of economic sabotage, silver threads of political manipulation, and the ominous crimson shadow of all-out war. Dravik sat at the war table, his cybernetic eye flickering as it sifted through a torrent of data. The men he had brought with him, his trusted advisors and war counsel, shifted uncomfortably in their seats. The air was thick with tension, laced with the sharp scent of ozone and the unmistakable musk of sweat. At the head of the table, Arthur watched them all intently, fingers steepled in contemplation. He was waiting for someone to break the silence. Finally, Defense Minister Koval took a breath and spoke up. "The financial approach is our cleanest option," he said, adjusting his spectacles as holographic light danced across his lenses. "No bloodshed, no messy retaliation, just bankruptcy." Across from him sat General Orlov, a mountain of a man with knuckles that could crush steel, who snorted derisively. "You think they'll just troll over because their banks are quaking? These are the same people who orchestrated the Kolod Pass massacre." His finger jabbed toward the crimson projection like a weapon. "Respect is earned through strength." Petrovna, ever the diplomat in this stormy sea of opinions, cleared her throat. "There's a middle ground we can explore." She gestured toward the political subversion plan glowing softly on display. "If we control their parliament, we can dictate their policies without resorting to cowardice." Orlov growled back. Petrovna's eyes sparked with determination. "It's called strategy. You can't occupy an idea, but you can reshape it." Dravik slammed his fist onto the table with authority. "Enough." Instantly, silence fell like a heavy curtain. Ethan, who had been lounging casually with his boots on the table, finally chimed in. "Let me play devil's advocate here." "When don't you?" Gunnar muttered under his breath. Ignoring him completely, Ethan continued, The financial plan is elegant but slow-moving, and as for Petrovna's political gambit, even slower. He twirled a dagger between his fingers nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Neo-Arcavia has agents embedded in 6 of our ministries right now. How long before they uncover Ironhaven's blueprints? A ripple of unease swept through those gathered. Vex's cybernetic eye whirred as he interfaced directly with the table's projections. He's got a point, he admitted grimly. Our intel indicates they've already infiltrated our energy commission. Petrovna went pale at that revelation. The fusion reactor schematics a broken bar are likely sitting on some Neo-Arcavian analyst's desk right now, Ethan finished cheerfully. Arthur sat in silence, his eyes locked on Dravik, a storm brewing in the air. Orlov leaned forward, the old chair creaking under the weight of his urgency. You all seem to forget what happened at Voronezh, he said, his tone heavy with unspoken dread. A hush enveloped the room. Even Ethan's dagger stilled midair, caught in an unseen tension. My brother was stationed there, Orlov continued, his voice gravelly and laced with grief. Neo-Arcavia sent a so-called humanitarian convoy loaded with vaccines. The next morning, every soldier at that outpost was dead. Tragic refrigeration failure, they called it. His fist clenched tightly. They don't play fair. Why should we? Koval adjusted his spectacles nervously, hands trembling slightly as he interjected. So you want us to start a continental war? I'd have us finish one. Orlov roared back, passion igniting the air. The debate erupted once more. Voices clashed like swords. Total sanctions first. A decapitation strike on their command. Let's blackmail their entire finance ministry. Amidst the chaos, Dravik remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the holograms flickering before him. When he finally spoke, his voice barely rose above a whisper, but it sliced through the noise like a scalpel. All 3. The room froze in disbelief. Arthur raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Explain. Dravik stood tall, casting a long shadow across the war table. Ethan destabilizes their currency. Petrovna recruits their politicians. And Orlov. He met the general's steely gaze directly. Prepares our forces for action. We strike them from every angle at once. A slow smile unfurled across Arthur's face, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his features. Interesting. Vol's cybernetic fingers danced over the interface, merging those 3 strategies into one formidable blueprint that sent shivers down spines. It's reckless. Unprecedented. But it just might work. Ethan grinned widely as if he had just discovered a hidden treasure. Now this is politics. As their plans solidified, black budgets allocated and timelines synchronized, Petrovna hesitated for a moment and asked quietly, what if they see it coming? Arthur stood up abruptly. Suddenly he filled the room with an undeniable presence that demanded attention. Let them. The private hangar at Black Valley military base buzzed with the low, throaty growl of the Osborne Phantom X's engines warming up. This sleek, matte black aircraft resembled a predator more than a mere transport. Its angular wings sliced through the hangar's artificial light, while its hull absorbed the glow like an abyss. Arthur stood at the foot of the boarding ramp, his coat billowing slightly in the engine's backwash. The air around him crackled with tension, an electric mix of anticipation and unease. To his left, Dravik stood rigidly, flanked by 2 trusted generals whose crisp uniforms couldn't mask their tight expressions. On Arthur's right, Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he processed last-minute security updates, while Gunnar loomed nearby like an unyielding sentinel with massive arms crossed over his chest. Ethan, ever nonchalant, flipped a silver coin between his fingers. You're leaving already? Dravik asked, his voice barely audible over the engine's roar. Arthur didn't meet his gaze. Instead, he stared beyond the hangar doors, toward the horizon and Aurelia. I have other business to attend to. Turning slightly, Arthur locked eyes with each of them in turn. Vex. The colonel straightened as if jolted awake by command. Sir, I want Neo-Arcavia's surveillance net compromised. Within a month, Arthur stated firmly. Full access to their intelligence feeds, no blind spots. Vex's fingers twitched, a subconscious gesture akin to a pianist preparing for a concerto. Their quantum encryption is, not a problem. Arthur interrupted sharply. Is it? A tense moment passed before Vex nodded resolutely. It'll be done. Arthur shifted his focus. Gunnar. The Aegis 7 battalions near the Kutsin border are yours, Gunnar replied steadily. If those rebels so much as sneeze toward our territory, turn their outposts into glass. Gunnar's jaw tightened at Arthur's casual tone when he added, and if others interfere? Arthur smiled thinly. Let them. Ethan perked up from where he lounged against a wall. Oh? Are we finally starting something big? Should I pack snacks? Ignoring him completely, Arthur turned back to Dravik. Keep your people in line, Arthur warned sharply. No deviations from our plan. No personal initiatives. His gaze was piercing enough to flay away any semblance of composure Dravik had left intact. Or have you forgotten what happens to loose ends? Dravik's cybernetic eye whirred softly in response as he replied evenly, I haven't. Good. Finally, Arthur turned to Ethan, his expression as serious as a storm cloud brewing on the horizon. The spy master flashed a grin that could light up the darkest corners of Zenith City. Let me guess. I get to do something fun? Arthur's voice was flat, stripped of any excitement. The Neo-Arcavian Chancellor's daughter arrives in Zenith City tomorrow for a cultural exchange. Your job? Make her disappear. Quietly. Ethan's grin widened, mischief dancing in his eyes. Kidnapping. Classic. Not kidnapping, Arthur replied, his gaze darkening like an approaching thunderstorm. This is a message. Leave her where their embassy can find her. With the proper broken bar modifications. Ethan's coin froze mid-flip, and for once, even he looked mildly unsettled. Right. Message received. The Phantom X's engines roared to life, their pitch rising like a battle cry echoing through the hangar. Arthur took a step toward the ramp but paused, not turning around as he added ominously, one last thing. The group fell silent, tension thickening the air. If I return to find Vanya in chaos, he continued calmly, almost conversationally, I won't bother fixing it. I'll just burn it down and build something better from the ashes. A chill swept through the hangar like an icy wind cutting through warm air. With one final glance at Dravik, Arthur concluded, try not to disappoint me. As the ramp hissed shut behind him, silence enveloped them. For what felt like an eternity, no one spoke. Only the roar of the Phantom X's takeoff rattled the hangar doors and shook dust from above. Then Ethan broke the stillness with a low whistle. Well, that was a broken bar motivational. Gunnar cracked his neck with determination. We have work to do. Vex was already typing commands into his wristcom with swift precision. His cybernetic eye whirred as data streams flickered across its surface like shooting stars. I'll need to recalibrate the quantum decryption algorithms and hack their satellite grid. Dravik stood gazing at where the Phantom X had disappeared into the sky, his expression unreadable, a mask hiding thoughts too complex for words. Petrovna finally broke her silence with a question that hung heavy in the air. He's not coming back, is he? Ethan chuckled softly while flipping his coin again. Its silver glint caught the light as it spun gracefully through the air. Oh, he'll be back, he said confidently. But will any of us still be here when he does? Outside, raindrops began to fall, hissing against the tarmac like nature itself issuing a warning. The private terminal of Neo-Luminara International Airport was eerily quiet at this early hour, with the soft morning light stretching long shadows across the tarmac. Arthur stepped off the Osborne family jet, his black overcoat draped elegantly over his shoulders, his expression as inscrutable as ever. The familiar hum of the city greeted him, traffic buzzing, distant chatter blending into a symphony of normalcy, punctuated by the occasional wail of a siren. Predictable, comforting. He squinted against the rising sun, a faint smile breaking through his stoic demeanor. Just then, he heard an excited shout in the distance, "Big brother!" Over here. Turning to his left, he spotted a figure leaning casually against a sleek sports car, waving enthusiastically. Ashley leaned against the hood of her gunmetal gray beauty, arms crossed and a playful grin dancing on her lips. Dressed in a fitted leather jacket over a simple white blouse paired with black jeans and ankle boots, stylish yet understated, she looked effortlessly cool. Her jet black hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and her sharp green eyes sparkled with mischief as she watched him approach. "Took you long enough," she called out playfully as she pushed off from the car. I was starting to think you'd gotten lost. Arthur raised an eyebrow at her choice of vehicle, a low-slung marvel that exuded aggression with its smooth curves and commanding presence. The Osborne crest gleamed proudly on its grille. Where did you get this? Ashley smirked and tossed him the keys like they were nothing special. While you were off doing whatever mysterious thing you do, Osborne Heavy Industries dropped this beauty. Limited edition, only 500 made. She tilted her head slightly, teasingly adding, I pestered Oscar for weeks until he finally caved. Arthur caught the keys effortlessly with one hand. Of course you did. She shrugged nonchalantly and replied, what's the point of being an Osborne if you can't exploit family connections? As Arthur slid into the driver's seat, the engine roared to life with a deep growl that sent excitement racing through him. Ashley buckled in beside him and immediately began fiddling with the radio. So, she said, while flipping through stations before settling on an upbeat pop song that filled the car with energy, where exactly did you disappear to for the past month? Arthur merged onto the highway smoothly. It felt like driving on clouds. Business. She groaned dramatically while rolling her eyes. Ugh, you're so boring. Business? That's all I get? It's true, Arthur replied lightly as he navigated around a corner just as a red light flickered on. A painfully vague truth, she shot back, rolling her eyes dramatically. Come on, big bro. You just vanish without a word, ignore half my calls, and then reappear like some kind of moody ghost. At least throw me a bone here. He glanced over at her, chuckling softly. Why, so you can spill the tea with your friends? She grinned mischievously. Obviously. Arthur sighed, shaking his head in mock exasperation. You'll find out soon enough. Ashley groaned again, slumping back in her seat as she gazed out the window at the city whizzing by. You're impossible, she muttered. Fine. Keep your secrets. But just know I'm going to crack this mystery eventually. I'm sure you will, he replied with a knowing smile. A comfortable silence enveloped them as the engine hummed and soft music played in the background. Ashley tapped her fingers rhythmically against the door, clearly deep in thought. You know, she said after a moment, breaking the stillness, Uncle was acting super tense when I asked about you. Arthur's grip on the steering wheel tightened just a fraction. Was he? She turned to scrutinize him closely. And what about those news reports on some major military movement in Varnia? Strange timing, don't you think? Arthur kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead, his expression calm and collected. Just coincidence. Ashley let out a laugh that danced through the air like sunlight breaking through clouds. You're such a terrible liar. He remained silent, with an exaggerated sigh. She leaned back into her seat dramatically. Fine. But when whatever you're planning inevitably blows up, and it will because let's be real, it's you I get to say I told you so to. Finally cracking a smirk, Arthur replied, deal. The car rolled to a stop outside the Osborne family estate, a sprawling modern mansion perched majestically on hills overlooking the cityscape below. Ashley unbuckled her seatbelt but lingered for a moment before stepping out. You know, she said softly now, her tone shifting to something more sincere, you don't have to go through everything alone. Arthur turned to meet her gaze. His expression was unreadable yet intense. She held his stare unwaveringly. Just saying. Family is supposed to mean something, right? For a heartbeat or two, Arthur stayed quiet before finally whispering back with genuine weight behind his words, I know. Ashley studied him for another second before nodding thoughtfully. Good. She pushed open the door and stepped out but paused briefly to lean back inside one last time. Oh, and big bro? Yes? He asked curiously. She shot him a playful smirk, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. Just so you know, she teased, next time you leave, I'm totally stealing your car. With that cheeky declaration, she closed the door behind her and strolled confidently toward the house, leaving Arthur in the idling sports car, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Some things never changed, like her knack for stirring up trouble. And maybe, just maybe, he mused as he watched her retreating figure, that wasn't such a bad thing after all. Looking at Ashley back, a faint smile slowly crept up his face. He shook his head and gathered his thoughts as he got out of the car. With his hands in his pockets he slowly walked forward, catching up to Ashley. Looking around, a sense of relief washed over him. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the meticulously manicured lawns, illuminating the familiar facade of the mansion that stood both imposing and inviting. Arthur caught up to Ashley, his eyes darting around as he nodded thoughtfully. "What are you looking for? Like something bad might happen?" Ashley tilted her head, curiosity dancing in her gaze. "I'm just relieved the house is still standing. Seems like my second uncle really took good care of you. You didn't burn it down after all." Arthur chuckled softly. "Fuck you." Ashley's eyes widened in mock outrage as she shot him a glare. Just then, the front doors burst open with a rush of energy. Big Brother Liz, his 13-year-old sister, came sprinting down the steps, her sneakers skidding on the gravel as she launched herself at him. Arthur barely had time to brace himself before she collided into him, wrapping her arms around his waist in an enthusiastic embrace. "You're back!" "You're back!" she exclaimed, gazing up at him with wide, excited eyes. Arthur ruffled her already messy hair affectionately. "Miss me?" "Obviously," Liz beamed before switching gears instantly. "You have to see what I did to my room while you were gone. I redecorated everything, and I got a new gaming set cheaper." Ashley leaned against the car with a smirk. "She's been planning this ambush since you left. I swear she had a countdown on her phone." Liz stuck out her tongue at Ashley before turning back to Arthur with pleading eyes. "Are you staying for dinner? Please say yes." "Alfred made your favorite." As if on cue, the front doors opened again and Alfred stepped out, his polished shoes clicking against the stone steps. The elderly butler stood tall and dignified, silver hair neatly combed and suit immaculate as always. "Welcome home, Master Arthur," he said warmly. Arthur nodded appreciatively. "Good to be back, Alfred." Alfred's sharp gaze swept over him briefly. He noted the slight weariness in Arthur's posture and the dust clinging to his shoes from travels unknown. But instead of asking questions, he simply said with a knowing smile, "Dinner will be ready in an hour. I trust you'll join us?" "Wouldn't miss it," Arthur replied enthusiastically. Still clinging to his arm like a lifeline, Liz tugged him toward the house eagerly. "Come on. I have so much to show you." Ashley pushed off from the car and followed them inside while throwing a teasing glance at Arthur. "You know there's no escaping now. She's been waiting weeks for this grand tour." Arthur allowed himself to be swept along by Liz's infectious excitement as they entered the mansion. The interior just as he remembered, elegant yet understated with a faint scent of lemon polish wafting through the air. Liz tugged Arthur into the grand living room, where a colorful chaos of sketchbooks and game controllers sprawled across the coffee table. "Look!" she exclaimed, flipping open one of the sketchbooks to reveal pages bursting with surprisingly detailed drawings. "I've been practicing," Ashley said. "I'm getting better, right?" Diaresis. Ashley flopped onto the couch with a smirk. "She's not terrible." Liz huffed in mock indignation. "That's not what you said yesterday." "Because yesterday you drew me with 3 arms." "It was abstract," Liz shot back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Arthur took the sketchbook from her hands, thumbing through the pages. Despite the playful banter, it was clear that her skills were improving. "These are really good, Lillian." "Really?" Liz's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Really," he confirmed with a smile. She snatched the book back and hugged it tightly to her chest. Okay, but that's not even the best part. Come upstairs. I have to show you my room." Arthur raised a hand in protest. "Hold on, let me at least drop off my bags first." Alfred, who had quietly followed them in, gestured toward the stairs. "I've already taken your luggage to your room, Master Arthur." "Thanks, Alfred," Arthur replied gratefully. Ashley stretched out on the couch and grinned mischievously. "Don't think you're escaping this tour, Arthur." "She's been planning it for weeks." Liz grabbed his hand again, her excitement palpable. "Exactly. So come on." With a laugh trailing behind them from Ashley, Arthur let himself be pulled along by Lillian's infectious energy as they bounded up the stairs. For the first time in weeks, he felt as if the weight of his travels was beginning to lift. "These a broken bar. This was home." The moment Arthur stepped into his sister's bedroom, he was nearly blinded by neon. Lillian threw her arms wide, bouncing on the balls of her feet as Arthur took in the transformation. The once subdued cream walls were now a galaxy of glowing stars and planets, their soft blue light pulsing gently. A massive gaming setup dominated one corner, twin monitors suspended on articulated arms, a high-back tracing chair in electric purple, and a keyboard that changed colors like a living rainbow. "You redecorated," Arthur said slowly. "Understatement of the century," Ashley muttered from the doorway, arms crossed. "She bullied the contractors for 3 weeks straight." Liz ignored her, dragging Arthur toward the desk. "Look, this is the new Obsidian X9000 rig, 64-core processor, liquid cooling, holographic display toggle, ... which you absolutely did not need for Minecraft," Ashley interjected. Lillian stuck out her tongue. "It's for competitive Minecraft." She tapped a key, and the starfield on the walls shifted into a deep forest scene, fireflies blinking between digital trees. The smart walls were Alfred's idea. He said it'd stimulate creativity. Arthur ran a hand along the desk, where tiny hand-painted figurines, dragons, spaceships, a suspiciously familiar-looking scowling man in a suit, lined the edges. "You made these?" "Yep. Sculpting club at school." She picked up the grumpy figurine and wiggled it at him. "Recognize anyone?" Ashley snorted. "Wow. Even in clay form, you look like you hate fun." Arthur plucked the figurine from Lillian's fingers. The likeness was unsettlingly accurate, right down to the crease between his brows. "I don't frown this much." "You literally just did it right now," Liz said, grabbing his cheeks to stretch his face into a smile. Ashley's phone buzzed. Oscar's blowing up the group chat again about quarterly reports. She shoved off the doorframe. "Try not to corrupt her any further, Arthur." "No promises," Arthur said as she left. Liz flopped into her gaming throne, fingers dancing across the keyboard like a maestro conducting an orchestra. The screens flickered to life, revealing a vibrant, blocky RPG world. "Watch this!" she exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. Her avatar, a fierce pink-haired warrior clad in shimmering diamond armor, leapt off a cliff, twisting gracefully midair before landing flawlessly on a hidden ledge. "See? Pixel-perfect precision." She spun her chair around to face Arthur, her eyes sparkling with triumph. "I've been practicing that move for 2 weeks straight." Arthur leaned casually against the desk, raising an eyebrow. "Why go through all that trouble?" With a mischievous grin, Liz replied, "Because the world records holder said girls couldn't do it." Her smile turned wicked as she added, "I beat his time by 3 seconds yesterday." A laugh escaped Arthur before he could contain it. "Of course you did. You're unstoppable." Liz's expression softened as she swiveled back to her screens, suddenly lost in thought while rearranging her inventory. "I missed you. You know." The raw honesty of her words hit Arthur like a punch to the gut. He reached out and ruffled her already chaotic hair affectionately. "I missed you too, Liz." She playfully batted his hand away but didn't pull away completely. "You better not leave again anytime soon." Arthur gazed at the stars adorning her walls, the way they dimmed and brightened with each breath she took, and promised softly, "I'll stay as long as I can." It wasn't quite a promise. They both understood that unspoken truth. With renewed energy, Liz kicked her feet up onto the desk and grabbed her controller with determination gleaming in her eyes. "Good. Now watch me obliterate this noob." As the sounds of digital chaos erupted around them, Arthur allowed himself to savor this fleeting moment of peace, a reminder that amidst all the challenges ahead, some connections remain unbreakable. Arthur glanced over at Liz, who was completely absorbed in her game, as he strolled around the room. His boots sank slightly into the plush, star-patterned carpet beneath him. This wasn't just any bedroom. It felt more like a high-end gaming den. Neon lights danced along the walls, pulsing rhythmically with the ambient music that emanated from unseen speakers. "Huh? What's this?" Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise as he noticed a separate area in the corner of the room, an impressive setup that looked like a high-tech altar to gaming. It was far more advanced than what Liz was currently using. Previously, Arthur had missed it entirely while being pulled around by Liz's excitement. He let out a low whistle. "Okay, Liz. What in the bleeding edge tech heaven is this?" Liz spun around in her throne-like chair, her grin widening like a child eager to show off their favorite toy. "Ugh, you're finally asking." She leapt up, nearly toppling over a precarious tower of energy drinks in her enthusiasm. "This My dear skeptical Arthur, is the Aurora V gaming system the absolute pinnacle of hyper-realistic gaming. Only 2,000 of these exist worldwide, and guess what? This one is mine. Arthur crossed his arms and chuckled. And how exactly did you score one of these? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Uncle Julian. Arthur blinked in disbelief. Julian, as in president of Osborne Technology Julian, the one and only. She flopped back into her chair with a satisfied sigh before spinning lazily again. I may have pestered him for 6 months straight after Osborne unveiled this beast at the Global Game Expo. Daily emails, tagged tweets. I even hacked his office coffee machine to display Give Liz the Aurora V every time he brewed coffee. Arthur snorted with laughter. And that actually worked? She smirked triumphantly. Nope. What really did the trick was when I beat his entire RD team at Quake 7 tournament style. He said if I could outfrag professionals, I deserved professional gear. Arthur shook his head with an amused grin. Of course you did. Liz kicked her feet up on the desk and gestured grandly toward her setup. All right, prepare for sensory overload. Let me walk you through the holy grail of gaming tech. She tapped the massive, nearly borderless screen, a grin spreading across her face. This is the Display Titan V8K 360Hz Nano Edge monitor. But trust me, it's not just a monitor. It's a portal to another dimension. Arthur leaned in closer, his eyes widening as he took in the stunning clarity of the display. It was so crisp that he felt like he could reach right into it. Check this out, 8K resolution, Liz said, flicking her finger across the display with flair. But here's where the real magic happens, AI upscaling. Even if a game is only running in 4K, this beauty instantly converts it to 8K without any lag. And look at this. She pointed at her eyes and then back at the screen. Eye tracking foveated rendering means it only fully renders exactly where I'm looking, saving GPU power while keeping everything razor sharp where it counts. Arthur raised an eyebrow skeptically. So, it cheats? Liz gasped dramatically, feigning offense. It optimizes. And with a jaw-dropping 360 Hz refresh rate, motion is so smooth it's like reality itself is buffering. With a flourish, she yanked open a side panel to reveal an illuminated interior filled with high-tech components humming softly. 2 massive GPUs glowed inside like prized jewels. Dual Nexus X cards, she said proudly, patting one affectionately as if it were a pet. Each one is about 4 times faster than whatever top-tier garbage normies are using these days. And with 6th gen photon tracing, the lighting isn't just realistic, it feels alive. Shadows bend naturally and light bounces off surfaces just like in real life. She pointed enthusiastically at a small AI chip nestled among the components. Smart frame generation predicts my moves and renders frames before I even input them. Arthur frowned again. That sounds suspiciously like cheating. Liz rolled her eyes playfully. It's called winning, big brother. And check out the processor RAM. Aurora V CPU Vortex X DDR6. She gestured toward the centerpiece of the rig, a sleek black block housing a holographic core that seemed to pulse with energy. This baby has a 24-core Aurora V CPU with a base clock of 5.2 GHz that can boost up to 6.0 GHz when I need extra power. And these? She pointed to 4 glowing RAM sticks lined up neatly in their slots. 256 GB of DDR6 running at an astonishing 12,000 MHz. Most people don't even have that much storage, let alone RAM this fast. Arthur whistled lowly in disbelief. And you need all these a broken bar? Why? Liz smirked confidently. Because I can. Liz flicked open a hidden compartment, revealing a sleek, glowing SSD that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Check this out, 10 terabytes of storage. With read speed so blisteringly fast, 28,000 megabytes per second. Loading screens are practically a thing of the past. Games install in mere seconds, and thanks to this graphene heatsink, it never throttles. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You're telling me you have a military-grade broken bar for gaming? With a cheeky grin, Liz replied, and memes. Next up was her cooling system, Cryo-V active cooling system. She gestured toward the nearly silent fans whirring away. Most rigs sound like jet engines taking off. Mine? Just 18 decibels. It uses phase change cooling, like what the Colonial Expansion Authority employs, to keep temperatures below zero even under full load. And guess what? It's self-cleaning. No dust buildup, no maintenance, just pure perfection. Arthur smirked. You're way too into this. Liz stuck her tongue out playfully. Says the guy still rocking a laptop from 2024. Arthur chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. And let's not forget about the peripherals. Aegis V Pro Series, she said as she picked up her keyboard and flexed it dramatically. These optomechanical hybrid switches have a response time of just 0.2 milliseconds. And if they wear down, the keys literally heal themselves. Then she lifted her mouse with flair. It boasts a 32,000 dpi laser sensor, adjustable weight for ultimate comfort, and an insane 2000 Hz polling rate, meaning it updates its position 2000 times per second. Arthur blinked in astonishment. That's a broken bar excessive. Exactly. Liz beamed. She powered up the system, and suddenly the entire room came alive. Lights dimmed to create an immersive atmosphere while screens flared to life. Even a holographic AI assistant materialized right before them. Eclipse OS, Lillian announced with excitement as she waved her hand through the hologram shimmering in midair. This isn't just any operating system, it's like having your own gaming AI. It optimizes everything in real time, coaches me during matches, and can instantly suspend games so I can jump right back in where I left off. Arthur exhaled slowly, clearly impressed despite himself. Okay, I admit it. This is insane. Lillian's smile widened triumphantly. I know. She flopped back into her chair with glee and spun around once before facing him again. So? Worth months of pestering Uncle Julian? Arthur chuckled heartily. Definitely. Arthur rolled up his sleeves, the fabric bunching around his forearms as he shot a smirk at Liz. All right, hotshot. You think you're so good with your fancy Aurora V and your pixel-perfect precision? Let's see how you handle real competition. Liz narrowed her eyes, fingers already twitching toward her mouse like a predator ready to pounce. Oh, you're on. What are we playing? Frostpoint, Apex Reckoning? Don't tell me you're finally brave enough to try Bloodborne, Reforged, League of Legends. Lillian froze for a moment, then burst into laughter so sharp it could have cut glass. League? You want to play League? She shook her head in disbelief. Big bro, you haven't played since Season 1. You're gonna get rolled, my dude. Arthur leaned back in his chair, stretching with an air of confidence. Doubt it. She cracked her knuckles with a satisfying pop. What's your rank again? Alright. Unranked. Rank doesn't matter when you've got fundamentals. Lillian gasped dramatically, clutching her chest in mock horror. Fundamentals? Oh my god, you really are ancient. With that, she spun around to her keyboard, fingers flying as she pulled up the client. Prepare to get deleted, old man. As Arthur's monitor flickered to life, the iconic League logo flashed across the screen like a beacon of challenge. He flexed his fingers and adjusted to the weight of Liz's custom mechanical keyboard, surprisingly light and delightfully responsive beneath his fingertips. Meanwhile, Liz was already trash-talking like a seasoned pro. I'm gonna play Zed, she declared with a wicked grin. And I'll style on you so hard that you'll quit gaming forever. Arthur snorted dismissively. Zed's predictable. Predictable? Liz gasped in feigned shock. Excuse you. Zed is the epitome of mechanical skill. And you're going to feed because you always get too aggressive at level 3, he countered smoothly. Liz's jaw dropped in disbelief. I what? Arthur smirked confidently. You heard me. She pointed an accusing finger at him. You, me, mid lane, 1v1. Right now. Arthur leaned forward eagerly and clicked through his champion pool with purpose. Fine. But I'm picking Maltzahar. Liz's face twisted in horror as if he'd just suggested they play Monopoly without rules. Maltzahar? That's illegal. That's war crimes. Arthur's grin widened, a spark of mischief in his eyes. Fundamentals, Liz. As the game loaded, the howling abyss map unfurled before them like a battleground waiting for chaos. Liz's Zed materialized with a dramatic flash of shadow, spinning his blades with practiced arrogance. In stark contrast, Arthur's Maltzahar stood still, a silent, ominous figure cloaked in dark intent. Liz leaned in closer, her voice dropping into a faux evil whisper. "You're gonna regret this." Arthur took a slow sip of his drink, unfazed. "Doubt it." With a crash, the minions collided in the center of the lane, and Liz sprang into action. Zed darted forward effortlessly, landing a clean cue through the minion wave that clipped Malzahar's shoulder. "First blood," she crowed triumphantly. Arthur remained unruffled. He last hit a minion with methodical precision before targeting another. Liz fainted forward then back again, testing his reactions like a cat playing with its prey. But Arthur didn't take the bait. "Boring," she muttered under her breath. "Strategic," he corrected coolly. Then, Level 3 arrived like an electric jolt. Liz lunged. Zed's shadow flickered behind Malzahar as her combo erupted in a flurry of slashes, but Arthur was ready for her move. His cursor flashed across the screen. Flash. Zed's killing blow whiffed spectacularly. And then, click. Malzahar's ultimate locked Zed in place, her health bar plummeting as the suppression tore through it mercilessly. First blood. The screen flared red like an alarm bell ringing out victory. Liz screamed in disbelief. "No, no, that's bullshit." Arthur leaned back casually, folding his arms with an air of triumph. "Fundamentals." Liz spun around in her chair to point accusingly at him. "You are the worst kind of person who plays Malzahar in a 1v1. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. "Winners." Liz groaned dramatically and flopped back against her chair. "I hate you." Arthur smirked playfully. "No, you don't." Peeking at him from behind her hands, she admitted softly, "No, I don't." 3 games later and Liz was practically seething with frustration. "How?" she growled through clenched teeth. "Are you this good when you haven't played in years?" Arthur stretched leisurely and rolled his shoulders as if warming up for another round. "Some of us don't need 2 weeks to land a pixel-perfect jump." Liz gasped, theatrically scandalized by his jab at her skills. "Low blow." Arthur stretched, rolling his shoulders with a playful smirk. "Some of us don't need 2 weeks to nail a pixel-perfect jump." Liz gasped, feigning scandal. "Low blow." Arthur chuckled, but then paused, his expression softening. "You've actually gotten better, though." Liz blinked in surprise. What? "Your mechanics," Arthur explained, nodding toward the screen. "Last time we played, you couldn't dodge a skill shot to save your life. Now, you're almost not terrible." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she focused intently on her keyboard. Shut up. Arthur observed her closely, the way her fingers stilled and how her bravado flickered for just a moment into something more vulnerable. He nudged her foot playfully. "Hey." She didn't look up. "Liz," he said softly. "What?" she replied, still avoiding eye contact. "You are good." She peeked at him from under her lashes. Really?" He nodded earnestly. "Annoyingly so." A slow, mischievous grin spread across Liz's face. "Good enough to beat you next time?" Arthur met her challenge head-on with a confident smirk. "Never." She laughed and shoved his shoulder playfully. "Jerk." Arthur pushed back lightly with a grin of his own. "Brat." And just like that, the tension shattered like glass underfoot. Time slipped away as they dove back into their game, the neon glow of Liz's gaming setup bathing the room in vibrant blues and purples while casting long shadows on the walls as their digital battlefield raged on screen. Arthur's fingers danced over the keyboard, his Malzahar weaved through minions with methodical precision while Liz's Zed darted in and out of shadows like a phantom, her teeth gritted in fierce concentration. "You're dead this time," Liz hissed, eyes laser-focused on the screen. Arthur smirked without even glancing away from his character's movements. "You said that 10 kills ago." "Yeah, well, this time I mean it." She lunged forward. Zed's blades flashed, but Arthur sidestepped at the last second, leaving her combo whiffing into empty air. "Predictable," he muttered as he retaliated with a perfectly timed silence that locked her out of her abilities. Liz let out an exasperated growl and slammed her palm against the desk. "Oh come on." "That's cheating." "It's called crowd control," Arthur corrected him with amusement dripping from every word. "Maybe if you didn't dive like a maniac every time." "I don't dive like a maniac," she protested vehemently. "You literally just did." "That was calculated." "Calculated to lose?" he quipped back. Liz's response was abruptly interrupted by 3 sharp, deliberate knocks on the door. Both she and Arthur froze mid-combo, their gaming focus shattered. A moment later, Alfred's smooth, measured voice seeped through the wood. "Master Arthur, Miss Elizabeth, dinner has been served." The others are already seated in the dining hall. Without even glancing away from the screen, Liz shot back, "Tell them we'll be down in 5 minutes." Arthur snorted in disbelief. "She means 20. I mean 5. Liz insisted. Alfred's sigh was audible even through the door. "Miss Elizabeth, we both know that is patently untrue." Liz groaned and finally tore her gaze from the game to glare at the door. "Alfred, I swear to God, if you make me leave now, I'm gonna—" "You'll what?" Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. "Hack his tea kettle again?" Liz's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "That was one time." Alfred cleared his throat with a hint of amusement in his tone. "I have installed countermeasures since the last broken bar incident." Arthur barked out a laugh. "Wait, she actually did hack your broken bar?" "It was a demonstration," Liz exclaimed, throwing her hands up defensively. "And it was funny." Alfred remained unfazed as he replied dryly, "The screaming was educational." Arthur wheezed with laughter. Crossing her arms defiantly, Liz shot back, "Okay, first of all, rude. Second of all, 5 minutes, Alfred." "Please." There was a brief pause before Alfred responded with a barely concealed chuckle in his voice. 5 minutes it is then, Miss Elizabeth. Not a second more." "Yes." Liz pumped her fist triumphantly and immediately refocused on her game screen. "All right big bro, prepare to loosey broken bar." But Arthur had other plans. His Maltzer flashed forward and locked her Z in place before she could react. "What?" Liz shrieked as her health bar plummeted into oblivion. "Dinner waits for no one," Arthur said smugly while standing up and stretching like he'd just completed an epic quest. Liz gaped at him incredulously before exclaiming, You monster." "That was sneaky." "Strategic," he corrected with a smirk. "Cowardly," she shot back. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. "Still won." In an instant, Liz launched herself out of her chair and tackled him in a half-hearted attempt to put him in a headlock. But Arthur sidestepped easily and sent her stumbling forward with an indignant yelp. "You uck." She whirled around to face him again and pointed an accusing finger at his chest. "This isn't over." Arthur merely smirked back at her. "It is for tonight." Liz let out an exaggerated groan, throwing her head back with a flair that could rival any dramatic actress. "Fine. But tomorrow. Rematch." "Can't wait," Arthur replied, a smirk creeping onto his face. With a playful flick of her tongue, Liz stomped toward the door but paused mid-stride to glance back at him. "You're actually coming down, right?" Her tone shifted, less theatrical now, more sincere. "You're not going to forget and just disappear into your room again, are you?" Arthur met her gaze, the weight of her question hanging in the air between them. How many times had he done just that? He took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah, I'm coming." Liz scrutinized him for a moment longer before breaking into a grin. "Good. Because if you bail on me this time, I will send Alfred after you." Arthur rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. "Noted." With that, she yanked the door open and shouted over her shoulder as she bounded down the hall, "And I'm telling Oscar you lost." "I won," he protested. "Loser," she called back with laughter echoing through the corridor. Arthur shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle as he followed her out, the glow of their paused game still flickering behind them like a beacon of unfinished fun. The golden glow of the chandeliers cascaded over the long dining table, casting a warm light on an impressive array of dishes that filled the air with rich, savory aromas. The Osborne family was gathered in full force tonight, uncles, aunts, cousins, all seated around the grand mahogany table as servants glided silently between them, refilling glasses and replacing empty plates. Just then, Arthur strode into the dining hall, freshly bathed and clad in a dark blue shirt with sleeves rolled up. The room buzzed with lively conversation, laughter echoed, debates sparked, and silverware clinked against fine porcelain. Finally, Liz called from her seat, waving a fork like a flag of victory. "I was about to send out a search party." Arthur smirked as he took his place at the head of the table. "You wouldn't last 5 minutes in the wilderness." "Excuse you," she huffed playfully, stabbing at a piece of seared frostfin. "I could survive just fine. I'd just bring my gaming rig along." Laughter rippled around the table like waves on water. As the first course arrived, a creamy silver shrimp risotto topped with shavings of aged black buck cheese melting into perfection. Bella leaned back in delight. "This is incredible." "Did Alfred change the recipe?" Julian, seated near the center of the table, nodded knowingly. "He's been experimenting with new spices from the southern valleys. That imbrute makes all the difference." Ashley smirked while swirling her wine. "Of course you'd know. You probably tracked that shipment from port to plate." Julian didn't deny it. "Efficiency is key." Oscar snorted derisively. "You mean control?" "Same thing," Julian replied smoothly as he took a sip of his wine. Liz rolled her eyes dramatically. "You're all ridiculous." As the main course arrived, smoked iron boar glazed with dusk honey alongside roasted root vegetables, the conversations branched off into smaller groups. Julian and Richard dove deep into their business discussion, excitement bubbling in their voices. The new alloy is lighter than anything we've tested before," Julian said animatedly, gesturing with his fork. "If those stress tests hold up, we could revolutionize atmospheric travel." Richard nodded thoughtfully but glanced at Margaret across from him. "The question is whether Holdings will approve funding." Margaret seemed to sense his gaze and rolled her eyes at him playfully. "They will," Nathaniel chimed confidently, "once they see those numbers." Meanwhile, Margaret turned back to Emily as they exchanged stories about their latest charity events. "The Children's Hospital fundraiser was a success." Emily beamed. "We exceeded our goal by 20%. Margaret smiled brightly in response. "Wonderful. I'll have my team send over additional funds for that research wing." At the far end of the table, a lively debate was unfolding among the younger cousins, Oscar, Bella, Eva, and Charlotte. They were deep in discussion about the best strategy for an upcoming business merger. "You're overcomplicating it," Oscar exclaimed, leaning forward with enthusiasm. "Just streamline the process and cut out the redundancies." Bella shook her head vigorously. "It's not that simple. You can't just slash departments without thinking about the long-term consequences." "Why not?" Oscar shot back with a grin. "It worked for me last time." Eva rolled her eyes dramatically. "You're insufferable." Charlotte, ever the peacemaker, sighed and interjected, "Can we at least agree to review the projections before making any decisions?" Arthur watched them all with quiet amusement, stepping in occasionally to cool down any heated exchanges. Just as dessert was being served, decadent dark chocolate tarts drizzled with shimmering starlight syrup, Liz cleared her throat loudly. "I have an announcement," she declared as she stood up from her seat. The table fell silent, all eyes turning expectantly towards her. With a triumphant grin, she proclaimed, "I've officially been accepted into the National Gaming Championships." A beat of silence followed. Then chaos erupted. "What?" Ashley nearly choked on her wine in disbelief. "Since when do you compete?" Oscar demanded incredulously. "Since I became the best," Liz replied smugly. Julian raised an eyebrow skeptically. "And how exactly did you pull this off?" "Pure skill," she said confidently while flipping her golden hair dramatically. "Oh, and I may have crushed the reigning champion in a live tournament last week." Arthur smirked knowingly. "Let me guess," he said, "girls couldn't compete?" Liz's grin turned sharp as she retorted, "And now he's eating his words along with his defeat." The table erupted into cheers and laughter, glasses clinking together in celebration of Liz's victory. As the evening wore on, conversations softened into comfortable murmurs while servants cleared away dessert plates and replaced them with steaming cups of spiced tea and small glasses of amber liqueur. Arthur leaned back in his chair, taking in his family with a warm sense of contentment. Liz curled up in her seat with a cup of tea, caught his eye and smiled brightly. "Not bad for a Thursday night, huh?" Arthur chuckled softly. "Not bad at all." For the first time in ages, he let himself simply be. No missions to plan, no politics to navigate, just family surrounding him. And honestly, that was more than enough. The night air was cool against Arthur's skin as he stepped into the sprawling Osborne family gardens, the scent of midnight jasmine and dew-kissed grass filling his lungs. Above him, the sky stretched endlessly, an inky canvas splashed with silver stars, the full moon hanging low and luminous, casting long shadows across the manicured hedges and marble pathways. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient trees, their branches swaying in a slow, rhythmic dance. The distant murmur of a fountain blended with the chirping of crickets, creating a symphony of night sounds that wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. Arthur exhaled, his breath forming a faint mist in the crisp air. This isn't my world. The thought settled in his chest, heavy yet not entirely unwelcome. He walked slowly, his hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored slacks, the gravel crunching softly beneath his polished shoes. The garden was quite huge, a labyrinth of rose arbors, hidden alcoves, and reflecting pools that mirrored the starry sky. It was a far cry from the cramped, noisy streets of his old life, where the closest thing to nature had been the potted plant on his apartment balcony, the one he'd forgotten to water until it withered. A bitter chuckle escaped him, a sound tinged with irony. In his past life, he had been nothing more than a ghost, just another face in the crowd, another name on a time card. He had worked himself to death, literally, for a job that would have replaced him before his chair grew cold. And now he was Arthur Osborne, heir to a powerful family. The contrast was almost laughable. He paused beside a marble bench, running his fingers along its smooth surface. The coldness of the stone grounded him, pulling him back from the tide of memories threatening to drag him under. "Mum, Dad, don't worry, I'm doing quite well in this new world, better than I ever did on Earth." Their faces flashed in his mind, smiling, vibrant, alive, and then they were gone. Just like that. He clenched his jaw, forcing those images away as if they were shadows creeping too close for comfort. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest hint of salt from the distant sea. Arthur tilted his head back and stared at the constellations above, foreign and unfamiliar shapes twinkling against the night sky. No Big Dipper here, no Orion, just strange patterns that felt utterly meaningless. "I died." The realization still sent a jolt through him every time he thought about it. When he first transmigrated, it felt surreal, a blur of moments flashing by like scenes from an old movie reel. One moment, he'd been slumped over his desk, the glow of his computer screen being the last thing he'd ever seen, and in the next a broken bar, this, a new body, a new name, and an entirely new world. And then there was family, a concept he thought he could never embrace again. That was perhaps the strangest part about being an Osborne. They weren't just powerful, they were present and united. Dinner hadn't been a silent affair filled with awkward glances. It had been loud and chaotic and bursting with life. Liz's laughter echoed around him like music. Julian's dry remarks brought smiles even when least expected. Ashley's sharp wit kept everyone on their toes. They were real. And somehow a broken bar, he was one of them. Arthur closed his eyes and let the cool night air wash over him like a soothing balm. Is this my second chance? The thought sent an unexpected warmth flooding through his chest, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Ding, a broken bar. The system's voice echoed in his mind, crisp and mechanical. Host's emotional stability has increased. Compatibility with current world, 90%. Arthur couldn't help but smirk at that little update. Even the system's keeping tabs on me now, he mused aloud. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he pondered what lay ahead. Maybe a broken bar, just maybe a broken bar. This was where he was truly meant to be after all. The garden was a realm of silver and shadow, where the moon hung like a polished coin in the sky, its light cascading through the leaves of ancient oaks, painting the gravel path with fractured patterns. Arthur strolled slowly, hands tucked deep in his pockets, feeling the cool night air brush against his skin. The sweet, thick scent of night-blooming jasmine mingled with the salt-kissed breeze wafting from the distant sea, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. The gravel path crunched softly underfoot as Arthur wandered deeper into the moonlit garden. Somewhere in the hedgerows, a nightingale sang its melancholic tune, the sound echoing through the labyrinth of rose arbors and marble fountains. Arthur paused beneath an ancient willow, its trailing branches creating a shimmering curtain of silver in the moonlight. He reached out, letting the leaves brush against his fingertips, marveling at how real everything felt. The texture of the bark, the coolness of the night air, the way his breath fogged slightly before him, all impossibly vivid compared to the hazy memories of his past life. The crunch of approaching footsteps made him tense. Couldn't sleep either. The voice, rich, cultured, and unmistakable, sent a jolt through him. Arthur turned to see Julian emerging from the shadows, his tailored suit jacket slung over one shoulder, the moonlight catching the silver streaks at his temples. A cigarillo dangled from his fingers, its ember glowing like a tiny beacon in the dark. "You're stalking me now?" Arthur quipped, forcing his shoulders to relax. Julian exhaled a slow stream of smoke that curled into the night air. "If I wanted to stalk you, you'd never know I was there." The corner of his mouth twitched. "I'd be significantly more subtle than traipsing through the gardens at midnight." Arthur snorted. "Right. Because you're the picture of subtlety." "I seem to recall a certain incident involving a hostile takeover and a little marching band." "That was strategic intimidation," Julian said, coming to stand beside him under the willow. "There's a difference." He offered the cigarillo. "Want a drag?" Arthur hesitated before accepting. The spicy sweet tobacco burned pleasantly on his tongue, a far cry from the cheap cigarettes he'd occasionally bummed in his past life. "Since when do you share?" "Since one of my nephews came back from Varnia looking like he'd aged 10 years. Julian's sharp gaze studied Arthur's face. "You've been quiet since you returned." Arthur passed the cigarillo back. "Just tired." "Try again." The directness made Arthur blink. Julian had always been perceptive, but this was something else, an almost uncomfortable level of attention. "You know," Arthur said, deflecting, "most people would take the hint and drop it." Julian's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Good thing I'm not most people." He leaned against the willow's trunk, the moonlight casting his sharp features into stark relief. "You've been different since you came back. More distant. Like you're here but not quite present." Arthur's fingers twitched at his sides. The accuracy of the observation was unsettling. "Maybe I'm just getting better at tuning out Liz's nonsense." "Nice try." Julian took another drag before continuing. "When I was 23, I spent 6 months undercover in the Kessari Syndicate." The non sequitur made Arthur frown. "I'm aware. It's family legend at this point." "Do you know why I did it?" Arthur shrugged. "To prove you could?" Julian shook his head. "Because I thought I had to do everything alone." That asking for help was weakness. He ground out the cigarillo against the tree bark. "Nearly got myself killed 3 times before I realized how stupid that was." The confession hung between them, raw and unexpected. Arthur had never heard Julian speak like this. No boardroom polish, no calculated charm. Just truth. "I'm not trying to be a martyr," Arthur said finally. "Aren't you?" Julian turned to face him fully. "You took on Varmira alone. You've been carrying whatever this is alone." He gestured at Arthur's tense posture. "Tell me I'm wrong." Arthur opened his mouth, then closed it. The denial died on his lips. Because Julian wasn't wrong. In both lives, he'd always shouldered burdens alone, first from necessity, then from habit. The wind picked up, sending the willow branches swaying around them like a living curtain. Somewhere in the distance, a fountain trickled softly. "You're not him, you know," Julian said quietly. Arthur's breath caught. "Who?" "The man who left for Varmira." Julian's gaze was piercing. "Whatever happened that changed you?" "And not just in the ways war changes people." For one heart-stopping moment, Arthur wondered if Julian knew. If somehow, impossibly, he'd guessed the truth. Then Julian continued, "But here's what you keep forgetting. You don't have to be that man anymore." "Not here. Not with us." Arthur looked away, his throat tight. The words resonated too deeply, cutting through defenses he hadn't even realized he'd built. "You Osborns," he said hoarsely, "you don't make it easy to brood in peace, do you?" Julian chuckled. "We're a meddlesome lot. Comes with the family crest." He reached into his pocket and produced a silver flask, offering it to Arthur. "Drink?" Arthur accepted, the whiskey burning a welcome path down his throat. "Since when do you carry contraband?" "Since always." Julian smirked. "Though if you tell Alfred, I'll deny it and have you scrubbing the stables for a month." They passed the flask back and forth in comfortable silence, the alcohol warming Arthur from the inside out. The night seemed to hold its breath around them, the garden transformed into some enchanted realm where time moved differently. After a while, Julian spoke again, his voice softer now. "You know, when your father died." Arthur stilled. "They never talked about this. I made the same mistake," Julian continued. "Tried to carry everything myself. Nearly ran the company into the ground before Margaret slapped some sense into me." He took the flask back, his fingers brushing Arthur's. "My point is we're your family, Arthur. For better or worse. Let us be that. The word settled over Arthur like a mantle, heavy but comforting. He thought of Lillian's relentless loyalty, Ashley's sharp-edged care, even Alfred's quiet steadfastness. Maybe he didn't have to do this alone anymore. Careful, Arthur said, forcing a lighter tone. Keep talking like that and people might think you have a heart under all those tailored suits. Julian's answering smile was surprisingly genuine. God forbid. I have a reputation to maintain. He pushed off from the tree. Come on. It's late, and unlike some people, I have an 8 a.m. board meeting. Arthur fell into step beside him as they made their way back toward the manor. The moon hung lower now, its silver light gilding the path before them. For the first time since waking up in this world, Arthur felt something unclench in his chest. The memories of his past life didn't disappear. They would always be part of him, but they no longer felt like shackles. He was Arthur Osborne, and he was exactly where he belonged. Osborne family mansion, Arthur's study room. The study was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of the city outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Neoluminara sparkled like a treasure chest of jewels beneath the bruised twilight sky, its towers aglow with artificial warmth as night crept in. Arthur reclined in his high-backed leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his reflection casting an ethereal shadow against the glass. The amber glow of his wine caught the light, spilling liquid gold across the sleek obsidian surface of his desk. He exhaled slowly, watching droplets form on the crystal glass. Evelyn, he murmured, breaking the stillness. Status report. Suddenly, the air above his desk shimmered as pixels coalesced into the familiar azure visage of his AI counterpart. Evelyn's blue face pulsed with fresh data streams, its digital eyes flickering with urgency. The conflict has escalated beyond initial projections, Evelyn announced smoothly yet laced with tension. With a flicker, a screen behind it expanded into multiple feeds. Security footage and intercepted communications danced alongside financial transactions flashing rapidly. Arthur leaned forward, focus sharpening. Show me. The first feed sprang to life, a high-altitude drone capture revealing a burning complex on Orlean Prime's outskirts. Flames clawed at the night sky, casting an ominous glow over the wreckage. Campbell Strike Team Alpha hit this Eastern Consortium black site laboratory a week ago, Evelyn narrated coolly. Total annihilation. No survivors. A smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. Efficient. Alarmingly so, Evelyn agreed. This was no mere retaliation. It was a surgical strike, targeting weak points like ventilation systems and power grids. Arthur swirled his wine glass thoughtfully. Meaning? The Campbells have contingency protocols for consortium targets, Evelyn explained matter-of-factly. They were prepared for this war long before Christopher's death. Arthur's smirk deepened as he leaned back in his chair. Nice. That means they're taking our bait seriously. The screen shifted to reveal another location, a trade hub in the financial district now reduced to smoldering ruins. Strike Team Beta, Evelyn continued smoothly. They deployed EMP charges to disable security before unleashing incendiary rounds. 3 high-value operatives lost along with next-gen cybernetics. Arthur tapped his glass lightly. Casualties? Minimal by design, came Evelyn's response. The Campbells aren't targeting personnel, they're sending a message, hitting infrastructure and assets while damaging reputations. Psychological warfare, Arthur mused aloud with a knowing nod. Kingston's touch is unmistakable. Evelyn's blue face flickered to life, a digital nod of agreement. His signature is all over this, precise, brutal, and utterly deniable. Suddenly, the feeds shifted again, revealing decrypted consortium communications laid bare for all to see. The Grand Overseer has recalled Raven to headquarters, Evelyn reported. She arrived 6 hours ago and was immediately debriefed by their intelligence division. Arthur's fingers froze mid-motion. And she presented our fabricated evidence flawlessly. The consortium believes Christopher Campbell orchestrated the botched assassination attempt on Mayor Armitage to destabilize Neoluminara. A slow grin spread across Arthur's face. Perfect. But, Evelyn cautioned, the Grand Overseer suspects a setup. Arthur raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh? Evelyn pulled up another feed, a secure transmission between the Grand Overseer and his inner circle. He noted that the Campbells' retaliation was too swift, too coordinated. He suspects they had prior intelligence on consortium operations. Arthur chuckled softly. He's not wrong. Worse, Evelyn added with a serious tone, he's questioning Raven's loyalty. Arthur's amusement faded instantly. Explain. The Grand Overseer has ordered a full audit of her mission parameters. Every decision she made and every piece of intel she acted upon is under scrutiny. If he finds inconsistencies, he'll assume she's been compromised. Arthur finished, his mind racing with possibilities. This unexpected twist could unravel everything they had planned. We need to reinforce the narrative, Arthur decided firmly. Feed the consortium more evidence of Campbell interference, make it undeniable. Evelyn's interface pulsed as it processed the command swiftly. Proposed action. We leak falsified Campbell financials showing payments to known consortium moles. If the Grand Overseer believes his own people were bought off, he'll blame the Campbells instead of Raven. Arthur nodded decisively. Do it. And ensure it's buried deep enough that Raven uncovers it herself. The screen shifted once more, displaying live footage from a consortium safe house where Raven stood at the center of a war room, her golden cyber eye scanning data streams with lethal focus. She's digging, Evelyn observed sharply. And she's angry. Arthur watched intently as Raven's fingers flew across holographic files. Her expression hardened with each new discovery. What's she found? The medical records we planted on her sister, Evelyn replied matter-of-factly. She's now seeing the neural degradation markers, the mood swings and memory loss, all symptoms of consortium conditioning. Arthur exhaled slowly, satisfaction creeping into his voice. Good. Let her stew in that betrayal. The feed zoomed in on Raven's face, her jaw clenched, her cyber eye flickering with barely restrained fury. In an instant, she turned and stormed out of the room. Where's she going? Arthur asked, his curiosity piqued. Evelyn's response was grim. To confront the Grand Overseer. The final feed was the most critical, a hidden camera inside the consortium's high-security briefing chamber. Raven stood before the Grand Overseer, her posture rigid, her voice as lethal as a sharpened blade. You lied to me. The Grand Overseer didn't flinch. About what? My sister. Raven's cyber eye pulsed ominously. You told me she was safe. You said she was being treated. The Grand Overseer's expression remained inscrutable. She is. Raven slammed a holographic file onto the table between them, the falsified medical records glaring like a spotlight on deception. Then explain this. The Grand Overseer scanned the data, his face darkening with realization. Where did you get this? Does it matter? Raven's voice cut through the tension like ice slicing through flesh. You promised me she'd be protected. Instead, you're letting her rot. A tense silence enveloped them. Then, the Grand Overseer exhaled sharply. You're right. I withheld the truth. Raven went very still, absorbing his admission. Your sister's condition is a broken bar complicated. He continued cautiously. The neural degradation is a side effect of her unique physiology. We've been trying to stabilize her, but... Liar. Raven's whisper dripped with venom. The Grand Overseer narrowed his eyes dangerously. Careful, Raven. But she didn't back down. Her resolve hardened like steel in fire. I want to see her. Now. That's not possible. Why? Because she's already dead? At that moment, the Grand Overseer's patience snapped like a brittle twig underfoot. Enough. You forget your place. Raven's response was icy and defiant. Number. I've just finally remembered it. And just like that, the feed cut abruptly. Arthur leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly as if releasing pent-up tension from within him. Well, that escalated quickly. Evelyn's blue face flickered with concern. She's been ordered to stand down. The Grand Overseer has placed her under surveillance. Arthur smirked knowingly at this twist of fate. Perfect. Sir? She's finally questioning them, Arthur mused while swirling his wine thoughtfully in its glass, an artist contemplating his next masterpiece of chaos. And nothing is more dangerous than a weapon that realizes it's being used. Evelyn processed this revelation before asking cautiously, your orders? Evelyn processed the information with a mechanical precision, then inquired, What are your orders? Arthur's grin sliced through the tension like a knife. Phase 4 begins now. The screen flickered to life, revealing a meticulously crafted set of protocols, a trap laid with care, poised to ensnare its unsuspecting prey. Will leak news of Raven's betrayal to the consortium. Let it appear as though the Campbells have turned against her. Then, we sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Evelyn's interface pulsed with approval, its digital eyes glinting with intrigue. And when the Grand Overseer comes for her, Arthur savored his drink slowly, his gaze smoldering in the dim light of the room. Then we present her with an enticing new opportunity. 1 week later. The ambient lighting in the study flickered ominously, mirroring the distant rumble of thunderstorms that danced across Neoluminara's skyline. Shadows darted across Arthur's face as he leaned forward, elbows resting on the polished obsidian desk. He was riveted by Evelyn's holographic display, which meticulously reconstructed Raven's last 24 hours in chilling detail. "She's been confined to level 9 Sigma," Evelyn reported, projecting a vivid three-dimensional schematic of the Eastern Consortium's underground headquarters. The facility glowed a menacing crimson beneath the bustling financial district, its sublevels plunging like inverted skyscrapers into the depths of bedrock. "Standard procedure for operatives under suspicion." Arthur swirled his wine thoughtfully, watching ice cubes fracture light into prismatic shards, each one a tiny prism reflecting his unease. "Surveillance?" he asked, eyebrow raised. "Total," Evelyn confirmed, zooming in on Raven's cell. A stark 10 by 10 meter cube with biometric scanners embedded in every surface. Neural monitors, pulse tracking. Even olfactory sensors to detect stress pheromones. "The consortium isn't taking any chances," a smirk played at Arthur's lips. "Good. The tighter they pull on that leash, the harder she'll break free when it snaps." Evelyn split the display into parallel feeds. Left screen, Raven sat cross-legged on her narrow cot, her golden cyber eye dimmed to standby mode. To an untrained observer, she appeared serene and meditative, but Evelyn's thermal overlay told a different story. Elevated core temperature and irregular breathing patterns screamed suppressed rage. Right screen, in stark contrast, the Grand Overseer convened an emergency council in the war room above him. His silver-knotted hair glinted under holographic lights as he addressed 7 masked figures shrouded in mystery. "We have confirmation," the Grand Overseer declared gravely, pulling up a damning file that could change everything. Financial trails from Campbell leading directly to Raven's last 3 missions, payments made, encrypted communications exchanged. Even a fail-safe extraction plan coded with Campbell ciphers. Arthur felt his grip tighten around his glass as anxiety surged through him. "Are forgeries?" he questioned sharply. "Flawlessly integrated," Evelyn affirmed confidently. "The consortium's forensic AIs have authenticated them as genuine." One masked figure leaned forward skeptically. "You're suggesting our best operative is a Campbell plant?" A masked figure leaned forward, his voice a low whisper that sliced through the tension in the room. "Are you really suggesting that our most skilled operative is nothing more than a Campbell plant?" The Grand Overseer's smile was unsettling, devoid of warmth. "What I'm proposing is a test of her loyalty, one we must initiate immediately." Raven's heart raced as her cell door hissed open, revealing 2 armored sentries. Their faceless helmets scanned her with ominous crimson lasers, heightening the sense of dread in the air. "Operative Raven," one announced coldly. "You are being deployed." She remained motionless, defiance etched on her features. "What are the mission parameters?" "Termination of a high-value target within the Orlean Federation." The sentry tossed a dossier at her feet with an air of finality. Raven's cyber eye flared to life as she scanned the document, and froze in disbelief. Arthur leaned closer, curiosity piqued. "Who has been assigned to her?" Evelyn magnified the file. "Target, Alistair Campbell." "Oh," Arthur breathed, admiration lacing his tone. "That's truly diabolical." Forcing Raven to assassinate the Campbell patriarch would serve as the ultimate litmus test for her allegiance. If she succeeded, she would prove her unwavering devotion to the consortium. If she failed or refused, it would confirm her betrayal. Her fingers trembled, just once, before she stood and reached for the dossier. "I'll need my equipment." In an instant, Evelyn's feeds accelerated into a blur of action. Raven was in the armory, strapping monofilament garrots onto her wrists while sentries observed every calculated movement. The Grand Overseer watched from a hidden control room, fingers steepled in contemplation. Meanwhile, Evelyn detected an anomaly flickering near the facility's mainframe, highlighted in pulsing gold. "There." Arthur pointed sharply. "What's that?" Evelyn isolated the feed, a ventilation grate loosening by mere millimeters every 30 seconds. "Unauthorized access detected." "Someone else is inside." Arthur's grin turned feral with realization. The Campbells didn't wait for their hit. They've come to claim her first. Chaos erupted in 3 simultaneous bursts. Raven spun within the armory, garrote slicing effortlessly through both sentries' throats before their neural implants could emit warnings. Simultaneously, the hidden vent exploded outward to reveal 4 Campbell Black Ops soldiers whose retinal scanners confirmed Raven's identity. Just then, as if on cue, the Grand Overseer slammed down the lockdown switch, only for Raven to grab a plasma charge from the wall and hurl it toward the main control hub. The feeds dissolved into static. Smoke curled from Evelyn's flickering projection, re-establishing a connection with Raven's cyber-eye feed. She crouched in a derelict subway tunnel, blood streaking her left temple, a stark reminder of the chaos surrounding her. Suddenly, a crackling voice pierced through the static. It was Kingston Campbell. "You have one chance, Raven. The consortium has branded you a traitor. We're offering sanctuary, but only in exchange for the Grand Overseer's head." Raven steadied her breath, skepticism etched across her face. "Why should I trust you?" "Because we didn't falsify your sister's medical records." A heavy pause hung in the air before she demanded, "Where is she?" Kingston's smile was almost palpable through the transmission. "Alive for now." And just like that, the transmission cut off. Arthur exhaled sharply beside her. "They have your sister." Evelyn chimed in with its analysis. "Campbell forces extracted Lynn from consortium custody 2 weeks ago. Probability of authenticity, 93.7%. Arthur shot up from his chair, it screeching against the marble floor as he declared, "We need to move faster." "If Raven thinks they have her sister a broken bar she'll butcher the Grand Overseer and hand Kingston a war on a silver platter," Evelyn finished grimly. Arthur slammed his fist onto the desk, determination radiating from him. "Not happening." Trigger protocol, White Snake. Evelyn's systems hummed to life as encryption layers disengaged. "Confirming, this will burn our deepest consortium infiltrator." "Do it." A new screen bloomed, revealing a live feed from within the Grand Overseer's private sanctum. He stood before an enormous aquarium filled with genetically enhanced lionfish gliding gracefully behind glass. Then came an urgent chime from his personal terminal. A file popped open containing 2 shocking revelations. Proof that Raven's sister had never been at the alleged black site where Raven thought she was held captive, and a real-time feed showing her at a consortium medical facility in the Sapphire Isles, reading peacefully and blissfully unaware of the war being waged over her fate. Attached was a single cryptic message: "The viper you're choking is your only salvation from wolves at your door." A friend. The Grand Overseer froze for a moment before reaching for his comm device with urgency. "Stand down all teams pursuing Operative Xuying. Now!" he commanded. Meanwhile, Raven's cyber-eye feed flickered back to life as she received those same files via an encrypted burst transmission. Her breath hitched when she saw her sister, alive and unharmed, wearing the jade pendant Raven had gifted her years ago. Then, out of nowhere, coordinates flashed across the screen, accompanied by a timestamp: 24 hours. Sapphire Isles Dock 7. Kingston's voice sliced through the tension like a knife. "Raven, what are you up to?" But before he could get an answer, the feed abruptly cut off as Raven disabled her comms. For 3 heartbeats, silence enveloped them, thick and heavy. Then she turned away and stepped into the tunnels, not heading toward Campbell extraction or seeking consortium vengeance, but toward that mysterious third path Arthur had just revealed. Evelyn's voice was unusually subdued as he remarked, "She'll come for answers." Arthur took a long sip of his now warm whiskey, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let her." Outside, lightning cracked across the sky, casting a dramatic glow over Neoluminara's skyline, a dazzling chessboard of lights and shadows. 1 week later, the abandoned Iron Serpent nightclub in Neoluminara's rundown entertainment district loomed like a forgotten mausoleum. Its neon sign, half shattered and flickering weakly, struggled to cut through the city's eternal twilight. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of rust and stale synth liquor, a ghostly reminder of a place that once thrived on vice and violence. Arthur stood at the center of the VIP lounge, hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored black coat. The only illumination came from a holographic display hovering above his wrist, casting eerie blue reflections across his sharp features. Evelyn's voice whispered in his ear, "She's here." A shadow detached itself from the ruined bar. Raven emerged like a wraith, her golden cyber eye glowing faintly in the dimness. Dressed in nondescript urban camouflage, her monofilament garrote coiled round her wrist like a serpent poised to strike. Her expression was unreadable, but tension radiated from her posture. She was ready for anything. "A friend," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "You're the one who sent those files." Arthur remained still. "And you're the one who didn't kill Alistair Campbell." Her fingers twitched slightly. "You set this up, the fake medical records, the Campbells rescuing my sister, that sudden change of heart from the Grand Overseer." "I revealed the truth," Arthur corrected smoothly. "The consortium lied to you. The Campbells tried to use you as leverage. I just leveled the playing field." Raven's cyber eye whirred as it scanned him. "For weapons? For tells? For weakness?" "Why?" Arthur tapped his wrist display again. A hologram bloomed between them, a high-tech medical facility gleaming white and humming with advanced equipment. In its center sat a young woman with Raven's sharp cheekbones and dark hair on a recovery bed, engrossed in reading from a tablet. She looked a broken but peaceful. Raven's breath hitched. "Luna." "She's safe," Arthur assured her. "For now." "The neural degradation is real, but it's treatable." "It just took too long for anyone to care." Raven's fists clenched tightly at her sides. "Where is this?" "Somewhere no one will find her," Arthur replied smoothly, an edge creeping into his tone. "Unless I decide otherwise." A beat of silence hung heavy between them before Raven moved. In less than a second, she had closed the distance between them, her garrote pressed against Arthur's throat, the monofilament wire humming with lethal tension. Evelyn's warning blared in Arthur's ear, but he didn't flinch. "I could kill you right now," Raven hissed. "Then burn this city down until I find her." Arthur met her gaze evenly. "You could, but you won't." "Try me." "Because," Arthur said calmly, "you're not a mindless weapon. You're a survivor, and survivors know when to make deals." Her grip didn't loosen, but her eye flickered, just once, toward the hologram of her sister. Arthur pressed his advantage. "Submit to me." "Not as a slave, not as a tool, as a partner. Help me dismantle the consortium and the Campbells, and I'll give you more than just Lynn's safety." "What else could you possibly offer?" Raven spat. Arthur smiled. "Revenge." The wire trembled against his skin. Then, slowly, Raven lowered her weapon. "Prove it," she demanded. Arthur tapped his display again. A new hologram appeared, a blueprint of the Eastern Consortium's central mainframe, with a single access point highlighted in pulsing red. "This is the Grand Overseer's private server," Arthur said. "It contains every blackmail file, every assassination order, every dirty secret the Consortium has ever buried. Help me crack it, and you'll have everything you need to burn them all to the ground." Raven stared at the hologram, then back at Arthur. "And my sister?" "Already under Osborne protection. You can see her tonight, if you agree." The silence stretched. Then Raven did something Arthur didn't expect. She laughed. It was a cold, sharp sound, but there was something almost relieved in it. "You're ruthless," she said. "I'll give you that." Arthur's grin was all teeth. "So do we have a deal?" Arthur's grin was all teeth. "So, do we have a deal?" Raven extended her hand. "We do." The night air in Neoluminara's entertainment district hung thick with neon haze, pulsing to the distant thrum of bass from nearby clubs as Arthur stepped out of the derelict Iron Serpent. His polished custom shoes crunched over shards of broken glass as he made his way toward a sleek, armored limousine idling at the curb. The vehicle, A custom Osborne Elysium X700, gleamed under flickering streetlights, its matte black finished swallowing reflections like a void. It's a custom-made car Oscar made for everyone in the family. Well, not everyone. A mountain of a man in a tailored suit stood beside the rear door, his gloved hand already reaching for the handle. Kraev, Arthur's personal shadow and war god-level bodyguard, inclined his head slightly as the door swung open without a sound. "Sir," he rumbled, his voice like gravel underfoot. Arthur slid into the plush interior, enveloped by the rich scent of aged leather and fine whiskey as the door shut with a satisfying thunk. The cabin was a sanctuary of silence. Military-grade soundproofing muted the outside world completely. The opaque partition between the driver's compartment and rear cabin ensured absolute privacy. A soft chime sounded as the car's AI system recognized his biometrics, adjusting ambient lighting to his preferred dim, cool blue hue. Then Evelyn's holographic interface materialized above the center console, its azure form pulsing with restrained energy. That was an unnecessary risk. Arthur loosened his tie and exhaled deeply while pouring himself a measure of Solarian whiskey from the built-in bar. The ice cubes clinked softly against crystal. "Which part?" he asked, taking a slow sip that burned pleasantly down his throat. "Allowing Raven proximity with a live weapon. Letting her believe she could kill you, and most notably a broken bar." Evelyn's projection flickered to display consortium mainframe schematics. Arthur had shown Raven a broken bar tasking her with infiltrating the Grand Overseer's server when I could have cracked it in 0.47 seconds. Arthur swirled his drink, watching amber liquid catch light like liquid gold. "Of course you could have." A beat of silence passed before Evelyn's hologram sharpened, its eyes narrowing. "This was a test." Arthur smirked. "Congratulations. You've cracked the case." Elaborate. As they glided through Neo-Luminara's streets, city lights streaking past tinted windows in blurred ribbons of color, Arthur set down his glass and explained further. "Raven has spent her entire life being used by the consortium and anyone strong enough to leash her. If I'd just taken that server data and handed it to her on a silver platter, she'd see me as just another master holding a different whip." Evelyn processed the scene, its blue hue flickering like a neon sign in a dark alley. "So, you've given her an impossible task to prove her worth?" "Not just her worth," Arthur corrected, his tone firm. "It's about her loyalty." The AI's projection zoomed in on Arthur's face, analyzing every micro-expression. "You don't trust her?" "Of course I don't," Arthur chuckled dryly. "She's a trained killer who just switched sides. Trusting her now would be downright foolish." "Then why?" Evelyn began. "Because trust isn't the point," Arthur interrupted decisively. "Control is what matters here. The best way to manage someone like Raven isn't through fear or force, it's through investment." Evelyn's hologram tilted slightly, silently urging him to elaborate. Arthur leaned back, steepling his fingers as if plotting a masterstroke. "Right now, Raven thinks she's choosing to work with me, outsmarting the system by playing both sides. But once she cracks that server, the moment she believes she's stolen the consortium's secrets for herself, she'll have crossed a line that can't be uncrossed." "Psychological commitment," Evelyn synthesized smoothly. "The more effort she puts in, the more she'll justify her allegiance to you to avoid cognitive dissonance." "Exactly." Arthur lifted his glass again, savoring the moment. "When she delivers those files, she won't just be my asset, she'll be invested in my success, because if I fall, so does everything she's risked to gain." The AI pulsed quietly for a moment before responding with calculated precision. "Calculating. Probability of Raven's genuine defection increases by 38% if she completes the infiltration herself versus being handed the data." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "And that 38%? That could mean the difference between having a weapon that might turn on me and one that won't." As their conversation unfolded, outside the limousine glided into the Diamond District where Osborne Holdings headquarters loomed ahead, its obsidian surface reflecting the city like a dark mirror. Evelyn shifted gears smoothly. "And what happens if she fails?" "The consortium will detect any intrusion attempt. They'll purge their data and hunt her down." Arthur's smile turned razor-edged as he replied coolly, "Then we'll see how good she really is." "You're gambling with a high-value asset, Evelyn noted cautiously. "No," Arthur corrected again with conviction. "I'm testing one. If she survives this trial by fire, she'll be infinitely more useful than if I'd simply handed her an easy victory." Evelyn's hologram dimmed slightly, a rare show of concession from an AI known for its unwavering logic. "Your methodology is broken but unorthodox." Arthur let out a low, humorless laugh that echoed in the dimly lit room. "Stealing a high-value dangerous operative from one of the most dangerous organizations in THR world, convincing her to work for me? Yeah, that was a bold move." "And yet," he gestured toward Evelyn's shimmering projection, ... Here we are." Evelyn paused, seemingly weighing his words before responding. "But why did you allow her to press a garrote against your throat?" Arthur's fingers absent-mindedly traced the faint red line on his skin where the monofilament wire had barely grazed him. "Because she needed to believe she could have killed me," he replied matter-of-factly. "That fleeting moment of power, the illusion of control, is what will keep her from ever really trying it." Evelyn's hologram flickered as it processed this complex psychology. "So, you let her assert dominance to reinforce her submission later?" "Exactly," Arthur said, finishing off his whiskey with a satisfied nod. "Raven isn't someone you can force into loyalty. You have to make her think it's her choice." As their conversation unfolded, the limousine glided into the sleek underground garage of Osborne Tower, its tires whispering over polished concrete like secrets shared in confidence. Kraev opened the door with an impassive expression as Arthur stepped out. Evelyn's voice crackled through his earpiece as he made his way toward the private elevator. "And what if she surprises you? What if she's better than you expected?" Arthur pressed the call button and caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror doors, an image of a man who had turned betrayal into an art form. His voice dropped to a contemplative murmur. "Then I'll have gained something far more valuable than just a weapon." "What do you mean?" Evelyn asked, intrigued. The elevator doors slid open with a soft whoosh, revealing the waiting interior. Arthur stepped inside and turned slightly back toward Evelyn's projection, a hint of determination in his eyes. "A partner." Campbell's Tate War Room. The holographic display flickered ominously, casting jagged shadows across the reinforced glass walls of the Campbell family's private sanctum. Kingston Campbell paced like a caged wolf, his tailored suit straining against his broad shoulders as he clenched and unclenched his fists in frustration. Before him, footage of 3 consortium safe houses burned silently, their destruction marked by pulsing red dots on a sprawling city map. "She's gone rogue," Kingston snarled, slamming his palm against the table. The impact sent ripples through the hologram, distorting the chaos momentarily. Raven cut communications, abandoned her extraction team, and vanished into the goddamn sewers like a rat. Across the war table, Alistair Campbell remained as still as stone. At 62, the patriarch of the Campbell dynasty exuded a weary grace reminiscent of a retired warlord. His silver-streaked hair was pulled back in a severe knot, while his cybernetic left eye, a relic from the border wars, glowed faintly as it processed torrents of data. "We underestimated her," Alistair finally said. His voice was calm but carried the weight of a judge's gavel echoing in an empty courtroom. "She's not just running, she's hunting." Kingston whirled around. "For who?" "The consortium wants her dead. We offered her sanctuary. There's no third option unless..." Suddenly, the doors hissed open. A junior operative stood trembling at the threshold, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. "Sirs, priority transmission." "Channel 0." Every muscle in Kingston's body locked up tight. "Channel 0, the unmarked frequency that bypassed all security protocols and was known only to him." Alistair was already moving. "Clear the room. Secure Chamber A." 2 minutes later, the walls were lined with quantum static generators that ensured even the most advanced AI couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. The hello screen before them remained dark. However, they could hear live audio, a voice modulator rendering its speaker genderless and ageless. "You were told not to escalate." Kingston's jaw tightened defensively. "With respect, they executed my brother in cold blood. And you burned 10 of their facilities to ashes." The voice was unnervingly calm, almost bored. "The ledger is balanced." Alistair didn't blink or waver under pressure. "You call this ceasefire for what reason?" A pause hung heavy in the air before it continued. "Because Raven is no longer yours to control." Kingston's breath hitched, his voice barely a whisper. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means," the voice replied, calm and chilling, "that someone else has taken her leash. Someone even the consortium can't trace." Alistair's eyes flickered with a faint glow of anger as he shot back, "You're telling us to stand down while a rogue assassin has access to our deepest secrets?" "I'm telling you," the voice clarified, each word dripping with menace, "that this war ends now, or the next body won't be your disappointing second son, it will be your heir." The threat hung in the air like a guillotine blade poised to drop, and then a broken bar silence. The line went dead. Flashback 72 hours earlier. In that same secure chamber, with shadows dancing across the darkened screen, Alistair had been alone when the call came through. "Rein in your dogs," commanded the voice from the other end. "The consortium has overstepped their bounds, but this isn't the time for open war." Alistair hadn't flinched. His resolve was ironclad. "They killed 12 of our operatives in the Sapphire Isles." "A miscalculation, one they've paid for." A file flashed on screen, revealing footage of the Grand Overseer's nephew bleeding out in a back alley clinic. "But if you continue this path of vengeance, you'll force my hand, and neither of you will like what comes next." Alistair's fist clenched tightly at his side. "You're protecting them." "I'm protecting order," came the measured response from the voice. "The Federation stands because balance is maintained. Tip those scales too far, and everything burns." Then came the kicker: "Call off your hounds, Alistair, or I'll call them off for you." Present a war room. Kingston was practically vibrating with fury. "We just let her go? After everything she knows?" Alistair exhaled slowly, frustration etched on his face. "We have no choice." "The hell we don't." "If Raven's working for someone," Kingston's voice trailed off as dread settled in his gut, "then that someone just proved they outrank him," Alistair said sharply as he gestured toward the blank screen before them. "Think about it. There's only one power above the Eclipse protocols." Realization dawned in Kingston's eyes, a light flickering on in a dark room. "The true puppeteers, those who even controlled the architect himself, and if they'd claimed Ravna broken bar." "Gods," Kingston whispered in disbelief. Alistair turned back to the hologram, where Raven's last known coordinates blinked ominously over the city's underground tunnels. "Let the run," he murmured. "For now." Osborne family estate. Arthur's study room. The fire in Arthur's study crackled softly, its warmth contrasting with the chill of impending conflict outside. Flickering shadows danced across shelves lined with leather-bound tomes and antique weapons, relics of a bygone era steeped in intrigue. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur swirled a glass of Solarian whiskey, the amber liquid catching the light as he contemplated the latest reports from his intelligence network. The gentle clinking of ice cubes created a rhythmic symphony that was both soothing and unsettling. Suddenly, Evelyn's holographic form materialized above his desk, its characteristic blue glow pulsating with an urgency that demanded attention. "Sir." Without lifting his gaze, he replied tersely, "What is it?" "The war between the Campbells and the Eastern Consortium has ended." This revelation halted him mid-thought. He set down his glass with deliberate care, fingers lingering on the cool crystal as he processed the implications. "Explain." As if anticipating his need for clarity, the hologram expanded to reveal intercepted communications and surveillance footage. Both factions received a direct order to stand down. A full ceasefire will be enacted within 6 hours. All operations against one another have been frozen. Arthur's brow furrowed deeply. Disbelief etched across his features. "That's impossible," he countered emphatically. "The Campbells wouldn't back down after losing Christopher. Such a loss would only fuel their resolve. And the Consortium? They never retreat without a fight." Arthur's brow furrowed deeply, a storm brewing in his mind. "That's impossible." "The Campbells wouldn't back down after losing Christopher. And the Consortium? They don't retreat." "They did when the order came from the Whitmore family," Evelyn replied, his voice steady. The name struck Arthur like a punch to the gut. His breath caught in his throat, fingers tightening around the armrests of his chair as if they were the only thing keeping him grounded. For a moment, He was frozen, staring at Evelyn's projection as if it had just delivered a death sentence. The Whitmore family. They were the true puppeteers behind the Orlean Federation, the shadowy figures who manipulated governments, corporations, and even powerful families like the Campbells. To them, the Osborns were mere specks of dust, insignificant and easily overlooked. Arthur exhaled sharply, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Tell me everything." Evelyn displayed a decrypted transmission. "Ceasefire protocol engaged. Disengage all hostilities or face termination." No signature, no identifiers, just those 9 stark words hanging heavily in the air. Arthur's pulse raced in his ears. "That's it? No explanation, no demands?" "None required," Evelyn replied coolly. "When the Whitmores speak, obedience is assumed." Suddenly standing, Arthur paced toward the window. The city sprawled beneath him, glittering under a blanket of stars, blissfully unaware of the tempest that had just swept through its streets. His thoughts spiraled out of control. Did they know? Had the Whitmores discovered his involvement in igniting this war? Had they traced Raven's defection back to him? A cold sweat prickled at his neck, a chilling realization dawning upon him. If they had connected any dots, this wasn't merely a ceasefire, it was an ominous prelude to his execution. But then, he took a slow breath to steady himself. If they truly knew what he'd done, he'd already be dead by now. The Whitmores didn't issue warnings or negotiate, they eliminated threats without hesitation. Turning back to Evelyn with renewed determination, he said firmly, "There's no way they traced this back to us." "Unlikely," Evelyn confirmed with robotic precision. "I've erased all digital footprints linking you to Raven's defection or any conflict involved. As far as external audits reveal, the Osborn family has had no hand in this matter." Arthur nodded slowly as some tension eased from his shoulders. "And even if they suspected something, why would they care? We're beneath their notice." "Exactly. The Whitmores are laser-focused on threats to their power. A minor family like ours trying to stir the pot? That would barely register compared to the looming specter of war between the Campbells and the Consortium." Arthur smirked, though there was little humor in his expression. "So, we're safe because we're just insignificant?" "A rather fortunate position given these volatile times," Evelyn replied, a hint of relief in his tone. Arthur sank back into his chair, lifting his whiskey glass once more. The ice had melted a bit, diluting the rich amber liquid, but he hardly noticed as he savored a slow sip. "What's next?" he pondered aloud. "The Whitmores have brokered a ceasefire, but do you really think the Campbells and the Consortium will simply forget their grudges?" "Unlikely," Evelyn agreed with a nod. "But now they'll tread more carefully. The Whitmores have made it abundantly clear, no further escalation will be tolerated." Arthur swirled his glass thoughtfully, watching how the liquid danced in the firelight. "Which means we need to step up our game even more. If we want to keep pulling strings behind the scenes, we must do it without drawing any attention from the Whitmores." "A slower game then," Evelyn suggested wisely. "Precisely." Arthur's smile was sharp as a blade. "We let them believe that the storm has passed. Then when they least expect it." He didn't need to finish. Both men understood perfectly well what lay ahead. Evelyn pulsed once in silent agreement. The game wasn't over, it had simply become far more dangerous. The fire in the hearth flickered low, casting playful shadows that danced across the study. Arthur stood still before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his reflection a ghostly silhouette against the shimmering skyline of Neoluminara. Below him, the city thrummed with life, blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing in his mind. Behind him, Evelyn's azure form shimmered above the desk, its usual calm glow disrupted by subtle pulses of unease. Evelyn just delivered its report. The Whitmore family had stepped in, forcing an abrupt ceasefire between the Campbells and the Eastern Consortium. The revelation hung heavy in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Arthur exhaled slowly, his breath fogging up the glass before him. "Evelyn," he finally said, his voice low and deliberate. "What's our greatest advantage in this game?" Evelyn processed this question, its holographic interface cycling through probabilities and strategies like a high-speed computer. "Intelligence superiority," it replied after a brief pause. "My ability to infiltrate systems undetected gives us." Arthur interrupted sharply, as precise as a blade's edge. He turned from the window to face the hologram directly. That's just a tool, not an advantage. Evelyn dimmed slightly, a digital frown of sorts. Then perhaps our network of assets. Raven? There. Wrong again. Arthur strode forward. His polished shoes clicked against marble as he approached the desk and braced himself against its surface. Think deeper. A moment of silence passed before Evelyn spoke again. Then I lack sufficient data to. Our greatest advantage, Arthur whispered intensely, is that we are insignificant. Silence enveloped them. Evelyn's hologram stilled abruptly. Its usual rapid data streams froze mid-calculation. Arthur straightened up and began pacing again, rolling his shoulders back as he spoke with growing conviction. The Whitmores, the Campbells, the Consortium, they see us as nothing more than a minor family playing at power in a city they barely notice. We exist beneath their radar. He paused dramatically before turning sharply to emphasize his point. And that is our greatest weapon. Evelyn remained silent but attentive. Arthur smirked knowingly. You disagree? I lack the necessary philosophical framework to assess the strategic value of deliberate obscurity, Evelyn admitted. Arthur chuckled softly but without humor. Let me enlighten you. He moved toward a nearby bookshelf and ran his fingers along leather-bound volumes on war, politics, and human nature until one caught his eye. A guy called Sun Tzu once wrote that all warfare is based on deception. Machiavelli, another smart guy, also once argued it's better to be feared than loved, but only if one cannot be both. He pulled a book from the shelf, flipping it open with an absent-minded gesture. But there's a third option, he said, his voice low but charged. One far more potent. With a decisive snap, he closed the book. To be underestimated. Evelyn's hologram flickered to life, its colors pulsing with curiosity. Explain. Arthur set the book down and began to pace, his thoughts gathering momentum like a storm brewing on the horizon. The Whitmores rule from the shadows because they grasp one fundamental truth: power is most effective when it goes unchallenged. But their grave error lies in believing that only they can wield it this way. Consider this, he continued, his tone growing more animated. If a king fears an uprising, what does he do? He crushes the rebel lords and generals, the ones who openly defy him. But does he ever spare a thought for the servant pouring his wine, the clerk recording his taxes, the so-called insignificant? No, Evelyn conceded thoughtfully. They are beneath his concern. Exactly. Arthur's grin was sharp as a blade. And that very servant could slip poison into his cup without anyone suspecting a thing. That clerk could manipulate records to bankrupt him. It's those deemed insignificant who can topple empires because no one bothers to watch them. Evelyn's hologram shifted, its light deepening into a contemplative indigo hue. There is an ethical contradiction in this philosophy, it observed carefully. To exploit one's own perceived weakness requires cultivating false humility, a form of deception by definition. Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. And you've expressed disdain for manipulators who operate without principles, Evelyn pointed out. Arthur let out a hearty laugh at that notion. Principles aren't synonymous with naivety, Evelyn. I don't deceive myself about our nature. We are manipulators and deceivers, but we act with purpose. Leaning against the desk, Arthur's expression turned serious as he continued. The Whitmores control the Federation not out of righteousness but ruthlessness. The Campbells crush their enemies not from justice but sheer strength. If we are to survive, if we are to win, we must be willing to embrace that same mentality. He tapped his temple knowingly and added with conviction, the only difference will be clever enough not to flaunt it. Evelyn processed this information rapidly, its hologram cycling through historical parallels and psychological studies before synthesizing its findings. Then our strategy moving forward is clear: intensify efforts to remain beneath their notice while simultaneously expanding our influence in ways they cannot detect. Arthur nodded appreciatively. Exactly. The Black Vault funds will flow through 7 shell corporations. Raven's missions will appear as mere freelance contracts. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single chess piece, a humble pawn. With a deliberate motion, he placed it on the desk between them. We make sure it looks like an accident, he said, his tone casual yet loaded with meaning. Evelyn's hologram flickered to life, its glow intensifying. The power of insignificance, it mused, as if savoring the concept. Arthur grinned. "Now you're getting it." Outside, the first light of dawn began to stretch across the city skyline, a new day awakening quietly, unnoticed by the giants who believed they held dominion over it all. And in those shadows, the insignificant watched. They waited patiently for their moment to rise. The lights dimmed in Osborne Technology Skyview Auditorium, setting the stage for an electrifying morning. 300 of the Federation's top logistics executives settled into their seats, the air buzzing with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with hints of expensive cologne. At precisely 9 o'clock a.m., the massive holographic display at center stage flickered to life, showcasing a rotating hexagonal logo that pulsed softly in a mesmerizing blue glow. Luke Croft strode onto the stage, exuding a relaxed confidence that spoke volumes about his years spent in labs rather than boardrooms. Clad in a simple black turtleneck and dark jeans, sleeves rolled up to reveal faint scars on his forearms, trophies from countless prototype tests, he was ready to unveil something revolutionary. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen," he boomed, his voice effortlessly filling the auditorium without a microphone. "Welcome to the future of delivery." With a dramatic swipe of his hand, the hologram erupted into a stunning 3D rendering of the first fully operational drone hive, a breathtaking hexagonal monolith that resembled a living organism more than just a warehouse. The people below eyes were widened in amazement as they looked at the huge hexagonal building. Luke looked at everyone and a small smile formed at the corner of his mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the drone hive, or what I called the hive." A mind Luke voice echoed across the auditorium, snapping everyone back from their dazed state. Luke walked to the edge of the stage and said, "The drone hive is a state-of-the-art facility designed to house, charge, repair, and deploy thousands of autonomous delivery drones. It combines cutting-edge technology with sustainable design to maximize efficiency and minimize environmental impact." As you can see, Luke pointed at the drone hive and continued, "The hive is built in a hexagonal honeycomb structure, allowing for maximum space utilization and scalability. Now let's start with some basics," Luke said as he stepped into the hologram. "This isn't your grandfather's distribution center." He gestured toward the honeycomb-patterned exterior. "We built it in hexagons for 3 key reasons: space efficiency, each module holds 100 drones within a compact footprint; scalability, need more capacity, just snap on another hexagon; and finally, structural integrity. The hexagon shape distributes weight better than any rectangle ever could." A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as they watched workers seamlessly add new modules to an existing hive in mere hours. The view zoomed inside, revealing vertical racks stretching dozens of stories high. "Watch this," Luke said with enthusiasm. Robotic arms deftly plucked drones from their slots with precision that bordered on artistry. Each rack is temperature controlled and vibration dampened. "And," he added with a cheeky grin, "burglar-proof." "Good luck trying to steal one when it locks down at 120 decibels. He pointed out glowing pads beneath each drone. 10-minute full charge? Check. Solar-powered? Absolutely. And yes," he winked, "we've tested it through 3 straight days of rain." The hologram then transformed into the nerve center, a vast circular room dominated by a pulsating AI core at its heart. "This is where the magic happens," Luke chimed in as he tapped on the glowing sphere. "HiveMind doesn't just track packages, it anticipates problems before they even arise." The display showcased weather adaptation, rerouting drones around sudden storms, and traffic predictions, avoiding construction zones before they were even announced. Self-repair protocols flagged failing motors 3 deliveries ahead of time. A hand shot up in the crowd. "How many calculations per second?" Damien flashed a confident grin. "Enough to make your smartest quantum computer feel like it's stuck in kindergarten." The scene shifted to the rooftop, where dozens of drones took off and landed in flawless harmony. "Weatherproof launch pads," Luke explained with enthusiasm. "Each one features heated surfaces that melt ice instantly, electromagnetic shielding against solar flares, and precision guidance that allows drones to land even in 50 miles per hour winds." He tapped his tablet, revealing a drone's eye view of a raging thunderstorm. "This was last Tuesday," no delayed deliveries whatsoever. The hologram zoomed into the repair bays, showcasing robotic arms working with surgical precision. Minor repairs under 2 minutes, Damien stated proudly. Need a propeller replaced? Just 47 seconds flat. The display illustrated a drone receiving 4 new rotors while someone in the front row barely had time to check their watch. And what about major issues? A new view appeared, showing technicians wearing augmented reality visors tackling complex repairs in a dedicated workshop. For those tricky problems, we still rely on human hands. The atmosphere shifted as the screen displayed their security systems, biometric scanners capable of distinguishing identical twins, defensive drones equipped with non-lethal countermeasures, and a cyber warfare suite that turns hacker attacks back on their originators. Last month, Luke said casually, someone attempted to jam our signals. Their system crashed so hard it practically needed an exorcist. But he wasn't finished yet. The display transitioned to showcase sustainable innovations, solar-paneled roofs generating 120% of required power, rainwater recycling slashing municipal water use by 90%, and batteries crafted from 97% recycled materials. Because saving the planet shouldn't hurt your bottom line, Luke quipped with a wink. Finally, he walked them through an entire delivery process. A package arrives at the loading bay. Robotic arms scan and sorted in under 8 seconds. A drone is assigned its route calculated down to the second. Delivery occurs with impeccable precision. The drone returns for inspection and recharging, ready for action again. From arrival to relaunch, Luke smiled broadly. Just 12 minutes on average. As the hologram faded away, Luke's voice softened with sincerity. My first job was loading trucks at my uncle's warehouse, he reminisced warmly. I remember the backaches, missed birthdays, and boxes that always seemed to vanish into thin air. He gently tapped the scars on his arm as if recalling each struggle vividly. Every one of these was worth it to build something better. The screen lit up with a vibrant display of workers seamlessly monitoring systems in their climate-controlled havens. Technicians were immersed in solving intricate problems, guided by cutting-edge AR interfaces, while drivers transitioned into the role of drone supervisors, embracing the future. This isn't about replacing jobs, it's about making them suck less, the speaker declared, igniting a wave of applause. But just as the energy peaked, a voice from the back broke through. A gray-suited man raised an eyebrow and asked, impressive specs. But what happens when the system fails? Without missing a beat, Luke replied coolly, same as when your heart fails, you have backups. Now that I've introduced the drone hive, let's dive into how it actually works. I want to tackle one of the most frustrating challenges in logistics, the last 10 feet between a package and its recipient. Luke spread his arms wide, chuckling lightly as he spoke. A ripple of laughter passed through the crowd. Everyone here knew the annoyance of missed deliveries all too well. Suddenly, a vibrant 3D cityscape materialized on screen, delivery trucks caught in traffic, drones gracefully circling buildings, and frustrated customers tapping their watches impatiently. We've all seen the statistics. A staggering 30% of delivery costs stem from failed first attempts. Wrong addresses, missing recipients, security concerns. Luke paused dramatically before continuing. But what if I told you we've cracked this problem? Not with faster trucks or better drones, nope. We did it with something even smarter. A brain. The cityscape faded into an intricate neural network representing the hive mind. The hive mind isn't just about tracking or routing, it's a complete cognitive system designed for seamless delivery. Luke stepped out from behind the podium and rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm. Let me take you through a real-life delivery scenario. Picture this. Mrs. Jane in Neo Luminara orders anniversary flowers. A simple interface appeared on screen, showcasing her selection of beautiful floral arrangements. Once her order hits the florist's system, it communicates with HiveMind via our API. Instantly, we gather key details: fresh lilies, priority shipment, delivery to apartment 42B, secure building, and oh, she'll be at work until 6 p.m. A curious merchant in the front row leaned forward and asked, how do you know her schedule? Luke smiled knowingly. If she shares calendar access with us, we use the data. If not, we learn from patterns. Mrs. Jane typically arrives home at 6:15 p.m., and her doorman accepts packages before then. Then came a holographic package displaying a glowing QR code. This isn't just any barcode, it's like the package's brain. It contains vital information, Mrs. Jane's contact info, building access protocols, and even the flower's ideal temperature. He tapped his tablet to reveal a drone taking off from the florist. Now watch how this unfolds. As our drone flies through the skies, HiveMind is busy monitoring weather conditions, adjusting routes for incoming rain, checking traffic to avoid protests on Fifth Avenue, and communicating seamlessly with the apartment's smart lock. The hologram zoomed in on Mrs. Jane's apartment building as he continued passionately. Here's where competitors stumble. Their drone arrives only to find no one home ... and leaves empty-handed. But ours? The simulation showed a captivating scene. A drone smoothly scanning the QR code at the entrance of a building, gaining elevator access, and carefully placing a package into Mrs. Jane's climate-controlled parcel locker. Just like that, it snapped a photo to send her an instant update. A logistics VP raised an eyebrow and whistled. That's pretty invasive. Luke quickly shook his head, countering, nope. It's all about choice. Customers opt in for convenience. Goodbye stolen packages and wilted flowers. He snapped his fingers for emphasis. Delivery that actually works. Now, you might be wondering. He continued with a grin, how far does this reach? The display transformed into a vibrant global map dotted with glowing nodes. Local flowers? They come straight from urban farms. Electronics? Shipped directly from manufacturers. And that vintage wine? A dotted line traced its journey from a picturesque vineyard to a bustling city warehouse. HiveMind doesn't care where something starts, it just makes sure the last mile is flawless. He paused as murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yes, this means your warehouses can be anywhere. Inventory costs plummet while delivery times shrink. With a softer tone, Luke added, we didn't create this to replace people. We built it to tackle real problems. The display shifted again. A baker receiving more orders because her pastries arrive warm, a doctor getting emergency meds during a transit strike, a child's birthday gift arriving right on time. This is logistics that feels human because it adapts to our lives. As the lights brightened slightly, Luke returned to the podium with renewed energy. So what does this mean for you? A graph appeared on screen comparing traditional delivery costs to HiveMind's innovative structure. Expect at least 30% savings, he declared enthusiastically. And for our enterprise partners, a broken bar. He tapped his tablet, causing individual quotes to pop up on attendees' screens. Luke leaned casually against the podium, a confident smile on his face as the last whispers about cost savings faded into silence. With a swift tap on his tablet, the holographic display flickered to life, revealing a sleek smartphone interface that instantly captured everyone's attention. All right, let's dive into how your customers will truly experience this system, he said, his voice steady and engaging. The screen zoomed in on the HiveMind app, a minimalist masterpiece in obsidian black and electrics blue. Luke swiped through the demo interface with ease as he spoke. Picture this, Jane just ordered those anniversary flowers we talked about earlier. A cheerful notification chimed in. Your order is confirmed. Expected delivery, today by 6:30 p.m. Right off the bat, she receives this clear and simple alert. No tracking numbers to copy-paste or vague check-back later messages. Just pure clarity. The display transitioned to a map view showcasing a tiny drone icon zipping along city streets. Now she opens the app. See that pulsing blue dot? He pointed enthusiastically at it. That's her actual package moving in real time, not out for delivery or in your area. It's right there, broken bar passing Fifth Avenue as we speak. A merchant raised an eyebrow skeptically. How accurate is that? 3-foot precision, Luke replied confidently. Our drones communicate with cell towers and mesh networks to provide hyper-accurate positioning. Goodbye, where's my package? Calls. The demo showcased customizable options. Leave at, front door, garage, with neighbor. If I'm not home, parcel locker, return to base, leave anyway, special instructions, ring bell, call first, no contact. These options aren't buried deep in settings, they're front and center when you track your order, because that's when people think about where they want their package. Luke switched gears to show the merchant view, where the interface became more data-rich yet remained clean and digestible. A live feed displayed, 147 packages out for delivery, an impressive 98.6% on-time rate, and 3 delayed shipments highlighted softly in yellow. At a glance, you see everything, but wait for it. He tapped on one of the delayed shipments, expanding the details. Drone XJ42 slowed by headwinds, new ETA calculated automatically, customer already notified. No more frantic calls to your logistics team. The system identifies issues and communicates solutions before you even notice them. Suddenly, a barcode scanner appeared on screen. When your warehouse staff scans items once, he continued enthusiastically, the app generates smart labels, updates inventory, and dispatches the optimal drone, all from that single scan. A retailer sitting up front perked up. So you're saying no more separate systems for POS, inventory management, and shipping? A retailer in the front row straightened up, eyes wide with curiosity. Wait, are you saying we'll finally have one system for everything, POS, inventory, and shipping? No more juggling multiple platforms? Damien nodded confidently. Exactly. One seamless ecosystem. No seams, no stress. The screen shifted to reveal an admin panel that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, a high-tech air traffic control display. A grid of drones buzzed across the screen, each one showcasing vital stats, battery levels, 92%, 87%, 64%, maintenance alerts, rotor X12 due for service, and weather impacts. Drone number 881 diverting for storm. Our ground teams won't be chasing problems anymore, our app predicts them. That drone at 64% battery? It's already scheduled for charging right after this delivery, and the one needing rotor service. The parts are ready and waiting at its next stop. A red manual control button pulsed gently on the screen like a heartbeat. But don't worry, Damien continued with a reassuring smile. Humans will always be in charge. If something goes truly wrong, he tapped the button, and suddenly the view switched to a live feed from a drone's camera. You can see through its eyes, take manual control if needed, or even chat directly with customers through its speakers. Luke stepped back up to the podium, tapping his tablet to dim the displays as he posed an important question. Now, how does all this translate into profit? Slide 1, Customer Premium Features. Just 2.99 Unix month gets you 30-minute delivery windows, compared to the usual 2-hour wait. Personal delivery concierge services. Carbon neutral shipping. Slide 2, Merchant Services. 5% per transaction includes dynamic pricing. Charge more for those rush deliveries. Customer behavior analytics. Automated returns processing. Then suddenly, Damien's tone shifted. He spoke softly yet passionately about his family legacy. My uncle spent 30 years in logistics and came home frustrated, not because technology failed him but because human errors kept getting in the way. Customers missed deliveries, warehouse teams mislabeled boxes, drivers got lost. He placed his hand over his heart. This isn't just about replacing people, it's about liberating them from the tasks that machines can handle more efficiently. Imagine a world where technology empowers us rather than sidelines us. Picture this, a cheerful bakery owner, her face lighting up as she watches a drone gracefully deliver fresh bread right to her doorstep. She smiles, knowing that her next shipment of flour is already on its way, thanks to smart notifications that keep her business running smoothly. This is what we're building, Luke declared, his enthusiasm palpable in the air. As the audience erupted into applause, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His gaze drifted to the back of the room, where the mysterious man in grey had vanished. But there it was on his tablet, an alarming alert flashing across the screen. Unauthorized access attempt, HiveMind admin portal. With a swift motion, he covered the screen, heart racing. What did this mean for their vision? The applause gradually faded as Luke Croft wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. The stage lights glinted off the faint scars crisscrossing his forearms, each one a testament to a story lived. "All right, folks," he said, grabbing a half-empty water bottle and taking a long swig. The plastic crinkled loudly in the now quiet auditorium. "Who's got the first question?" Hands shot up like startled birds taking flight. Luke pointed to a woman in the third row, clad in a navy pantsuit. "That likely cost more than his first drone prototype." "How does it handle icy conditions?" Eleanor, VP of Northern Logistics, asked with an air of authority. Luke grinned and tapped his tablet. The screen lit up with security footage from their Manitoba test site last winter. "Watch this." The video played in slow motion as a drone descended through a swirling blizzard, its rotors caked with ice. Just before landing, the entire drone pulsed with an enchanting blue glow. "See that? We borrowed this trick from Arctic beetles." Micro vibrations at 42 Hz shatter ice buildup instantly. He rubbed his left wrist absent-mindedly. "It took us 73 failed prototypes to nail down that frequency, burned out more circuits than I can count." Eleanor's eyes narrowed skeptically. "What's the power drain?" "Less than 1% per de-icing cycle," Luke replied with a cheeky wink. "And guess what? Those beetles don't charge royalties." "What's your failover protocol?" asked Frank, a grizzled operations manager whose grease-stained fingernails told tales of hard work. Luke's smile faded slightly as he walked to the edge of the stage and sat down casually, legs swinging like he was at a campfire gathering. "Frank. Can I call you Frank? Ever seen one of those old power grids fail?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "It's like watching dominoes fall, a cascading disaster. But Hive Mind operates differently." Suddenly, the screen split into hundreds of live feeds showcasing drones across North America. "Each unit is independent," he explained passionately. "Lose connection, they keep flying on last known instructions. Lose GPS, they navigate using cell tower triangulation. And if they lose power," he tapped his temple confidently, "they've memorized every rooftop charging pad within 50 miles. Frank grunted skeptically. "Sounds expensive." Luke hopped down and clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Cheaper than losing your entire fleet to one solar flare." "How do you stop drones from being shot down?" asked a fidgety security consultant, his eyes darting around the room. Tension hung in the air like a thick fog. Luke let out a resigned sigh, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to dive into an explanation. "Check this out," he said, tapping on his tablet. The screen lit up with footage of a drone releasing what appeared to be shimmering glitter over a suburban backyard. "This is our Year 2 prototype. Some kid in Dallas thought it would be hilarious to take pot shots at it." He continued, "Now we coat all packages with smart dust. If someone tries to mess with them, boom. Your phone blasts nursery songs at full volume until the cops show up." He paused for effect, grinning mischievously, "And trust me, it's non-negotiable volume." Laughter erupted in the room, but the consultant remained stone-faced. "What if they use jammers?" he pressed. Luke's smile faded as he replied, "Then their jamming signal becomes our homing beacon." The atmosphere shifted. Everyone could feel the weight of that statement. A woman with weary eyes, clearly a corporate lawyer, interjected, "What about privacy laws?" Luke rubbed the back of his neck thoughtfully. "Look, we're not peeking through windows or anything creepy like that." But he pulled up a map displaying delivery routes and pointed out clusters of activity. "If Hive Mind sees the same porch pirate hitting 6 houses in an hour, you bet it'll alert law enforcement before they strike again." The lawyer opened her mouth to respond, but Luke cut her off smoothly. "And just so we're clear, all footage gets auto-deleted after 72 hours unless flagged for review. Even I can't override that." She nodded slowly, jotting down notes as she processed this information. "Now," Luke said, shifting gears as he noticed a young man in thick glasses raise his hand eagerly. "How do you train the AI?" A spark ignited in Luke's demeanor as he walked backstage and returned with 2 sodas in hand, tossing one to the kid like it was game day. "Best question all day." He popped open his can with a satisfying hiss and continued enthusiastically, We hired 50 ex-mail carriers and had them play video games for 6 months. The screen flickered again to show elderly postal workers donned in VR headsets skillfully guiding virtual drones through intricate courses. "Meet Margaret," Luke said, pointing at a gray-haired woman laughing joyfully in the footage. "She taught our system more about human behavior than any algorithm ever could, like how nobody's home on bowling league nights." Applause erupted throughout the auditorium as people began to appreciate the innovative approach. "All right folks," Luke beamed at the audience below him. "Any last questions?" His enthusiasm was infectious as he scanned their faces for one final inquiry. Luke's office was a whirlwind of organized chaos. The sleek glass walls of his penthouse suite framed a breathtaking view of Neoluminara's skyline, where the first twinkling lights of evening began to dance against the darkening sky. His desk, a slab of blackened steel salvaged from a failed drone prototype, was strewn with half-disassembled gadgets, a cold cup of coffee, and 3 holographic displays frozen mid-calculation. Luke himself lounged on a custom-made leather couch, one arm draped over his eyes, his shirt sleeves rolled up past his elbows in a casual defiance against formality. A sharp knock at the door broke through the haze. "Come in, Celine," he called without lifting his arm. The door hissed open, and Celine Vasari stepped inside, her heels clicking rhythmically against the polished concrete floor. Dressed in her signature tailored navy suit with her dark hair pulled back into a no-nonsense ponytail, she held a tablet tightly in one hand. "You look like hell," she remarked bluntly. Finally lifting his arm and blinking against the light, Luke replied with a weary smile, "Feel like it too." "How bad was the damage?" Celine raised an eyebrow as if to say, "You know exactly what I mean." "You mean after you casually announced we were building an army of drone hives in front of 300 merchants?" She tapped her tablet. Data flickered to life between them like stars igniting in the night sky. "Let's just say we're going to need bigger servers to handle all the contracts." Luke sat up straight and rubbed his face as if trying to wipe away fatigue. "Give me the numbers." Celine wasted no time getting to the point. "What's the total from today's conference?" With a flick of her finger, a holographic display sprang to life, revealing staggering figures. 473 million unicrods, just the initial commitments. Luke raised an eyebrow and whistled. "Not bad for a day's work." "Not bad?" Celine scoffed, incredulous. "Luke, we've just secured contracts with every major retailer from here to the eastern side. The Merchant Chamber of Commerce alone committed 200 million in infrastructure deals." She scrolled down the data with urgency. "We have 3 pharmaceutical companies signing exclusivity agreements and 2 military contractors inquiring about weaponized applications." "Denied," Luke interjected firmly. And the Luminara City Council has fast-tracked permits for 12 new hive installations," she continued, undeterred. Luke leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. "Good." "That's good." Celine hesitated before adding, "There's more." "Of course there is," he replied, bracing himself. She swiped again, pulling up a detailed map of the Aurelian Federation, a vast nation that dominated Pantera's 3rd-largest continent. The display zoomed in on clusters of glowing blue hexagons representing current hive deployments, 30 in Neoluminara and 170 spread across first and second-tier cities, she stated flatly. Luke's expression darkened as he absorbed this information. "That's it?" Celine shot him a pointed look. "Luke, we've built 200 hives in just 2 months. That's more infrastructure than most nations achieve in a decade." "It's not enough." He stood abruptly, pacing toward the window where the city sprawled below like a living organism, a labyrinth of lights and movement. "We need saturation, every major city, every distribution corridor. I want 2,000 hives operational by year-end." Celine didn't flinch at his audacity. "That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible when you remember we have a sister company that's an infrastructure powerhouse." Luke flashed her a confident grin. "Oh, I almost forgot about that." Celine's eyes lit up with realization but quickly dimmed as she considered logistics. Materials and manpower were already stretched thin. She stepped closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "We're pushing supply chains to their limits, the Ceramisteel alone for the hive casings. Then continue negotiating with Osborne's supply chain group, Luke suggested casually while rolling his eyes at Celine. She shook her head in disbelief but couldn't suppress a smile. "And oh, you better hurry up with this," he added quietly yet firmly. There was steel beneath his casual tone. "This isn't just about profit anymore," Luke declared, his voice steady but urgent. "Today's breach wasn't a coincidence. Someone is testing our defenses." Celine's lips pressed into a thin line. "The gray-suited man?" Luke nodded, his expression grave. "He wasn't merely a corporate spy, he knew precisely where to strike us." He tapped his wrist, and the hologram flickered to life, displaying the security feed from Hive 12. The footage revealed an unsettling truth. The stranger had navigated their systems with ease, as if they were mere shadows. Celine scrutinized the video, her face betraying nothing. "Do you think he's working for a rival company, or maybe a government agency?" Luke replied thoughtfully. "Or something entirely different?" He shook his head, determination setting in. "What matters now is that we're not just building hives, we're fortifying them, and we need to accelerate our efforts." For a moment, silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft hum of holographic displays illuminating the room. Then Celine straightened her posture, her professional demeanor returning like armor. 2,000 hives by year's end, she stated firmly, weighing each word carefully. "That'll come at a cost." Luke didn't flinch. "How much are we talking?" "Double our current projections, maybe even triple." "Done." Celine raised an eyebrow skeptically. "You don't even know what that number is yet." Luke flashed a sudden grin, sharp and confident. "Doesn't matter. We've got 400 million reasons today alone to make this work. And besides," he spread his arms wide as if embracing the challenge ahead, "if it's not enough, I can always borrow from holdings." Celine sighed but couldn't help the flicker of amusement in her eyes. "You're insane." "Probably," Luke admitted with a chuckle before turning back to gaze out the window at a delivery drone zipping past against the twilight sky. Celine joined him by the window, arms crossed thoughtfully. "We'll need to expand our teams and implement double shifts at the fabrication plants, and let's be honest, those above us won't appreciate the risk involved." Luke's smile faded slightly but remained resolute. "Those above don't have to like it, they just need to fund it." She shot him a sidelong glance filled with curiosity and concern. "You're really going to push this through?" Luke took a moment before responding, watching as life pulsed through the city, a million people relying on systems they barely understood. "Yeah," he finally said with conviction. "We're pushing through." Celine nodded once in agreement. "Then I'll draft up the proposals." She turned to leave, but Luke quickly caught her arm. "Celine," he said, urgency lacing his voice. She paused, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "This is our chance to carve out a niche for ourselves and truly stand out among the countless companies under Osborne Holdings." For a moment, Celine remained silent, contemplating his words before finally nodding. "I know that," she replied, determination shining through. "Good." Luke beamed back at her. "And hey, thank you." In that instant, Celine's stern demeanor softened for the first time that evening. "Don't thank me just yet," she teased with a playful smirk. "Wait until you see those overtime bills." Luke chuckled, the sound sliced through the tension like a warm knife through butter. Celine flashed him a knowing grin as she strode out of the room, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. The door hissed shut behind her, leaving Luke alone once more. The weight of the day settled over him like a heavy blanket. He exhaled slowly, feeling the pressure ease just a bit as he reached for the cold coffee on his desk. Just as he took a sip, his wrist buzzed to life with an incoming notification. What now? The sun dipped low over the city. Opera, a third-tier industrial hub nestled within the Orlean Federation. Here, the air still carried a faint metallic tang from the old foundries, giving it a character all its own. The streets were narrower than those in Neoluminara, the buildings shorter, and life moved at a slower pace. But today was different. Something exciting was brewing. At the edge of Meridian Square, a team of workers clad in crisp motorcycle uniforms, navy blue with eye-catching green accents, were putting the final touches on a dazzling row of solar-powered bicycles. The sleek hexagonal docking station hummed softly as it synced with the central network, setting the stage for something revolutionary. Among them was Jay Severo, a lanky technician with calloused hands and an ever-present smirk. He tightened the last bolt on a Luma bike's GPS module and stepped back to wipe sweat from his brow. "Think these things will actually catch on here?" asked Miracle, his partner, a wiry woman with dark hair pulled back into a no-nonsense braid. Jace grinned mischievously. "In a city where half the folks think hover taxis are witchcraft." "Doubt it." Myra rolled her eyes playfully. "You're such an optimist." Nearby, a group of older women, the self-proclaimed queens of gossip, watched intently from their benches in the square. Gran Hester, whose frown lines could probably cut steel, squinted at the bikes. "What in the blessed circuits are those?" she muttered incredulously. Her friend Aunt Lyran adjusted her shawl and replied, "Looks like we finally got those fancy bikes they've been yapping about on the news." Curiosity began to draw passers-by, a young courier in a patched-up jacket, a shopkeeper wiping flour off his hands, and a student clutching her tablet under one arm. One burly man stepped forward, arms crossed like hydraulic pistons. "Hey, what's all this then?" Jace turned around with his best customer service smile plastered across his face. "This, my friend, is the future." Myra tapped her wristband instantly. One of the nearest Luma bikes lit up with soft green solar-charged LEDs. The small crowd murmured in intrigue. "It's called bike sharing," Jace explained while patting one of the handlebars affectionately. "You rent one of these beauties for your ride and dock it when you're done. No need to own one or deal with maintenance. Just pure clean transport." The courier frowned skeptically. "How does that even work?" Myra excitedly pulled out her tablet, showcasing the sleek Luma Ride app interface. "Check this out." Download the app, register, and boom, you can unlock any bike in the city. With a quick scan of the QR code on a nearby bike's frame, she demonstrated how effortlessly the lock disengaged with a soft click. Gran Hester leaned in, curiosity piqued. "So it's like those hover taxis that just hit the market but a broken bar slower." Jace chuckled. "Absolutely. And way cheaper. Just 1 credit for every 30 minutes. Or grab a monthly pass for only 20 credits and enjoy unlimited rides." The student's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's a broken bar actually affordable." Over the next hour, Jace and Myra guided the growing crowd through every impressive feature: lightweight frames crafted from recycled ceramic steel, solar-powered lights that never need charging, and adjustable seats designed for riders of all sizes. The shopkeeper tested one of the seats and nodded approvingly. "Sturdy. Way better than my nephew's old junker." "Check this out," Jace said as he rapped on a hexagonal hub capable of charging up to 20 bikes at once. "Weatherproof too. Rain, hail, or even a sandstorm won't fry these babies." Aunt Lyran raised an eyebrow. "But what if someone tries to steal them?" Myra smirked confidently. "Try it." She grabbed a demo mode bike and walked 10 paces away from its dock. The moment it crossed an invisible boundary, an alarm blared, a deafening announcement in 5 different languages: "This bike is being stolen." The aunts burst into laughter. Next up was the Luma app itself. Jace showcased its features: real-time bike tracking, a rewards program, ride 10 times and score a free coffee at partnered cafe _copyright S, and an emergency button that alerts local security. The student eagerly began downloading it. "This is a broken bar really well designed." Not everyone was convinced though. A burly man crossed his arms skeptically. "So now we're just supposed to pedal everywhere like it's the Dark Ages?" Jace shrugged casually. "Faster than walking and cheaper than taking a taxi." Plus a broken bar. He patted his stomach with a grin. "It's good for your waistline." The courier frowned thoughtfully. "But what if I need to go uphill?" Myra tapped on the bike's hidden assist motor with confidence. "It gives you a gentle boost when you need it, not enough to make you lazy, just enough to keep you moving forward." Gran Hester squinted suspiciously. "And who's footing the bill for all this?" "Luma Cycle," Jace replied proudly. "We're backed by Osborne Transportation Group, just one small part of their big vision." Aunt Lyran leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "So broken bar no catch?" Myra flashed a confident smile. "Just one. You'll be left wondering how you ever lived without it." As dusk settled over Peru, a small crowd began to gather, anticipation buzzing in the air. The first brave student wobbled forward, her nerves evident as she found her balance on the sleek new Luma bike. Next came the courier, grinning from ear to ear as he expertly weaved through the square like a pro. Even the burly man couldn't resist giving it a shot, huffing and puffing but ultimately nodding in approval. Who would have thought? Gran Hester stood off to the side with her arms crossed, skepticism etched across her face. HMPH still looks like nonsense, she muttered, unimpressed. But then Myra stepped up and offered Gran Hester a free trial ride. 5 minutes later, laughter erupted from the old woman as she zipped past the fountain, her shawl billowing behind her like a battle standard waving triumphantly in the wind. Jace chuckled beside Myra. "Told you so," he said with a grin that could light up even the gloomiest day. Myra shook her head playfully, watching as the first Luma bikes glided into Para's twilight glow. Yeah, just wait until one of them breaks down." Unfazed, Jace pulled out his trusty toolkit with a wink. "Then we fix it." "No big deal." Somewhere nearby, a bike bell chimed cheerfully in the distance, a sweet sound signaling that something exciting was happening right here and now. Neo-Luminara, Osborne Transportation Group HQ, Luma Cycle Office, in the heart of Neo-Luminara, where the skyline sparkled like a galaxy of stars. A pivotal meeting was underway at Luma Cycle, a dynamic subsidiary of Osborne Transportation Group. The boardroom boasted floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the city's vibrant evening lights, casting an ethereal glow over the sleek black and steel table. Above it, holographic displays flickered with data and insights. At the head of the table sat Aaron Grant, CEO of Luma Cycle, his fingers steepled in contemplation as he observed the last executives filtering into the room. It had been just 2 weeks since their launch, the moment they unleashed their innovative bikes onto the streets. Now came the moment of reckoning. "All right," Aaron began, his voice slicing through the chatter like a knife. "Let's find out just how much we've shaken up the transit industry today." A ripple of nervous laughter swept through the room. Karen Brown, COO of Luma Cycle, stood confidently and tapped her tablet. Instantly, a 3D map of the Orlean Federation materialized in midair, dotted with thousands of glowing green hexagons, each one representing a bustling Luma Cycle docking station. 2 weeks in, she declared with crisp authority, "We've deployed 302,459 docking stations across 87% of Tier 1-3 cities. Our bike inventory is currently at 4.1 million units operational, with another 600,000 undergoing final quality assurance." A low whistle echoed from down at finance. Karen pressed on. "Adoption rates are soaring, 12% above projections. We've recorded an astonishing 28.6 million unique riders in just 14 days. Aaron leaned forward eagerly. "And what's our retention rate?" 73% of first-time users have returned within 48 hours, Elena chimed in enthusiastically. "Our app's streak rewards are doing wonders. Users who ride 3 consecutive days have an impressive 88% chance of becoming weekly riders." Lucas nodded approvingly. "Great news." "Now let's dive into our financial pulse." Kiran Patel, CFO and ever casual even amidst high stakes, didn't bother to stand as he flicked a data stream to display with a casual gesture. "Our revenue streams are ranked as follows. Pay-per-ride brings in 14.2 million unicrods, 51% of total. Subscriptions yield 9.8 million unicrods, 35%. And advertising, partnerships account for 3.6 million unicrods, 14%. Gross margin is currently sitting at an enviable 42%, Kieran added nonchalantly. "Once our bikes fully depreciate, that jumps to an impressive 68%. Aaron raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Burn rate?" Kieran smirked confidently. "Negative. We're already cash flow positive in 7 cities. Thanks to our pre-launch corporate partnerships." A murmur of approval rippled through the room. While most startups struggled for years, Luma Cycle was raking in profits just 2 weeks after launch. Next up was Maya Wood, head of public perception. Her report felt like a whirlwind of social media buzz. news clips and viral moments flashing across the screen. Sentiment analysis shows an impressive 82% positive buzz, she announced proudly. The highlights were eye-popping: a viral clip featuring Gran Hester, the beloved Vespera auntie, racing teenagers on a Luma bike had amassed a staggering 4.2 billion views. Then there was the #Luma Challenge trend, where riders competed for the longest streak. 1.3 million participants joined in. Even the Orleans Transit Authority tweeted praise before hastily deleting it, likely due to backlash from taxi unions. Aaron frowned, his brow furrowing with concern. And what about the negatives? Maya remained unfazed. The usual suspects: taxi unions are protesting, 3 bikes were vandalized in Dover City, and we've received 127 lawsuits from local bike shops claiming we're monopolizing the market. Aaron snorted dismissively. Tell legal to bury them in paperwork. Next, Joel Mercer, head of field operations, looked like he hadn't slept in days as he delivered his blunt report. Maintenance issues are cropping up. 7% of our bikes need weekly repairs, mostly from rough handling. Docking stations in high-theft areas are getting attempted break-ins, but our alarms work too well. We've had 47 noise complaints, and there have been battery thefts with 12 cases traced and recovered within hours. Aaron rubbed his temple in frustration. Solutions? Joel grinned broadly. We're reinforcing battery casings and rolling out community guardian bonuses. Locals earn ride credits for reporting issues. Good initiative. Make it happen. The final report came from Dr. Eli Vance, head of RD. His segment opened with a stunning prototype, Luma Bike 2.0, featuring self-repairing tires and adaptive gearing. Next-gen models enter testing next week, he stated confidently. But the real game changer? HiveMind integration. The screen displayed a drone's eye view of a city block where bikes repositioned themselves based on real-time demand algorithms. Currently, rebalancing bikes between stations consumes 14% of our operational budget, Eli explained passionately. With HiveMind's predictive logistics, we can slash that down to under 3%. Aaron stared intently at the simulation unfolding before him. How soon can we implement this? 3 months to beta testing, 6 months for full rollout. There was a pause. Then Aaron nodded decisively. Make it 4. Eli sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Of course. As Aaron stood, the room shifted into high gear, every eye trained on him. 2 weeks ago, we launched a bike-sharing service, he declared with enthusiasm. Today, we're the largest micromobility provider in the country. And let me tell you, this isn't just luck. It's because we took bold steps, acted swiftly, and didn't shy away from challenges. With a firm tap on the table, he made the displays disappear. Now, here's our new target: 1 million docks, 10 million bikes, full continental coverage in 6 months. Silence enveloped the room like a thick fog. Then Aaron whistled softly. That'll take triple our current capex. Aaron grinned widely. Good thing we're swimming in cash. Plus, this is an order from above. If we don't deliver, someone else will take our place. So I hope everyone is ready to roll up their sleeves and work hard. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone exchanged serious glances before nodding in agreement with Aaron. Good, Aaron said with a satisfied smile. As the meeting wrapped up, Aaron caught Elena's gaze lingering as others filed out. You really think we can hit 10 million bikes? She murmured skeptically. Aaron looked out at the bustling city below where Luma bikes zipped through streets like blood cells coursing through veins, a vibrant pulse of urban life. Elena, he replied earnestly, we're not just building a bike service, we're transforming how this city, and ultimately the world, moves. And let's be real, he added with a sigh, if we don't excel here, we might find ourselves replaced too. You saw how Lucas and Celine were celebrated when we visited headquarters recently. This is our moment to shine. Elena paused for a moment before nodding slowly. I get it. Great. Aaron responded with renewed energy and a smile that radiated confidence. Time whizzed by in a dizzying blur, each day flashing past like the frames of a fast-paced movie. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had slipped away, while life continued its relentless march. People went about their daily routines, some living ordinary lives, others basking in extraordinary circumstances. Yet, these two worlds rarely intersected. Fate seemed to keep them apart unless it decided otherwise. As for Arthur, his life was anything but ordinary. He couldn't afford to simply sleep, eat, and wait for the inevitable. His responsibilities were vast and demanding. As family patriarch, he juggled multiple businesses and commitments every day, darting between meetings and overseeing operations. Sure, he had a highly advanced AI that could handle 90% of his workload, but there were still some tasks only he could tackle. During this whirlwind month and a half, Arthur found himself shuttling between various companies, giving instructions here, approving crucial documents there. He even bought a few cutting-edge technologies and products from the system mall, which he then handed off to uncles, aunties and cousins to complete. Unsurprisingly, this led to some resentment among them. After all, they were working hard while Arthur reaped the benefits. They always glared at him whenever he brings in a few projects or work for them to complete. But he always smiled awkwardly and said this is the last time. But by the next day, he will continue to dump a few works for them to do. Like that, life continued to go on in this fast-paced world. He often thought about ordinary people as his chauffeured car slid through Neoluminara's endless streets. The office workers clutching coffee cups, the students laughing outside arcades, the elderly couples bickering over grocery lists, all moving through their carefully compartmentalized lives. They didn't have to calculate how many bodies a cement mixer could hold. They never needed to decide which one got access to military-grade neural interfaces. Their biggest daily crisis might be a missed train or a burnt breakfast, not the delicate balancing act of maintaining a respectable family front while quietly annexing entire districts of the city's underworld. When not managing family affairs or delegating work, much to his relatives' chagrin, Arthur was busy orchestrating chaos behind closed doors. Using his cunning intellect and strategic prowess with Evelyn, his trusted AI, he manipulated rival gangs into annihilating one another without so much as lifting a finger or shedding blood himself. In just 6 weeks, he dismantled 5 gangs and seized their territories, with Victor and Malik handling the ground operations. Now controlling 1/10 of Neoluminara's underworld made him one of its most formidable players. By day, Arthur played the role of a humble family leader in Neoluminara. By night, a shadowy puppeteer pulling strings from his study room, a bit like Bruce Wayne if Bruce had chosen villainy over heroism. What kind of hero schemes against others to expand power? The truth is, Arthur preferred keeping his family blissfully unaware of this darker side of life. But it wasn't all serious business for him. Whenever he found some downtime, you could catch him barging into Liz's room for some playful banter before diving into hours of League of Legends together, where he'd mercilessly trash-talk her. With every match won, and with Liz's glaring yet resentful eyes following him, he'd exit her room wearing a satisfied grin. So yes, this past month and a half has been quite fulfilling for Arthur, a blend of power plays during the night and light-hearted fun during the day. The morning sun hung low and heavy over Neoluminara University, casting a warm golden glow that filtered through the ancient oak trees lining the Grand Quadrangle. The air was alive with the scent of freshly cut grass mingling with a hint of citrus from nearby limousines, a nostalgic aroma that always reminded Arthur of significant milestones. He adjusted his sunglasses, trying to maintain some semblance of control as Liz, his little sister, bounced beside him like a coiled spring ready to launch into the crowd. Her blonde ponytail swayed back and forth, matching her restless energy. "Stop fidgeting," he muttered, catching her by the back of her dress collar just as she attempted to duck under a graduating student's robe. "You're worse than a caffeinated squirrel," Liz stuck out her tongue defiantly. "And you're worse than a grandpa." Ashley snorted beside them, nearly dropping the massive bouquet of glow lilies she'd insisted on bringing along. "Pretty sure Grandpa Osborne was more fun. At least he smuggled Solarian whiskey into family weddings." Arthur opened his mouth to retort when the first notes of pomp and circumstance floated across the quad. A sea of black robes and colorful sashes began moving toward the seating area. Today was graduation day at Neoluminara University, the pinnacle of achievement in this vibrant city. Neoluminara University is the top university in THR City where every high school student yearns to go, and also it's one of the top 3 universities in the country. Those who can study are either those on top of their grades, geniuses, or rich and influential people. The ceremony stretched on for 3 long hours, an endurance test filled with speeches, honorary degrees, and an endless procession of names. By the 2-hour mark, Arthur's dress shoes felt like instruments of torture. Liz had surrendered any pretense of decorum. She was now using Ashley's shoulder as a pillow while engrossed in some absurd mobile game featuring animated characters. Finally, Billy's name rang out over the crowd as he made his way to the stage. With effortless grace reminiscent of childhood days when it seemed like the world simply made room for him, Billy crossed that stage. His robe billowed dramatically as he shook hands with the dean. Arthur couldn't help but notice how several female graduates suddenly sat up straighter in their seats. Little brothers all grown up, Arthur thought warmly, an unfamiliar feeling blooming in his chest. Liz startled awake, nearly elbowing Ashley in the ribs. "Did we miss it?" Ashley grinned mischievously. "Just the part where he tripped on stage." Liz gasped dramatically loud enough to earn them more than a few dirty looks from nearby families. The reception area buzzed with chaos, families clustered around their graduates amidst laughter and tears punctuated by the constant click-click-click of holographic cameras capturing every moment. Billy spotted them first. His face lit up with that lopsided smile Arthur had seen countless times after Little League victories or failed science projects or even first heartbreaks. "Took you long enough," Billy exclaimed, wrapping Arthur in a warm hug that carried the unmistakable scent of cheap academic robe polyester mixed with the citrusy cologne their dad always wore. Arthur couldn't resist ruffling his brother's hair just to get under his skin. "Had to bribe 3 city officials to clear my schedule," he joked, a grin spreading across his face. Just then, Liz launched herself at Billy like a blonde missile. "You didn't trip, right? Tell me you didn't trip." Billy caught her mid-air and spun her around once before setting her down gently. "Only in Ashley's twisted imagination," he replied with a wink. Ashley, ever the little troublemaker, pressed a glow lily behind Billy's ear. "Look at our little Billy, all grown up and employable," she said dramatically, pretending to wipe away an imaginary tear. "Soon you'll be wearing sensible shoes and complaining about property taxes." Billy rolled his eyes at her antics. "Says the one who majored in art and thinks fiscal responsibility means remembering to eat before buying paint supplies." Ashley shot him a glare and pouted, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. 5 minutes later, "All right, everyone squeeze in," the photographer commanded cheerfully as she maneuvered her camera drone into position. Arthur found himself wedged between a grinning Billy and a wriggling Liz while Ashley playfully made rabbit ears behind his head. The drone flashed once. Twice. "One more," the photographer insisted with enthusiasm. "Mr. Billy, stop looking so smug." "Little girl, quit trying to strangle that young lady." "And Mr. Arthur, try not to look like you have a board meeting in 5 minutes." "Perfect." As the drone captured this chaotic moment of laughter and love, Arthur suddenly understood. This messy, imperfect bundle of people was exactly what all those boardrooms and backroom deals were meant to protect. Liz tugged on his sleeve eagerly. "Can we get ice cream now?" Billy groaned dramatically. "You're 13, not 5." Ashley chimed in confidently, slinging an arm around Liz's shoulders. "Excuse you, ice cream is ageless. Besides, I know a place that spikes theirs with liquid nitrogen." Arthur sighed but couldn't help smiling as he replied, "If any of you lose your tongues from that crazy concoction, don't expect me to bail you out of the hospital." Yet here he was already trailing after them toward the gates, the weight of today's celebrations mingling lightly with thoughts of tomorrow's responsibilities resting comfortably on his shoulders. The laughter of their little group echoed across the university courtyard as they approached the gates, the glow lilies in Ashley's arms casting a soft blue hue over their faces. Liz was mid-rant about how unfair it was that Billy got to graduate before her when suddenly, a voice sliced through the chatter. "Billy." They all turned to see a girl standing a few feet away in a graduation gown, her dark hair cascading in loose waves over her shoulders and her cheeks flushed from the summer heat. clutching a diploma in one hand and a small bouquet in the other. Her eyes sparkled as they locked onto Billy. Billy froze. Then, slowly, his face turned a shade of red that could rival the university's ceremonial banners. Arthur arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Ashley grinned like a wolf spotting its prey. Liz gasped dramatically. "Oh, my goodness." Billy cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck, an old nervous habit he'd had since he was 6 years old. Guys," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "This is Sophia." A pause hung in the air. "A broken bar, my girlfriend." Arthur's brain short-circuited for a moment. "Your what?" Sophia didn't flinch under the sudden spotlight. Instead, she stepped forward with confidence and extended her hand toward Arthur, flashing him a smile that was equal parts warm and amused. "You must be Arthur," she said cheerfully. "Billy's told me so much about you." Arthur stared at her hand for what felt like an eternity before shaking it mechanically. "He hasn't mentioned anything about you." His look at Billy clearly screamed, "We're definitely talking about this later." Billy groaned softly. "Oh, come on, a broken bar." "Wait." Liz suddenly shoved herself between them, pointing an accusatory finger at Sophia. "You're the reason he was always studying at the library." Sophia blinked but then surprised everyone by bursting into laughter, a bright and unrestrained sound that lit up the courtyard like sunshine breaking through clouds. "Guilty." Ashley had been suspiciously quiet until now, leaning in with a devilish smirk. She purred, "So, Sophia broken bar, what's your favorite thing about Billy?" "His charm, his wit." Without missing a beat, Sophia replied with playful confidence, "His ability to put up with nosy relatives, apparently." Ashley gasped theatrically while clutching her chest. "Oh my gosh, I like her." Billy buried his face in his hands as if trying to disappear from existence. What followed was what Billy would later describe as the most painful 20 minutes of my life. Liz buzzed with excitement as she bombarded Sophia with questions. "How long have you been dating?" 8 months. "Who confessed first?" Billy did, after losing to her in a debate competition. "Do you actually enjoy his cooking?" "Goodness, no." "But I pretend to," Sophia replied with a playful roll of her eyes. Meanwhile, Ashley was a different kind of danger altogether. Twirling a vibrant glow lily between her fingers, she leaned in closer. "So, what's your family name?" Sophia took a refreshing sip of iced tea from a nearby vendor and answered, "Valentine." Ashley's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "As in Valentine Biotech?" Sophia nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation shift. Arthur, who had been silently reconsidering his brother's life choices, suddenly straightened up like he'd just discovered buried treasure. "Wait, your father is Marcus Valentine?" Billy groaned dramatically. "Arthur, don't." "The man who literally wrote the book on neural augmentation." Arthur shot back with narrowed eyes, glancing meaningfully at Sophia before turning to Billy with an incredulous stare. "And you didn't think to mention this?" Billy threw his hands up in exasperation. "I knew you'd make it about business." Sophia smirked playfully. "He was worried you'd try to recruit me into the family empire." Arthur opened his mouth but then closed it again, finally muttering grudgingly, "I mean, are you looking for a job?" Billy groaned even louder this time. Sophia simply smiled. She knew Arthur was just joking around. After what felt like an interrogation session that lasted forever, and after Ashley had extracted a promise from Sophia to join them for dinner, Arthur clapped a hand on Billy's shoulder with faint seriousness. "All right. Now that we've thoroughly embarrassed you in front of your girlfriend," he said dryly, "I've got something special for you." With a flourish, he pulled out a sleek black key fob from his pocket and tossed it over to Billy. Billy caught it reflexively but stared at it in disbelief as he recognized the emblem, a silver phoenix, the unmistakable logo of Osborne Heavy Industries. "No way," he breathed in awe. Arthur grinned mischievously. "Limited edition Veyron Hyperion, custom matte black. Only 12 were made. I had to pressure Oscar to make this one extra special and even lost some key tech over it." Liz shrieked in protest, "You never gave me a car." "You're 13. Both Arthur and Billy replied simultaneously with smirks. Ashley whistled appreciatively. "Damn, Billy. He must really like your girlfriend if he's bribing you to keep her around." With that, Ashley turned her head and glared at Arthur and said, "I didn't you also get me a gift as well?" Arthur's was quite speechless. Looking at Ashley, he shook his head and said, You already have about 10 limited edition sports cars sitting in the garage. You even stole my beloved car. What else do you want? Hump. I don't care, just get Oscar to make me a car as well. Ashley crossed her slender arms and snorted. Arthur didn't bother to talk to her no more and just spoke his head. Sophia laughed heartily as she leaned into Billy's side playfully. I feel so valued. Billy stood there, still fixated on the key, shaking his head in disbelief. Yeah, broken bar, I don't even know what to say. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. How about thank you? That works just fine. Billy let out a huff of laughter before pulling Arthur into a quick, tight hug. Thanks, you jerk. With a playful grin, Arthur ruffled Billy's hair again just to tease him. Hey, don't mess it up before the family dinner. As they strolled toward the parking lot, Liz was already demanding a ride while Ashley made increasingly wild claims about how Billy would definitely crash it. Sophia laughed at their antics, her joy infectious. In that moment, Arthur allowed himself a rare and unguarded smile. The private dining room of Osborne Restaurant was a feast for the senses, illuminated by the soft glow of crystal chandeliers. Their light danced off gilded mirrors and polished silver, creating an atmosphere that felt both luxurious and intimate. At the heart of it all was a stunning black marble table, veined with gold and adorned with dishes that resembled exquisite works of art, seared scallops delicately perched on edible flowers, truffle-infused wagyu sliced so thin it was nearly translucent, and towers of caviar balanced atop ice sculptures shaped like elegant swans. Arthur sat at the head of the table, swirling a glass of vibrant red wine, worth more than most people earn in a month. To his left, Liz attempted to balance a spoon on her nose while Ashley captured the moment on her holophone. Sophia leaned toward Billy, whispering with wide eyes, do all family dinners involve this much chaos? Billy sighed. You have no idea. This is just a small scene. Ashley, growing bored with Liz's antics, turned her attention to Billy. So, Mr. Graduate, she said playfully, twirling her fork like a baton, what's next? Gonna revolutionize the business world? Take over a small country? Or just mooch off Arthur's bank accounts for a few decades? Before Billy could respond, he's joining Osborne Capital's mergers division, Arthur interjected smoothly as he sipped his wine. Starts Monday. The clatter of silverware against porcelain filled the air with tension. Sophia blinked in disbelief. Wait. What? Billy's jaw tightened as he shot Arthur an incredulous look. Big brother. It's already arranged, Arthur replied firmly. His tone brooked no argument. You'll shadow Uncle Philip for 6 months before taking over the Eastern Dominion portfolio. A heavy silence settled over the table. Then, that's bullshit. All eyes snapped to Sophia. She held her ground defiantly. Billy just spent 4 years studying business because he wanted to, not because he was forced into some family blueprint. Ashley let out an impressed whistle. Oh wow, she's feisty. Arthur set his glass down deliberately as if weighing his words carefully. It's not a blueprint, it's responsibility, rules set within our family. It sounds more like a cage, Sophia shot back. Liz sensed the rising tension and chimed in cheerfully. I think cages are cool. Like tiger cages or our broken bar. Not helping, Liz, Billy muttered under his breath. Ashley leaned back in her chair and swirled her wine thoughtfully. Look, Sophia, she said sharply but honestly, no Osborne gets to follow their dreams. Not for at least 20 years. Sophia frowned incredulously. That's insane. That's tradition, Arthur corrected matter-of-factly. That's control, Billy added. Arthur's gaze darted toward his brother, a mixture of frustration and resolve in his eyes. You knew this was coming. I made it clear last year, as long as you're an Osborne, your path is either business or politics for the next decade. Ashley scoffed, rolling her eyes. Knowing doesn't mean accepting. Please, she continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You got off easy. Apart from busying studying business and finance, I was also juggling painting classes on the side. I dreamed of being a painter, but look where that got me. Do you have any idea how many times I've faced threats of disinheritance? Liz's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you're a painter? Not anymore, Ashley replied nonchalantly, popping a grape into her mouth like it was no big deal. Thanks to family duty and this lovely cousin of mine. She gestured toward Arthur with mock exasperation. Sophia glanced between them, bewildered. So what? You all just gave up? We adapted, Arthur stated firmly. We survived, Ashley added quietly. Billy stared at his plate, lost in thought. We didn't have a choice. The silence that followed hung thick in the air, heavy enough to choke on. Then Billy's voice broke through the tension, barely above a whisper. What if I said no? Arthur's grip tightened around his glass as he met Billy's gaze head-on. Then you'd be the first. Sophia instinctively reached for Billy's hand under the table, offering silent support. You don't have to. Broken bar. Yes, he does, Arthur interjected sharply. Because this family doesn't get to be selfish. Not when we're one misstep away from losing everything. For once, Liz remained quiet. Ashley let out a sharp breath. Dramatic, sure, but not wrong. Billy looked up at Arthur again, uncertainty clouding his features. And what if I can't do it? Arthur's expression softened just a fraction, an acknowledgement of shared burdens and expectations. Then you'll learn, just like I did a broken bar, just like Ashley did a broken bar, just like Oscar, George, and everyone else in this family. Those words lingered in the air, a weighty reminder of unspoken histories and sacrifices made in the name of being an Osborne. Sensing the gravity of their conversation, and realizing she'd stumbled into something much deeper than anticipated, Sophia squeezed Billy's hand gently and tried to lighten the mood. Well, she said with a playful grin, at least the food is good. Ashley burst into laughter at that moment. Oh my gosh, I really like her. Just like that, the tension shattered like glass hitting tile. As dessert made its grand entrance, a magnificent, towering chocolate souffle tilde copyright that Liz eagerly declared as her half, our conversation took a delightful turn toward lighter topics. They found themselves diving into Ashley's latest romantic misadventure. Let's just say it was a classic case of doomed from the start, while Liz animatedly recounted her ongoing battle with her algebra teacher who knew math could be so dramatic. And then there was Sophia, who had everyone in stitches with her cringe-worthy tale of how she once set the kitchen ablaze while attempting to make toast. The rooftop garden of La Cille Dorée tilde copyright was quiet after dinner. The hum of the city a distant murmur beneath the soft glow of bioluminescent vines winding through the terrace railings. Sophia leaned against the balcony, her fingers tracing the condensation on her glass of sparkling elderflower tonic. The cool night air carried the faintest hint of jasmine from the restaurant's vertical gardens. Billy found her there 10 minutes after excusing himself from the table, his dress shoes clicking against the glass tiles. He'd loosened his tie, the first 2 buttons of his shirt undone, as if he'd been wrestling with something unseen. The rooftop garden of Osborne Restaurant was a serene oasis after dinner, the city's hum fading into a gentle murmur beneath the enchanting glow of bioluminescent vines that twisted gracefully around the terrace railings. Sophia leaned against the balcony, her fingers gliding over the cool condensation on her glass of sparkling elderflower tonic. The crisp night air carried a whisper of jasmine from the restaurant's lush vertical gardens, wrapping around her like a soft embrace. Billy found her there 10 minutes after he'd excused himself from the table, his dress shoes clicking rhythmically against the glass tiles. He had loosened his tie and undone the first 2 buttons of his shirt, as if he'd been grappling with an invisible force. You ran away, Sophia remarked without turning her head. I needed air. He stepped closer, their shoulders nearly brushing together. Below them, Neoluminara sprawled out like an endless canvas of light and shadow. A moment passed in silence before she asked, are you really going to do it? Billy exhaled sharply through his nose. You heard Arthur. It's not like I have a choice. Sophia turned to face him fully now, her dark eyes searching his for answers. There's always a choice. Not in my family. His laugh was hollow and bitter. You saw how Ashley looked when she talked about painting. That's our reality. Wanting things for ourselves isn't part of the plan. She set her glass down deliberately, determination etched on her face. That's the most pretentious nonsense I've ever heard. Billy blinked in surprise. You're acting like you're some kind of medieval prince being forced onto a throne, Sophia continued, her voice low but fierce. But last I checked, You're just a 22-year-old with a business degree and a trust fund big enough to rival Jupiter. If you don't want to work at Osborne Capital, then don't. You don't understand the broken bar, then make me. The words burst out louder than she intended, but she took a steadying breath and softened her tone. Explain why the great Billy Osborne, who once hacked into the university's grading system just for fun, is suddenly powerless against his brother. Billy's jaw worked silently for what felt like an eternity before he looked away. It's not about power, it's about a broken bar. His voice trailed off as he gripped the balcony railing tighter. About what? What if I fail? The admission slipped out barely above a whisper. What if I'm not him? Sophia froze at that word, him. Arthur. Gently, she reached out and turned his face back toward hers with 2 fingers under his chin. Billy, she said slowly but firmly, has it ever crossed your mind that your brother doesn't want you to be him? The silence hung between them, thick and palpable, punctuated only by the distant wail of a hovercar siren slicing through the night. Finally, Billy leaned in closer until their foreheads touched, vulnerability etched across his face. What am I supposed to do? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sophia offered a small but genuine smile. Start by admitting you're scared, she advised softly. Then take some time to figure out what you want. Forget about Arthur or your family for a moment. This is about you. As if on cue, a street musician below began to play an old-world violin, the haunting notes drifting up through the cool night air like a challenge beckoning him to act. Billy closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing her words and the music swirling around them. I'll think about it, he finally replied. It wasn't a number. The rooftop garden had transformed into a serene oasis, the bioluminescent vines glowing ever brighter as true night enveloped Neoluminara. Sophia remained at her spot by the railing, now fully facing the city, her back pressed against the sleek polished steel. Billy couldn't help but admire her profile, the way the vibrant neon lights below highlighted the determined set of her jaw. You think I'm being weak, he finally admitted, his voice barely rising above the distant hum of the city. Sophia shook her head firmly. No, I think you're just being an Osborne. With a swift motion, she reached into her clutch and produced a slim silver case. Flicking it open with practiced ease, she revealed a single holographic chip that shimmered in the dim light. Do you know what this is? Billy squinted at it. Looks like a neural interface driver. Exactly. First prototype for my thesis, she replied, tracing a finger along its edge with pride. Self-adjusting synaptic feedback loops. But when my father saw it last month, he dismissed it with a wave. Cute. Now throw it away and focus on stabilizing the Valentine 7 protein chains. Billy blinked in disbelief. What? Sophia snapped the case shut with an air of finality. The Valentine family has 2 rules: you work in biotech, and you surpass your predecessors. My brother dreamed of being a composer, now he's running our neurotoxin division. Her laugh sliced through the air like broken glass. So don't lecture me about family expectations. Just then, a motorbike roared past somewhere below, its engine fading into the night like an echo of freedom. Billy stared at her in shock. You never told me that. Because it's not me, Sophia said simply but resolutely. Just like Osborne Capital isn't you. She stepped closer. The scent of jasmine perfume cut through the urban aroma surrounding them like a breath of fresh air. The difference is, I fight my battles. Do you? For the first time that evening, Billy's shoulders straightened, not out of defiance but from realization. The private elevator descended in eerie silence, its mirrored walls reflecting Arthur's icy demeanor as the numbers ticked down toward the underground garage. Beside him, Sophia stood poised and relaxed, though her fingers tightened imperceptibly around the strap of her clutch. The faint scent of jasmine lingered around her, soft and delicate, a stark contrast to the sharp, metallic chill that hung heavy in the air between them. She had sensed this moment brewing. The instant Billy was pulled away by a call from their aunt, Arthur had appeared at her side with a voice like tempered steel. Let me walk you out. It wasn't a request, it was an order. As the elevator chimed softly upon reaching the basement, the doors slid open to reveal an expansive, dimly lit garage where luxury vehicles sat in perfect formation. Among them was Arthur's personal limo, a matte black Veyron Hyperion GT 500 custom designed for him by Oscar, with tinted windows waiting like a predator, its engine humming almost silently. But Arthur didn't move toward it. Instead, he turned to Sophia, his gaze as unreadable as polished stone. "You and my brother seem to have grown close up there on the rooftop," he remarked, gesturing upward. Sophia met his eyes without flinching. "We talk." A beat of silence passed before he commanded sharply, "Stop." The word sliced through the air, precise and final. Sophia arched an eyebrow defiantly. "Stop what?" Arthur stepped closer. His presence felt suffocating as his voice dropped to a lethal murmur. "Stop filling his head with fantasies. Stop making him question things that are not his to question." Unfazed, Sophia countered firmly, "Billy's smart. He can think for himself." Arthur's expression remained unchanged, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes like a storm brewing on the horizon. "And you are overstepping." Sophia crossed her arms defiantly. "Or what?" For the first time since they entered that elevator, Arthur smiled, but it was cold enough to freeze hell over. He reached into his suit jacket and withdrew his phone with deliberate precision. With a single tap, the screen illuminated his sharp features in ghostly light before he turned it toward her. "Recognize this?" Sophia's breath caught in her throat. It was a live feed from her father's company headquarters, every camera angle of the lobby and security desk laid bare before her eyes, along with financial documents detailing Osborne Holdings' pending acquisition of Lockwood Industries. Her stomach plummeted. "You," she managed to whisper. Arthur tilted his head slightly as if savoring her reaction like fine wine. "Your father's life work, 30 years building an empire, and with one galley broken bar." He let that hang ominously in the air like dark clouds before a storm. "I can reduce it to ashes." Sophia's fingers clenched at her sides, a storm brewing within her. "He's done nothing to you." "No," Arthur replied smoothly, his voice dripping with confidence. "But you have." With a swift swipe of his finger, he pulled up another file on his phone, a recording. Billy's voice rang out clearly. "What if I don't want to be part of the family business?" Sophia's response echoed back, "Then don't be." Arthur's thumb hovered ominously over a button labeled send. "This goes to my father." And then he leaned in closer, his breath ghosting against her ear. "I don't just ruin your family, I make sure Billy never speaks to you again." Her pulse thundered in her ears as the garage fell into an eerie silence. Even the hum of the Hyperion's engine seemed muted, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Sophia forced herself to sound steady. "You wouldn't." Arthur's smile was chilling, an icy A that didn't reach his eyes. "Try me." Desperately, she searched his face for any sign of doubt or weakness, but there was none, only the unwavering confidence of a man who had never lost a game in his life. "What do you want?" she whispered, vulnerability creeping into her tone. Arthur tucked his phone back into his pocket and adjusted his cuffs with unnerving calmness. "Simple. Be the pretty, obedient girlfriend. Smile at parties. Keep your opinions to yourself." He paused for effect before adding, "And if I ever hear you putting ideas in my brother's head again." The unspoken threat hung between them like a heavy fog, thicker than stone. Sophia felt her nails dig into her palms as anger surged through her veins. "You're a monster." As he turned toward the limo, Arthur's voice floated back to her like an unsettling echo. "No, Sophia, I'm an Osborne." The door clicked shut behind him with finality. Frozen in place, she felt the weight of his threat pressing down on her like an oppressive force. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged a voice, "I don't know when it started, but he always does that." Sophia spun around to find Ashley leaning casually against a support beam, arms crossed and expression unreadable. "The phone thing?" Ashley pushed off from the wall and stepped into the light with an air of confidence. "Classic Arthur." "But here's the kicker." She paused dramatically before stepping closer to Sophia with a smirk that sent chills down her spine. "He only shows you what he wants you to see." Sophia's heart raced as confusion washed over her. "What does that mean?" Ashley leaned in slightly and smiled brightly at Sophia before delivering her message with pointed clarity. "It means don't get yourself involved in family business. After all, you're not part of the family. Are you?" With that sentence hanging in the air, Ashley turned and left, leaving Sophia standing there with a dazed expression on her face. The Osborne estate's gardens glimmered under the silver glow of midnight, the air thick with the intoxicating scent of jasmine and damp earth. Fireflies flitted between the hedges like tiny stars come to life. Billy had been wandering alone for nearly an hour, his mind a tempest of frustration and doubt. Sophia's words echoed in his thoughts. You don't owe them your life. But it wasn't that simple. Nothing ever was with the Osbornes. A voice sliced through the stillness, smooth as a blade sliding from its sheath. You always come here when you're avoiding something. Billy didn't turn. He recognized that voice better than his own. Maybe I just like the night air, he muttered, trying to mask his inner turmoil. Arthur stepped into view, his black suit merging with the shadows, moonlight carving sharp angles across his face. He held 2 glasses of bourbon, one extended toward Billy. Billy took the glass, their fingers brushing against each other, cold as ice. They drank in silence for a moment, an unspoken weight pressing heavily between them. You've been distant since we came back from dinner, Arthur said lightly, but there was an edge to his tone. Billy swirled the bourbon in his glass, watching it cling to the sides like memories refusing to fade away. Just thinking. About what? The future, Billy replied evasively. Arthur's gaze sharpened like a knife's edge. Yours, or the family's? Billy tightened his grip on the glass. Is there really a difference? Arthur's smile was razor sharp. That's the question, isn't it? They reached the heart of the garden, a marble fountain where water ran dark under the moonlight's gaze. Arthur leaned against its edge, eyes locked onto Billy's face. That Sophia girl has been whispering in your ear. Billy stiffened at this accusation. She just listens, unlike everyone else. Arthur exhaled slowly, controlled yet heavy with frustration. You think I don't know what you want? To run off and play house? To pretend that being an Osborne doesn't come with chains? The words struck him hard. Billy clenched his jaw tightly. It's not about pretending, it's about having a choice. Arthur set down his glass deliberately, each movement laced with gravity. Choice is a luxury we can't afford right now. Why? Billy's voice cracked under pressure. Because you said so? Arthur's expression darkened ominously. Because a year ago broken bar, remember? This family was bleeding. Arthur reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded document, tossing it casually at Billy. Read it, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Billy unfolded the paper, his heart sinking as he scanned the contents. Financial reports. Debts circled in red like warning signs. A graph depicting the Osborne Group's stock plummeting like a stone. This was not just bad news, it was catastrophic. Fees a broken bar, Billy stammered, his hands trembling. This was us. He had known they were in deep trouble and teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, but he never imagined it was this dire. Arthur let out a hollow laugh that echoed with bitterness. After mother and father died, the vultures descended. The banks came calling for their loans. Partners abandoned ship. We were one vote away from losing our name entirely. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper that felt heavy with unspoken pain. And you want to talk about dreams? Billy's throat tightened painfully. You never told me. Because it wasn't your burden, Arthur snapped back, frustration bubbling over. Nobody wanted to disturb you while you were finishing up university. With a sigh of exasperation, Arthur ran a hand through his hair, a rare sign of vulnerability for him. Do you know what kept us afloat? He didn't wait for an answer before continuing. Uncle Marcus sold his watches and precious paintings. Aunt Evelyn liquidated her jewelry collection. Even 13-year-old Liz used her trust fund to pay off suppliers. Everyone sacrificed something. His voice cracked under the weight of emotion as he added, not one of them hesitated. Billy felt a lump form in his throat as memories flooded back. Liz crying that night and insisting it was just money. At the time, he hadn't understood why she was so upset. But now he got it. Arthur turned back to him, eyes blazing with intensity. This family broke itself to survive. And now that we're finally standing again, you want to walk away? Because someone is filling your head with nonsense. Billy flinched at the accusation. I didn't. A broken bar. You did, Arthur interrupted sharply. Every time you skip meetings to paint or let Sophia fill your head with ideas of freedom. His voice softened but carried an undeniable weight. Freedom isn't free, Billy. Someone always pays. The sound of water trickling from the fountain between them filled the silence, a stark reminder of their strained relationship. Arthur exhaled deeply, shoulders sagging under an invisible load. I'm not asking for forever, just a broken bar. Not right now. For the first time, Billy really looked at his brother and saw the shadows lurking beneath his eyes, the immense weight he carried alone. How long? Billy whispered cautiously. Arthur didn't blink. 2 years. Give me 2 years to cement our position. Then you can do whatever the hell you want. The words hung between them, a lifeline and a prison sentence. Billy closed his eyes. And if I say no? Arthur's voice broke. Then I lose you too. A while later Billy opened his eyes and said slowly, I will think about it. With that Billy walked away, the moonlight casting a warm glow over him. A moment later he was already out of sight. Arthur stood there in silence, his hand in his pockets as he slowly sipped his wine, his expression unreadable. He just stood there, raising his head. He looked at the silvery round moon hanging high in the sky surrounded by dense twinkling stars. After a while, Arthur came back to his senses and gulped the remaining wine and walked away, his figure casting a long shadow on the ground. The next day, the grand dining hall of the Osborne estate sparkled in the warm embrace of morning light. A dazzling crystal chandelier cast a kaleidoscope of colors across the pristine linen tablecloth, setting an elegant stage for breakfast. The long mahogany table groaned under the weight of sumptuous silver platters, scrambled eggs laced with truffle, delicate smoked salmon, flaky croissants fresh from the oven, and carafes brimming with freshly squeezed juice. Gathered around this lavish spread was the entire family, a rare sight these days. At the head of the table sat Arthur, impeccably dressed in a navy suit, his expression inscrutable as he sipped his black coffee. To his right was Liz, now 14 but possessing eyes that seemed to carry the wisdom of ages, pushing her pancakes around her plate with little enthusiasm. Across from her, Ashley observed everything with keen alertness, her fingers drumming a silent rhythm against her teacup. Uncle Philip occupied a seat beside Nathaniel, who was holding a file sipping his coffee while glancing through it. The younger cousins, George, Oscar, Charlotte, Olivia, William, and Edward etc., chattered animatedly, blissfully unaware of the tension crackling beneath their cheerful banter. And then there was Billy. He sat stiffly in his chair, his graduation cap placed ceremoniously beside his plate. Its tassel dangled precariously over the edge. His face was a mask of composure, but his knuckles were white where they gripped his fork tightly. To Billy, Uncle Julian boomed as he raised his mimosa glass high. First in his class at Neo-Luminara University. The Osborne legacy continues. Glasses clinked together in celebration. Cheers erupted around the table. Well done, son. Aunt Emily beamed proudly. We're so proud of you, Margaret added warmly as she reached over to squeeze Billy's hand gently. Billy managed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Thanks, everyone. Arthur watched him intently over the rim of his coffee cup. As conversation lulled and servants moved to refill drinks, Arthur broke the silence with deliberate calm. So, you start with Uncle Philip on Monday? Yes. A heavy silence fell upon them like an unwelcome fog. Every head turned toward Billy expectantly. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbed nervously. Actually a broken bar number. The air thickened instantly. Arthur's fingers stilled on the tablecloth, as he repeated incredulously, no. Billy lifted his chin defiantly. I'm not joining the finance division. I've decided to pursue my own path. A beat passed. A moment pregnant with unspoken consequences. Then, slam. Arthur's palm hit the table so forcefully that silverware jumped and coffee sloshed over the rim of his cup like an angry tide. You what? The room fell silent. Tension thick in the air. Billy remained unfazed. I'm not working for the family business. I'm going to. You ungrateful little shit, Arthur snapped, his voice slicing through the stillness like a whip crack. Liz dropped her fork onto her plate with a clatter, and Ashley's fingers halted their drumming on the table. Arthur rose slowly, his chest scraping back as he leaned forward, palms pressing flat against the table. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Billy met his glare head-on. I'm saying number. Arthur let out a jagged laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. No, no. He leaned closer, eyes blazing with intensity. "Let me remind you what Noah has cost this family." His voice dropped to a hiss as he continued, "A year ago, Mom and Dad died in that accident. The banks called in every loan. Our stock plummeted. Suppliers abandoned us. We were just hours away from losing everything." His fury was palpable. "Uncle Julian sold his vineyards." He jabbed a finger at Liz, who sat hunched over, shame washing over her face. "Aunt Emily liquidated her inheritance." And Liz, 13 years old, handed over her entire trust fund just to keep the lights on. Arthur's chest heaved with emotion as he turned back to Billy. "And where were you?" "At university, chasing some girl who's filling your head with nonsense about following your dreams." Billy felt his cheeks flush with anger and embarrassment. "That's not." "I had to kill for this family," Arthur roared. Gasps rippled through the room. Aunt Margaret covered her mouth in shock. Breathing heavily now, veins bulging on his forehead, Arthur pressed on. "You think this empire this family rebuilt itself? You think our enemies just stepped aside?" In a fit of rage, he grabbed his coffee cup and hurled it against the wall. Porcelain shattered everywhere. Bang! "I was shot last year." He ripped open his dress shirt. Buttons flew off like confetti to reveal an gnarly scar just above his heart. "The bullet missed my lung by an inch." Ashley froze in place while tears welled up in Liz's eyes. "And Uncle Nathaniel was nearly shot too." Arthur pointed at him furiously. He spread his arms wide and shouted, "All of us were in danger. We've had to hide like dogs chased through the streets. You think you were safe at university? I protected you so you could finish school." Nathaniel touched his temple grimly. In a hushed tone now, Arthur added, "Do you know how many men I've killed to protect us? How many nights I lie awake seeing their faces?" The admission hung in the air like gun smoke, thick and suffocating. Charlotte let out a small sob, her heart heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. Arthur slammed his fists on the table again, frustration boiling over. "And you dare stand there and say no?" His voice was a thunderclap, echoing through the room. Billy trembled, his voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't ask for this." Panic flickered in his eyes. "None of us did, Billy. None of us." Arthur's scream shattered the silence like glass. "But we're Osborns. We are family. That name means something. If you walk away now, you're spitting on every sacrifice this family has made." A heavy silence fell over them all. Tears streaked down Liz's face as Uncle Philip looked pale and shaken. Suddenly, Billy stood up abruptly, his chair clattering to the floor behind him. "I can't live like this," he exclaimed, desperation lacing his words. "You think none of us want to live like this?" Arthur shot back, anger flaring in his eyes. "Your cousin Ashley wants to be a painter, but she has to sacrifice that for the family." Ashley's eyes dimmed at Arthur's words. They cut deeper than any knife. "We all want to chase our dreams," Arthur continued fiercely, "but we set them aside to make this family great so that the younger ones can live our dreams for us." His gaze was cold as he shouted, "I didn't ask for this," Billy retorted fiercely, his face flushed with emotion. Arthur's laugh rang hollow in response. "Then you're no brother of mine." The words landed with brutal finality, a guillotine severing ties that once bound them together. With that crushing statement hanging in the air, Arthur collapsed into his chair, breath coming in ragged gasps as if he had just run a marathon through emotional turmoil. The dining hall was a frozen tableau, caught in the aftermath of Arthur's explosive outburst. A shattered coffee cup lay in jagged shards on the floor, its dark stain spreading like spilled blood across the gleaming marble. The air vibrated with tension, heavy with the weight of Arthur's words. "Then you're no brother of mine." Billy stood there, breath coming in sharp gasps, fists clenched at his sides. Family members stared, some wide-eyed in shock, others pale with horror, and a few resigned to the unfolding drama. Then Arthur moved. With deliberate slowness, he straightened his cuffs, his face transforming into a mask of chilling calm. The veins that had bulged on his forehead moments before vanished, replaced by an eerie stillness. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet yet deadly. "Aunt Margaret." Margaret Osborne, president of Osborne Holdings, an epitome of matriarchal strength, stiffened in her seat. Sitting tall with her hair pulled into a tight chignon and sharp eyes scanning the room for any sign of dissent, she responded cautiously, "Yes, Arthur." Effective immediately, Arthur said coldly as ice forming around each word pierced through the silence. "Remove Billy Osborne's name from all family registries, trusts, and holdings. He is no longer an Osborne in any legal capacity." "What?" a collective gasp echoed through the dining room. Margaret's lips thinned as she looked at him in disbelief. "Arthur, isn't this hasty?" "Don't do this." The rest of the family nodded along nervously. They were clearly uncomfortable but unsure how to intervene. Arthur closed his eyes momentarily before responding calmly, "I didn't want to do this either." But it seems he values outside opinions more than those from his own family. "If that's how it is, then he will no longer be an Osborne." With that chilling proclamation hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst, he opened his eyes and commanded coldly, "Do it." Margaret opened her mouth to protest but ultimately let out a resigned sigh. "It will be done." Billy's face drained of color as panic set in. "You can't." A broken bar. Arthur didn't even glance at him as he addressed Alfred, the family butler who had served them for decades, with unwavering authority. "Alfred." "Yes, Master Arthur." Alfred stepped forward from the shadows near the door. His expression remained inscrutable. "Pack Billy's belongings," Arthur ordered flatly. "Everything. And have him escorted off the estate by noon." Alfred bowed slightly without hesitation. "As you wish." Billy let out a disbelieving laugh that echoed painfully against the walls. "You're kicking me out?" Finally turning to face him fully for the first time since their confrontation, Arthur's eyes were like shards of ice, cold and unyielding. Arthur finally turned to face him, his eyes glinting like shards of ice. "You made your choice." The room was a tableau of shock. Liz pressed both hands over her mouth, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. Ashley's fingers stilled round her teacup, knuckles turning white as she gripped it tightly. Uncle Julian looked like he wanted to speak, but a single glance from Arthur silenced him instantly. Billy took a step forward, his voice trembling. "You're really doing this? After everything?" Arthur didn't blink. "You walked away first." "I just said I didn't want to work in finance." Billy's voice cracked under the weight of desperation. "That's all." "I didn't mean." "It was never just about finance," Arthur interrupted, his tone sharp as a knife. "It was about loyalty, about standing by this family when it truly matters." "And you failed." Billy flinched at the accusation. Turning back to Margaret, Arthur commanded, "Freeze all his accounts and cancel his cards." "If he wants to live without the family, he can do so without the family's money." Margaret nodded briskly, her fingers already dancing over her tablet screen. "Consider it done." Panic surged in Billy's chest as he gasped for breath. "You're cutting me off completely?" Arthur's smile was devoid of warmth, a mirthless grin that sent chills down spines. "Welcome to the real world, Billy Osborne." The use of his full name felt like a final nail in the coffin. Billy's hands trembled as he scanned the table for an ally, but no one met his gaze. Not even Liz. She stared at her lap, tears dripping onto her untouched pancakes. "Fine," Billy spat out bitterly, his voice thick with betrayal. "If this is how it is, then fine." He turned sharply on his heel and stormed out, slamming the dining hall doors behind him with a sound that echoed like a gunshot. Silence enveloped the room. Then Aunt Emily broke it softly, glancing at Billy's retreating figure before whispering, "Arthur, a broken bar was that necessary?" Arthur paused before responding. He picked up his napkin and wiped a speck of coffee from his fingers with deliberate care before setting it back down again. "Yes," he replied quietly but firmly, his voice carrying an air of finality. "If we tolerate defiance now," he continued steadily, "we invite chaos later." No one dared argue. They understood the weight of those words. Alfred bowed slightly and slipped out to carry out Arthur's orders. And just like that, with a few cold words, Billy Osborne ceased to exist in their world. The morning breakfast that once radiated joy and warmth now lay cold and untouched, a stark reminder of the tension hanging in the air. Around the table, everyone sat in silence, heads bowed, lost in their thoughts. The atmosphere felt surreal. It was as if they were trapped in a dream where nothing made sense anymore. None of them had anticipated Arthur's shocking decision to kick Billy out of the family, especially after cutting off his inheritance and freezing his accounts. Billy now faced an uncertain future. Unless he could land a job or convince his so-called girlfriend Sophia to support him, He risked becoming homeless and broke. And to make matters worse, he had just graduated from university. In a sprawling international metropolis like Neoluminara, finding a job felt as daunting as climbing a mountain. As these thoughts swirled around the table, concern for Billy began to creep into their minds. But each time they glanced at Arthur's cold, emotionless face, they quickly shook off their worries and returned to their plates, eating in silence. This was the first time since Arthur took over as head of the family that they had witnessed him lose his temper, and none wanted to be on his bad side. Even Julian remained quiet, mechanically pushing food around on his plate. Inside Arthur's study, silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the soft hum of the estate's climate control and the occasional crackle from the fireplace. Arthur reclined in his high-backed leather chair, a glass of deep red wine swirling untouched in his hand. The vibrant liquid caught the dim light, casting fractured reflections across his polished mahogany desk. Outside, the moon hung like a silver bullet hole in a black canvas sky, its cold light slicing through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The grounds of Osborne Estate stretched beyond, manicured hedges and ancient trees standing as silent witnesses to the day's turmoil. Arthur tightened his grip around the glass. "You're no brother of mine." The words echoed in his mind, each repetition sending fresh waves of tension through his shoulders. He exhaled sharply through his nose and set down the drink with deliberate precision. The crystal made a soft clink against the desk. Did he really do anything wrong by kicking Billy out of their family? After all, he had fought tooth and nail to keep this family intact, a thing he had been deprived of in his previous life on Earth. He had known nothing but solitude until death claimed him. But God took pity on him and sent him to this new world filled with family. Everyone was sacrificing for this family just a year ago. They were teetering on the brink of destruction, but Arthur managed to pull them back from that edge. While everyone else worked tirelessly for their collective good, Billy chose to listen to outsiders rather than heed his own family's guidance. With that thought weighing heavily on him, Arthur let out a sigh and called out, "Evelyn." The air above the massive OLED screen shimmered like distilled water. A blue face composed of trillions of shifting data points materialized, smooth, genderless, and hauntingly serene. Its eyes were endless fractals. Its voice, a chorus of synthesized tones, somehow carried warmth despite its artificial nature. "Good evening, sir," Evelyn intoned. "Your biometrics indicate elevated stress levels. Shall I adjust the room's ambience?" Arthur leaned back into his chair as it creaked beneath him. "No thanks," he replied curtly. "I need analysis, not coddling." The fractal eyes pulsed gently as Evelyn responded, "Query parameters?" "Today's decision regarding Billy," Arthur said through clenched teeth. "From your perspective, was it correct?" Without hesitation, Evelyn asked calmly, "Sir, are you asking if your decision was emotionally justifiable or morally defensible?" A muscle twitched in Arthur's temple as he replied firmly, "Both." Evelyn's face dissolved momentarily before reforming into a swirling galaxy of interconnected nodes. "Analysis initiated." Its cold voice resonated through the room. The screen split into multiple feeds, security footage capturing Billy's confrontation, financial projections flashing across graphs, snippets from Sophia's social media activity. Billy Osborne's public defiance during a critical restructuring phase casts a long shadow over the perception of unified leadership. Internal dissent within high-profile families often correlates with a staggering 73% increase in vulnerability to external attacks. Evelyn's voice resonated through the room, shifting the screen to display psychological profiles. Billy's, Arthur's, even their father's. A holographic family tree materialized before them, key nodes flashing ominously in red. Dynastic families operate on a modified social contract, Evelyn continued smoothly. Privilege is granted in exchange for duty. Billy accepted Osborne resources, education worth 487,000 unicrods and trust disbursements totaling 21 million unicrods, while simultaneously rejecting his obligations. By standard contract law, this warrants revocation of benefits. Arthur snorted dismissively. "You're comparing family to a business deal?" "Affirmative, sir," Evelyn replied without missing a beat. "All human relationships are transactional. Albeit with varying currencies. Love, loyalty, capital. All represent forms of credit and debt. Evelyn paused momentarily. Its fractal eyes deepened with intensity. However, a broken bar suddenly. Security footage from earlier played on the screen. Liz crying at the dinner table. A heart-wrenching sight that struck Arthur like a blow. Your enforcement of consequences has caused collateral damage to familial cohesion, Evelyn explained calmly. Liz's distress metrics have spiked to dangerously high levels. Arthur felt his drink turn bitter as an unsettling realization washed over him. He could feel his expression darkening. The final display was simpler yet more poignant, an image of young Arthur and Billy building a sandcastle on a beach, their laughter echoing across time. I can quantify strategic outcomes and moral frameworks, Evelyn stated softly as the image zoomed in on young Billy's joyful face. But these a broken bar. This is the realm of ghosts and gods. You didn't exile William Osborne, the liability. You exiled Billy, the boy who stole your dessert at age 7 and took the blame when you accidentally broke Further's vase. A crackling silence filled the room as the fire popped loudly in response to their unspoken thoughts. Arthur realized his hands were trembling slightly as he closed his eyes against memories that flooded back like waves crashing onto shore. Sir, Evelyn ventured after several tense moments, would you like me to initiate protocols for reconciliation? The words hung heavy in the air like smoke from extinguished flames. Arthur clenched his fist tightly. Number. He opened his eyes again. They were sharp and resolute now. He chose his path. Let him walk it. Evelyn's fractal gaze lingered for just a moment longer before fading into nothingness, leaving Arthur alone with the ghosts of choices made long ago. The outside world was alive. The wind howled through the trees, sounding almost like a brother's laughter, slowly fading into the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the quiet study, just as Arthur reached for his glass of wine. 3 distinct raps against the door, firm yet measured, spoke volumes without uttering a single word. It was the kind of knock that whispered, "We need to talk," and left an uneasy silence hanging in the air. As if on cue, Evelyn's glowing blue visage flickered out, plunging the room into a deeper stillness, broken only by the crackling of the fireplace. Aunt Margaret stepped in first, her cardigan sleeves pulled over her hands, a telltale sign of her nerves. Behind her trailed Uncles Julian, Nathaniel, and Richard, each moving with a grim determination reminiscent of men walking into an intervention. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words. No one dared to break the silence. The grandfather clock ticked steadily in the background, a relentless reminder that time was passing, even as tension hung heavy in the air. Aunt Margaret stepped into the room first, her cardigan sleeves pulled tightly over her hands, a familiar gesture that betrayed her nerves. Behind her, Uncles Julian, Nathaniel, and Richard followed in with the somber resolve of men walking into an intervention. Silence enveloped them. The grandfather clock ticked steadily, each second echoing like a countdown. Arthur remained seated, leaning back in his leather chair, swirling his drink as he watched the ice cubes slowly melt away. It was Margaret who broke the tension first. "Oh, Arthur," she sighed, sinking into the armchair across from him. Her tone was reminiscent of a parent scolding a child for tracking mud through the house rather than confronting a man who had just exiled his own brother. It made his jaw tighten involuntarily. Julian cleared his throat. "We need to talk about what happened at breakfast." Arthur took a deliberate sip from his glass. "There's nothing to talk about. You disowned your brother," Nathaniel said softly. "And you threw him out with nothing but the clothes on his back." Richard chimed in, pacing behind the chairs like a caged animal. "Christ, Arthur. He's just a kid." Arthur set down his glass with a sharp click that echoed through the room. "He's 20 years old, old enough to make choices and face consequences." Margaret reached across the desk, her hand hovering over his before retreating slightly. "But was it really necessary to broken bar?" "Yes." The word slipped out harsher than he intended. He inhaled deeply before continuing. "You were there, Margaret. You saw him. After everything this family has endured, after all we've lost, he stood there and told us he'd rather chase some childish dream than stand by his own blood. The fire crackled softly in response. Nathaniel adjusted his glasses nervously. "Do you really think cutting him off completely was the answer?" "What was I supposed to do?" Arthur's voice dropped to something raw and vulnerable. "Beg him to stay? Let him walk all over the sacrifices this family has made?" Julian leaned forward, elbows resting on knees as if trying to bridge an unbridgeable gap between them. "No one's saying that, but there's a fine line between discipline and cruelty." The word "son" struck harder than it should have. Arthur abruptly stood up and turned toward the window below the sprawling grounds where he and Billy had played as kids, the same place their father had taught them how to shoot hoops and where their mother had planted roses that still bloomed every spring even though she wasn't around anymore. "You think I wanted this?" he asked quietly. Margaret's chair creaked as she rose too when she touched his arm this time. He didn't pull away. "We know you didn't," she murmured gently. "But through a broken bar your father would have found another way." He closed his eyes. That was the knife. Not the exile, not the cold words exchanged over breakfast. What cut deeper was the realization that his father would have handled this situation with grace. He would have known exactly what to say to help Billy understand without tearing their family apart. But his father wasn't here, and Arthur was so damn tired of trying to fill shoes that would never fit him. Richard let out a heavy sigh, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. "Look, no one's saying Billy was right. But cutting him off completely, freezing his accounts, that's more than just punishment. That's making sure he can't come back." Arthur turned away, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "He doesn't want to come back." "Are you sure about that?" Julian chimed in, raising an eyebrow. "Or did you just not give him a chance to change his mind?" The question lingered in the air like an unwelcome guest. Outside, an owl hooted softly in the dark, adding to the weight of silence. Margaret gently squeezed Arthur's arm. "At least consider unfreezing his trust fund. Let him have something to fall back on while he figures things out." Arthur walked back to his desk and stared at the family portrait gathering dust in the corner, him and Billy as gap-toothed kids, their parents' hands resting reassuringly on their shoulders. "I'll think about it," he finally replied, uncertainty hanging between them like a fragile thread. The door clicked shut behind the last of them, leaving only Arthur and Julian alone in the study. The fire hissed softly, exhaling a sigh of relief from the pressure that had just departed. Outside, the wind picked up, brushing against the windows like ghostly fingers begging to be let in. Arthur poured himself another glass of wine but didn't drink. Instead, he stared at the swirling crimson liquid, catching flickers of firelight dancing within it. Julian stood silently by the bookshelves, hands clasped behind his back, not out of deference but because he knew his nephew too well. Arthur would speak when he was ready. Minutes ticked by like hours. Finally, breaking the stillness, Arthur's voice cut through the quiet. "Uncle," he said slowly without looking up, "am I a good family head?" Julian paused for a moment. The question landed with a heavy thud like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of implications throughout the room. He walked over to an opposite chair and sank into it slowly before crossing one leg over the other. "That's quite a question to ask after exile and execution, socially speaking." Arthur let out a bitter chuckle. "You always did love dramatic phrasing. And you've always loved dramatic action." This earned Julian a brief smirk from Arthur, but soon his expression clouded again as he leaned back in his chair, glass resting against his thigh while he stared into the fire's depths. "I didn't enjoy any of that," Arthur said quietly. "I didn't want to cut Billy off, but he left me no choice." Julian took his time responding, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the armrest. "Do you want truth or comfort?" "Whichever doesn't make me hate myself." "Then let's go with truth." Arthur nodded solemnly. "Go on." Julian leaned forward slightly, elbows on knees and eyes locked onto Arthur's gaze. "You are indeed a good family head, arguably the best we've had since Grandfather Osborne, ruthless, visionary, efficient. You're why this family didn't crumble after that accident. You turned things around during the debt crisis and protected our younger ones from those overseas vultures. Everyone owes you for that. That's undeniable." Arthur remained silent. "But here's what you might be missing, and I say this with love. You're confusing fear with loyalty and control with unity." Arthur's head snapped up in surprise. "What does that mean?" "It means you've kept us afloat," Julian continued gently but firmly. "But you've also built walls around us, a fortress rather than a home." He paused for effect before adding softly, "You lead like a general during wartime." "But what about now? What happens when there are no guns firing and people start remembering who they really are?" Arthur clenched his jaw tightly. Julian pressed on, his voice softening. "Billy's not wrong for wanting something different. He just chose the wrong time to declare it. And you, did what had to be done," Arthur finished. "Yes," Julian agreed. "But being the family head isn't just about protecting our assets, it's about shepherding our hearts, not like a tyrant, but like a father." Arthur looked away, and for the first time, Julian caught a glimpse of vulnerability flickering across his brother's face. "I wasn't raised to be that," Arthur admitted. "Our father was cold. Our mother was gone. I was forged by necessity." Julian nodded slowly, recalling the past. "I remember. You were 12 when you started reading market reports before bed. You sacrificed soccer, music, friends, all to prepare for a role no one actually asked you to take." "Somebody had to." "Yes," Julian said gently. "But it came at a cost. You became a machine, brilliant and calculating, but alone. And now that Billy wants to embrace his humanity, you see that as betrayal." Arthur's fingers tapped restlessly against the glass. "He is betraying us. This family isn't a playground or a retreat center for lost souls to find themselves." "It could be," Julian countered softly. "Or at least parts of it could be." "What's the point of all this money, legacy, and power if we forget what it's truly for?" Arthur frowned deeply. "Survival. Protection." Julian shook his head firmly. "No, it's about people, family, and building a future based on trust instead of control." With frustration bubbling over, Arthur drained his wine in one gulp and set the glass down with a thud. "You're asking me to become something I never learned how to be." Julian smiled warmly at him. "Then start now." Arthur stood abruptly and walked toward the window where outside, the gardens shimmered under moonlight, pristine yet lifeless, a stark reminder of simpler times when he remembered Billy and Liz playing in those very fields. "If I'm not strict," Arthur said quietly as he gazed out into the night, "we fall apart." Julian joined him at the window and replied earnestly, "If you're never gentle, we shatter anyway." They stood there in silence, two brothers bound by blood yet scarred by duty, until Julian placed a reassuring hand on Arthur's shoulder. "Being the head means making tough choices," he said gently, "but it also means knowing when to forgive, to trust, to ask for help. You're not some godlike figure, you're just a man trying to save his family." Sometimes, the best leaders are those who admit they don't have all the answers. Arthur closed his eyes momentarily as doubt crept into his heart. "Do you think he'll ever forgive me?" Julian paused, his gaze steady. "If he sees you trying, maybe. But if all he sees is a closed door?" "No chance." Arthur opened his eyes wider, searching his brother's face for answers. "And what if he fails out there?" "Then he learns," Julian replied, his voice calm and resolute. "Perhaps one day, he returns stronger, not as a lost soldier but as a man who has found his way." Arthur let out a dry laugh, shaking his head slightly. "You always manage to make it sound so poetic." "No, Arthur," Julian said firmly, grasping his hand with conviction. "I simply still believe in family, even when it hurts." "Especially when it hurts." The fire crackled softly behind them, casting flickering shadows that danced across the room. Finally turning away from the window, Arthur's expression was unreadable, yet in his eyes lingered a hint of softness, a glimmer of understanding. "Thank you, Uncle." "Always," Julian replied with an encouraging smile. "Even generals need their brothers." Together they stepped away from the window, two men, one an uncle, the other the nephew, bound not just by blood but by the weight of a name that held immense significance, and the fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, it could mean something more. The hallways of the Osborne estate were steeped in an eerie silence, illuminated only by the warm, amber glow of antique sconces. Arthur's footsteps echoed softly as he made his way toward the west wing, the children's quarters. Despite the weight of recent events pressing on his shoulders, a gentle smile crept across his lips. He paused in front of Liz's room, where a familiar emblem of a phoenix was etched onto the dark wood door. He raised his knuckles to knock but hesitated for just a heartbeat. Then, summoning his courage, he rapped 3 times and called out softly, "Liz, I'm coming in." Without waiting for a response, Arthur pushed the door open. Inside was a breathtaking fusion of sleek technology and childhood nostalgia. Plushies dotted the corners of her oversized gaming chair, neon lights pulsed rhythmically from behind her triple monitor setup, and the air was infused with the comforting scents of lavender and bubblegum. Above her bed hung an enormous poster depicting a frost-covered fantasy realm titled Eternal Veil. Liz, only 13 but already fiercely intelligent and endlessly curious, was curled up in her chair with her headset draped casually around her neck. Her eyes flitted through tabs on her floating Eclipse OS interface like a hummingbird darting between flowers. When she noticed Arthur enter, she paused her display and tilted her head curiously. "You coming to ban me from gaming now too?" Arthur chuckled as he strolled into the room and flopped onto her bed like it was his own personal sanctuary. "Depends. Have you been secretly investing our family trust in crypto memes again?" Liz shot him a cheeky grin. "No promises." Arthur exhaled deeply, letting the tension from earlier slip away as if it were carried off by an unseen breeze. The atmosphere in Liz's room felt lighter, a time capsule insulated from the burdens that came with leadership. "Why'd you kick Billy out?" Liz asked suddenly. Her smile vanished like mist under sunlight. Her voice dropped to almost a whisper as if discussing something sacred or haunted. "I saw that look in your eyes. It hurt you." "So? Why?" Arthur turned to face her, his gaze softening more than she'd seen in ages. "I didn't kick him out, Liz," he replied quietly. "Not really. Sometimes you have to let someone walk through fire to discover what they're truly made of." Liz furrowed her brows. Tears shimmered in her eyes like dew on grass at dawn. "But what if he burns?" Arthur sat up straight, elbows resting on knees as he stared at his clasped hands for a moment before meeting her gaze again. "Then he learns," he said earnestly. "He's stronger than he thinks and he's not alone." "I didn't lock any doors behind him, I just opened them in another direction." Liz looked down, twisting a strand of her hair, her voice barely above a whisper. "But he looked so scared, Artie, like a broken bar, like he thought we didn't love him anymore." Arthur's heart twisted at the sound of that nickname. It had been years since she'd called him that, years filled with loss and longing since their parents passed away. He got off the bed and knelt in front of her chair, gently placing his hands on her arms. "Hey, look at me." She met his gaze. "I love Billy. Always have, always will," he reassured her. "But he needs to understand that love doesn't mean entitlement, it means sacrifice. Every one of us has given something for this family, even you." "But I'm just a kid," she protested. "No, Lizzie," he insisted softly but firmly. "You're not just anything. You gave up your trust fund when we were in trouble. You learned to build your rig from scratch when you couldn't afford help. You stayed brave when the world told you to break. That makes you more Osborne than most adults I've met." Liz blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. "I just wanted us all to be together." Arthur reached up and wiped a tear from her cheek with tenderness in his eyes. "We will be together again. This is just a chapter, not the end of the book." They sat in silence for a moment, the soft hum of her setup casting a warm glow over their faces as they absorbed each other's presence. Finally, Liz took a deep breath and managed a weak smile. "You know you owe me now, right?" Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. "Oh? And what might that entail?" "Emotional labor fee." Chapter 7, Section 3 of the Sibling Accord. He smirked at her seriousness. "And what's the going rate for emotional labor these days?" With dramatic flair, she rolled her chair toward her rig and declared, 3 matches of League. I get to pick the mode and no backseat gaming unless I ask." Arthur groaned playfully but couldn't hide his grin. "You drive a hard bargain. Take it or leave it, boomer." she shot back teasingly. He burst into laughter as he plopped into the guest chair beside her. "All right then, let's boot it up." The loading screen blazed to life, a riot of colors and sounds bursting with anticipation. "So," Liz said while selecting her champion, "you're really going with Malzahar again? You absolute war criminal." Arthur grinned mischievously. "I live to troll." "Disgusting," she muttered dramatically before adding with mock seriousness, "I'm reporting you for crimes against fun." The first match erupted into chaos. Liz went all in, diving under the tower to execute a flashy combo that ended with both her and her target exploding in a spectacular display. "Worth it," she cackled, her laughter echoing through the room. Arthur shook his head, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. "You play like a YouTuber." "What's a YouTuber?" Liz asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Arthur paused for a moment, taken aback by her question as a Lennoff reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He chuckled softly and replied, "It's nothing." Liz rolled her eyes at him dramatically. "That's just because I have style, unlike your budget dark mage cosplay." Their laughter filled the air more freely now the game had transformed into a comfortable battleground where real life could take a backseat for just a little while. Between rounds, they shared popcorn and flung witty jabs at each other, even coaxing Alfred into chiming in once to settle an intense debate about cooldown stacking. "And now, the final match," Liz declared grandly, channeling her inner announcer. "You're narrating your own highlight reel again," Arthur teased. "Always," she shot back with a grin. This time, Arthur decided to go off meta and pick Jin. Liz blinked in surprise. "Wait, you're playing ADC?" "I'm feeling creative," he replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. "More like you're feeling dead," she quipped back. But as the match unfolded, it was nothing short of poetic. Arthur's shots landed with precision, cruelly elegant and perfectly timed. Meanwhile, Liz played Lux and was practically bouncing out of her seat with every binding she managed to hit. At one point, she let out an ecstatic scream, "Quadra kill. Let's go!" As the victory screen lit up before them, Liz raised both fists triumphantly into the air. "We did it, Artie." He smiled genuinely at her infectious enthusiasm, feeling warmth spread within him. "We make a good team." "We always did." The words hung in the air between them, heavy yet comforting. Arthur felt a warmth settle in his chest. Was it peace, or perhaps the realization that while chaos raged just outside their doors, within this room lay a sanctuary filled with safety, laughter, and light? He playfully ruffled her hair, a gesture that spoke volumes. "Thanks, Lizzie." "For what?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Reminding me what family really feels like." With a soft smile, she leaned her head against his shoulder. "Anytime, big bro." "Anytime." And for the rest of the night, they sat together, not as patriarch and soldier or head and heiress, but simply as brother and sister. They were bound by shared memories of goofy moments and an unspoken promise. No matter how fierce the storms outside might be, this bond would remain unbreakable. The next day early in the morning, at the Osborne family estate in the garden, Arthur sat there alone with a thoughtful look on his face as if in deep thoughts. The garden lay in serene stillness, wrapped in a delicate shroud of morning mist that curled over the neatly trimmed hedges and gently sloping lawns. Pale beams of sunlight pierced through the overcast sky, transforming dew-kissed roses into shimmering silver treasures. The air was cool and crisp, infused with the earthy aroma of damp soil and rain-soaked petals, an invigorating reminder of nature's beauty. Arthur sat quietly by the pond, draped in a thick slate blue robe with its collar turned up against the early chill. Below him, beautiful ornamental small fishes glided lazily beneath the surface, their orange and white bodies flickering like living jewels in a glassy world reflecting clouds above. His bare feet rested on the cold stone edge, a stark contrast to the dampness surrounding him. According to memory, this pond had always been his father's sanctuary, not for its beauty but for its profound silence. Sleep had eluded him, the study felt stifling after his conversation with Julian. Even the comforting crackle of firewood has morphed into an echo of judgment. So he wandered, walked past some ancestral portraits that seemed to scrutinize him with eyes filled with painted obligation, through some long corridors, until he finally found solace in this garden. As far as he could remember, it had been years since Arthur had stepped foot in this garden. The rose beds, once lovingly tended by his mother's hands, were now cared for by a rotating staff of gardeners. He found himself staring at the vibrant blooms, lost in a daze as memories surged around him like an overwhelming tide. His eyes glazed over, vacant and distant. He recalled the time Billy had tried to climb one of those thorny bushes, a 6-year-old prince on a mission to rescue a trapped unicorn. Instead, he got stuck among the thorns and cried until Arthur came to his rescue. Rubbing his temple, Arthur leaned forward with his elbows resting on his knees, struggling to shake off the weight of nostalgia. Just 48 hours ago, he disowned that same boy, his brother, for what? A fleeting dream? A disagreement? A breakfast gone awry? Exhaustion washed over him as he felt like a general fighting an invisible war, wearing a crown of iron expectations that no one else wanted to bear. He'd weathered storms for this family, yet all he had left were ice in his voice and ghosts haunting his sleep. With a bitter chuckle escaping his lips, Arthur couldn't help but mock himself. He'd only been head of the Osborne family for just over a year and was already complaining about drowning in fatigue and frustration. Shaking his head with a sigh, he muttered softly under his breath, "Having a family is both a blessing and a heavy responsibility. But which weighs more, the blessing or the responsibility?" Just then, the soft crunch of gravel behind him pulled him back from his spiraling thoughts. Turning slowly, he smiled upon seeing Aunt Margaret approach. "Morning." Her gentle voice floated through the air like the garden itself calling out to him. Arthur chuckled softly in response. "Morning, Aunt." "You're up early." "I never really went to sleep," she replied as she settled beside him on the low bench. Wrapped in her shawl over her nightgown and with her thick braid coiled over one shoulder like an old habit, her gaze drifted across the pond filled with fish gliding beneath blooming roses. "I figured if you couldn't rest, you'd be out here." They sat together in silence for several moments, the kind shared between people who've run out of things they can pretend not to think about. Finally breaking the quietude, she said thoughtfully, "You used to come here every Sunday morning." A faint smile crossed Arthur's face but lacked humor. "I was 12 then, hoping if I sat still long enough Dad would finally share some wisdom I needed." "Did he?" Margaret raised an eyebrow playfully. "Nope." Arthur tossed some leaves into the water with a shake of his head. Margaret let out a soft, sad laugh, brushing away something imaginary from her lap. He wasn't great with words, but he noticed everything. "I think a broken bar in his own way. He was proud of you." Arthur fell silent, the word proud hitting him like a shard of glass lodged in his chest. She studied his face quietly before adding, "You look more like him every year." He turned away sharply. "I'm nothing like him." "That's not true," she replied gently. "Yes, it is," Arthur shot back but then softened. He would have known how to handle Billy. He would have known what to say, how to keep the family together without tearing pieces off himself to do it. Margaret allowed silence to settle between them for just a moment before speaking again. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I don't think your father always knew what he was doing either. But he learned. He listened." "We're broken bar. You've stopped doing that." Arthur turned slowly toward her. The lines under his eyes deepened by sleeplessness spoke volumes. "I listened to everything." "You listened like a lawyer," she countered softly, "not like a brother or a man." That hit home hard. His shoulders twitched as if she'd struck a nerve. Arthur stood up and began pacing along the pond's edge, his robe brushing against the damp grass. "What was I supposed to do, Aunt Margaret?" "Let him walk away from everything we built." He suddenly stopped and looked at her intently. "Do you remember how we were suffering just a year ago? We were almost dead, cornered and powerless. It was me who pulled us this far. Each one of us sacrificed something to save our family from danger. We all did our best." He paused for breath before continuing passionately, "And now that we're finally developing as a family, he wants to do whatever he pleases. He'd rather listen to some outsider than his own flesh and blood." Margaret rose too, not to confront him but to walk alongside him down the stone path. "You talk about sacrifice as if it's always noble," she said thoughtfully. But not every sacrifice is virtuous. Some are wounds we keep reopening because we're too afraid to ask if they were ever necessary. Arthur swallowed hard and clenched his fists tightly. I killed for this family. Do you have any idea how many innocent lives I've taken because of one decision? But I had no choice. I had my family to protect. If I didn't act, my family would be the one in danger. Margaret fell silent as she looked at Arthur with empathy etched on her face and sighed slowly. I know, she said softly while placing her hand over his trembling fist. And that's why it breaks my heart that you think that entitles you to everyone else's dreams. They paused by the rose bush, untamed and bursting with vibrant colors that seemed to scream for attention. I wasn't trying to disown him, Arthur whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. But you didn't listen to him either, she replied softly, her words laced with concern. And maybe that's what hurt him the most. Arthur reached out, brushing his fingers across one of the blooms. A thorn scratched his skin, leaving a tiny line of blood, a stark reminder of the pain that can come from beauty. Listen to him? About what? He scoffed, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. To tell me what he wants to do? Come on, Aunt. All my cousins are smart enough to realize that our family needs them to grow and thrive. It's not time for stubbornness. But my brother, a broken bar, his head is just filled with all sorts of nonsense from that girlfriend of his. But, she started, trying to interject. That's enough. Arthur cut her off sharply. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Without another word, he turned and stormed away from the garden. Margaret stood there, watching him retreat with a heavy heart. She sighed softly, sadness etched across her face as she pondered how easily misunderstandings could fracture even the closest bonds. Billy had never truly understood darkness until the Osborne limos were no longer there to chase it away. It wasn't just the absence of light. Neo Luminara was never genuinely dark. Even in the city's lowest quarters, artificial brightness pulsed everywhere, flickering signs, buzzing neon strips, and headlights slicing through smog-choked hair like lazy fireflies. No, the real darkness was something deeper. It was the absence of certainty, safety, and belonging. He stood beneath the crumbling canopy of the grievance line, what locals called the metro rail that sliced through Sector 9 like a gaping scar, and listened as a drunk hurled curses at a vending booth that had devoured his last cred. Somewhere to his left, an alley cat screamed as it fled from a larger predator, maybe a rat or something worse. Billy adjusted the hood of his borrowed windbreaker, tucked his hands into his pockets, and walked on. The coat had belonged to the last unfortunate soul who stayed in room 24 at the Palisade, a moldy hotel that should have been condemned a decade ago but had instead been passed down through two crime families and a faceless shell corporation. His boots weren't Osborne-made anymore either. He'd traded his gold-tipped ones for these scrappy steel-toed work boots at a second-hand outlet near the station. He barely recognized himself anymore. And maybe that was exactly what he wanted. The day Arthur froze his accounts, Billy found himself with exactly 1,127 unicreds on his personal backup wallet, an amount that wouldn't have even bought him a glass of their signature Arctic Blue tea back in Old Heights. Now, that was life support. He'd done the math already. 1 week of lodging at the Palisade cost 212 unicreds. Street food? Between 15 to 20 per day if he ate like a normal human, not like an Osborne. Transit rides? About 3 to 5 depending on where he tapped in. That gave him roughly 8 days before he'd have to start begging or bartering. As he stared at the half-empty bowl of soy noodles before him while some reality crime show buzzed on TV behind the vendor, he took in the air thick with grease, burnt oil, and someone else's sweat. Billy had never felt more awake. He was no longer a prince or even an embarrassment. He was just another boy in a city indifferent to whether he vanished. Returning to the Palisade just after midnight felt surreal. The stairwell reeked of piss and rust as he climbed to the 3rd floor, passing by couples arguing in low venomous tones and spotting a teenage girl asleep under a pile of neon hoodies with a switchblade tucked under her pillow. Billy didn't stare and he didn't speak. Room 24's lock was stubborn, its resistance giving way only after he jiggled it twice. As the door creaked open, he stepped into a world that felt like it had been forgotten, a sagging mattress, a cracked mirror reflecting fragmented thoughts, and a rickety desk missing a leg. The small bathroom boasted a rust-stained sink that coughed ominously when turned on. But at least it was quiet enough for him to think. He collapsed onto the mattress, pulling his knees to his chest as he stared blankly at the ceiling above. Just days ago, he had relished quail eggs and croissant clouds crafted by the world-class chefs himself. Now he hadn't had a proper shower in 2 days, faced an avalanche of messages from creditors demanding answers about his frozen cards, and felt so tense that it seemed like his body belonged to someone else entirely. This is real, he reminded himself. This is the fire Arthur always warned me about. Yet there was no fear swelling in his chest, only an icy numbness. Beneath that coldness flickered a spark of something more. He opened his satchel, revealing not just his certificate and job resume but also some unnecessary items cluttering up space. With a bitter chuckle escaping his lips, he tossed the satchel aside like yesterday's news. His fingers hovered over Sophia's contact profile on his phone as confusion clouded his mind. Ever since he'd been kicked out, she had called him once and sent no messages over 4 long days. He even tried calling her repeatedly, but every time the line was busy. A cruel reminder of how quickly things could change. Initially, he made his way to Sophia's penthouse only to be told she'd moved out. That revelation left him dazed and bewildered. Her perfunctory response during their last call offered little clarity or comfort. Shaking off those thoughts with frustration, Billy lay back down on the mattress with his hands behind his head. What do I do now? The question echoed in his mind like an unanswered prayer. The rooftop hadn't changed much, but everything else had. Billy leaned against the cool railing, high above the Diamond District. Below him, Neoluminara pulsed with its eternal heartbeat. Sports cars zipped down arterial roads, digital billboards splashed vibrant colors into the haze, and the soft tremor of bass from underground clubs rolled up from the streets like smoke. Yet up here, there was stillness, a pocket of forgotten quiet tucked above the chaos. This was their escape during their second year at Neoluminara Grand University, when lectures felt like cages and expectations weighed like chains. They'd sneak up here with cheap wine, laughing about taking over the world before lying back to count stars they couldn't see through the artificial sky. Back then, she'd held his hand and called him her reckless prince. Billy glanced down at his calloused palms. That prince was gone. And now, he wasn't sure who he was anymore. He checked the time, 7:44 p.m. Sophia had said she'd be here by 7:30. Not that he was surprised. He looked different now, leaner, sharper, a little more hollow around the eyes. The steel-toed boots felt too heavy, the second-hand windbreaker too stiff. He hadn't shaved in days, and that morning's shower from a sputtering hotel pipe hadn't quite washed away the city's grime. Still, when Sophia's message pinged, "All right, I'll come," just this once, he clung to it like a lifeline. Could things really go back? If he could just look into her eyes again, hear her laugh, feel her fingers intertwined with his, maybe it wouldn't all feel so broken. At 7:51 p.m., the rooftop door creaked open. He turned too quickly, his heart kicked against his ribs. She stepped out, graceful as ever, Sophia in her sharp white coat and sleek bun. Minimal makeup accentuated her striking features. She looked a broken bar, pristine, untouched by grime, untouched by what he'd become. But he smiled anyway, a reflexive gesture born from memories of laughter shared on this very rooftop. "You made it." Sophia nodded and approached him with arms crossed against a breeze that caught her coat just right. "You picked a dramatic spot." Billy chuckled nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. Figured it was either here or some noodle joint with broken chairs. Her lips didn't curve into a smile, not really, but she tilted her head slightly instead. "How have you been?" The question hit him strangely too clean and polished, as if she were reciting lines from a script rather than genuinely asking about him. "I've been a broken bar surviving," he replied honestly. Sophia gazed down at the glowing veins of traffic below them, a sea of movement beneath an indifferent sky. "I've been a broken bar surviving," he admitted, his voice carrying a weight of honesty. Sophia turned her gaze away, fixating on the shimmering veins of traffic below. The city pulsed with life, but here they stood, caught in a moment that felt suspended. Billy stepped closer, taking in her silhouette against the pale blue skyline. "You've been hard to reach." "I've been busy." The words landed like a scalpel in the soft part of his chest, quick and sharp. He tried to laugh it off. "Yeah, I noticed." Sophia shot him a glance, her lips pressed into a tight line. "I've had 3 job interviews this week, Billy. After graduation, everything just hit at once. My parents wanted me to move back home, but I needed to find my own way." "It's been a broken bar, chaotic." "I get that," he replied slowly, searching for the right words. "But I thought we'd navigate all that chaos together." Her expression flickered, an unsettling mix of discomfort and guilt, but she masked it quickly. "I didn't mean to ghost you," she said softly. "It wasn't personal. I was just a broken bar recalibrating." Billy let the word linger between them like fog rolling through an empty street. "So that's what we're doing now?" he asked quietly. "Recalibrating?" When their eyes met, something softened within her, a glimpse of vulnerability before she buried it again. "What did you want me to say?" "That I've been crying myself to sleep since Arthur kicked you out." "I don't need pity, Sophia." "I know you don't," she snapped back before softening again. "I know." They stood in silence amidst the wind and neon lights, the echoes of who they were vibrating between them like an off-key note hanging in the air. Finally, Billy broke the stillness. "Do you remember what you told me our 3rd night here?" Sophia raised an eyebrow playfully. "Which one?" He smiled faintly at the memory. "You said a broken bar. As long as you have a story to tell, I'll be there to listen." She looked away again as if avoiding the weight of those words. The wind tugged at her coat like a whisper from their past. "I meant it," she murmured finally. Back then." Those 2 words struck harder than they should have. Billy stepped forward, heart racing with hope and fear intertwined. "So for broken bar, I know things are messy right now. I'm not who I used to be, but I'm still me. I still believe in everything we dreamed about. I just see a different path now." Her jaw clenched tightly as if bracing for impact. "Billy, look around. You have no job or family name backing you anymore. You're living in a rundown hotel and scavenging for credibility in a city that devours idealists for breakfast." "I know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And I'm supposed to broken bar what? Just wait for you to crawl out of this mess?" "I'm not asking you to wait. I'm asking you to walk with me through it." Sophia closed her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, Billy feared she might break down. But when she opened them again, they were dry, determined. "I've had one foot out the door for months now," she confessed. "You just didn't want to see it." He recoiled as if her words struck him like a physical blow. "What?" "You've always been lost in your dreams, Billy. Even when we were together, part of you was always off in another world, lost in your scripts and stories. I loved that about you, I really did. But eventually, I realized I was more in love with the idea of us than the reality we lived." Billy stepped back as if those words carried a gust of wind behind them. "I was the reality," he said, hurt seeping through his voice. "I was always right here." "I know," she replied softly, her gaze steady. "That's why I couldn't bring myself to end it sooner." The silence between them grew heavier, not sharp or angry, but dense with unspoken truths. "I don't hate you," she added quietly. "That's not what hurts," he shot back. "I want you to be okay." "That doesn't help either." Sophia bit her lip thoughtfully before reaching into her pocket and pulling out a folded slip of paper. "What's this?" he asked, eyeing it curiously. "A contact," she explained. "It's a small company hiring low-level assistants. It could help you get back on your feet, for now." He stared at the paper in disbelief before looking up at her, searching for reassurance. "You still believe in me?" His voice trembled slightly. Her response came as a gentle whisper, "I believe you'll survive." In the days that followed his fateful meeting with Sophia, Billy Osborne discovered a new kind of invisibility. Not the glamorous sort that allowed you to slip past the paparazzi at high society events or escape scrutiny at family fundraisers. No, this was a deeper, more profound invisibility, the kind where people didn't even see you standing right in front of them. For an entire week, he threw himself into job applications. Gone were the days when he could rely on his family's legacy placement division to land him cushy corner office gigs or prestigious internships at international finance firms. Now, he wasn't aiming high, he was just aiming to eat. He rewrote his R.A.copyright some A.copyright twice, even changing his name to William Byrne in hopes of shedding some of the weight that came with being an Osborne. But as a fresh graduate in Neoluminara, where thousands were vying for the same few positions, finding a job felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Here, it seemed you either had money backing you up or had to prove you weren't just another liability. Billy found himself waiting in line at employment node stations alongside tired-faced graduates and middle-aged technicians displaced by automation. He clicked away on digital job boards only to be met with automated replies. "Thank you for your application. We have chosen to move forward with other candidates. Please consider applying for future roles. We regret to inform you a broken bar." Those phrases became his lullabies, comforting yet haunting reminders of hope dashed. On the fifth morning, he ventured into a cramped underground career fair beneath East Sector 12. The air was thick with the scent of cheap coffee, hot cables, and resignation, a fitting backdrop for what lay ahead. Booths lined the walls offering temporary warehouse shifts, call center slots, janitorial vacancies, and courier contracts, most low-paying gigs with little to no benefits. Dressed in his cleanest shirt tucked into worn pants, he squared his shoulders. Despite feeling tired and thin dark shadows underlined his eyes, but pride kept him upright. At one booth manned by a bored-looking woman in a badge-stamped blazer, he introduced himself. "Hi, I'm a broken bar. You are broken bar William Byrne." "I just graduated from a broken bar." She cut him off without looking up from her holotab. "We're only hiring applicants with 2 years of verified commercial drone cert experience. I can learn fast. I'm reliable. I'm not afraid of long hours," he pleaded. "We're not training," she replied flatly before tapping twice on her screen. Next, by midday, rejection after rejection had piled up, 17 times by count, and Billy's feet throbbed from walking marble floors he'd once strolled through without care. His stomach grumbled. Breakfast had been nothing more than a 10-unit meat roll that tasted like glue rather than food.